Paraf, Beko, Yapı Kredi Play, Gaming Gen TR, Setur, Divan, Hasan Usta, Haliç Kongre Merkezi, Rünston.
Hello everybody and welcome back to IstanbuLAN. It's time for the final day of competition. 2 semis and a grand final to play out to see who will take home the trophy, the lion's share of the prize purse, and of course those all-important VRS points for today. My name is IstanbuLAN. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual for all 3 matches today, so buckle in, we're ready for a marathon.
Indeed we are, and we're waiting to just kind of see who we're going to crown the champions here in Turkey. We're talking about high-end Tier 2 teams. We're talking about players that have competed at a Tier 1 level. There's a lot of squads that could benefit quite a lot from winning this LAN.
And in my opinion, of the top 4 teams that we have here, a pretty close little field of competition. I know that there probably is one team that I think everyone's looking at as being one of the key favourites because of their rank right now on VRS, but I do believe that there is in some of these best of 3s, particularly when it comes down to how the grand finals are going to play out here today. So, look, there's a lot of things to consider, I think, between our matches. Gentlemates, 9, Magic, Ho2. These are the top 4 teams that we'll have to play out in today's proceedings. So, I'm looking forward to seeing how well each of them are going to handle out.
And all 4 of these teams have been able to play a lot of online tournaments, but would like to try and take international LAN victories. I think that's what the landscape is with VRS right now. That's where we are with a lot of these Tier 2 competition teams, is that it's about being able to win LANs and show on that offline environment that we can be successful.
Beautiful Istanbul will be the centerpiece for today's proceedings. The stage is set, as you can see. We're gearing up the local audience to prepare for today's matches. And I guess we can start by beginning to get a bit of a feel for how things have gone for everybody so far here, Dwight.
Yeah, so I mean, for Gentlemates, they haven't lost a single map. They played, back-to-back Turkish teams in the round of 16 and the quarterfinals. Exactly the same conversation for Magic. They also played X-Gank, and they took on Misa. And both of the teams can look at one another and be honest and say, we've not been tested in the comp. We've had a pretty easy ride to get here towards the semi-finals. So this is where the challenge really steps up for both.
Indeed. I guess you could say for everybody there's been some sort of level of layup. Obviously the Ho2 side as well, they had a couple of pretty easy matches on their campaign, probably the most one-sided games that we've had so far in the competition. So they'll also be coming in a little bit more fresher than the other squads, but maybe a little bit more of a testing affair could have benefited some of these squads here today. Obviously for Gentlemates, this will be probably the most significant team that they've taken on thus far. I think the difference between a lot of the squads today is the difference of the LAN play versus the online play, particularly for Gentlemates and Ho2.
Yeah, well, it's funny, right? I look at the Magic team overall. They're getting close to being within the top 40 on VRS. Mate, they're not even going to LANs. All they're doing is playing online tournaments. So I think that actually tells you how impressive their track record has been recently, how successful and how committed they have been to the grind on Tier 2, because they're going deep in pretty much every single competition they play in.
Indeed they are. The trophy is set and the grand final stage is looking pretty damn good all the same, but 2 semi-finals to play out before we get to that point. And you mentioned, of course, Gentlemates versus Magic will be one of those semi-finals the same. This will be the opening game of the day. Later on today, we'll have 9 versus Ho2, which is certainly my semi-final matchup to watch. And, of course, the winner of those 2 proceedings will take each other on in the grand finals later on this evening. So let's zone in a little bit more on Gentlemates and Magic on this one. Gentlemates, probably, again, as I said before, the key favourite of the day for everybody.
Yeah, we've seen them play a couple of LANs recently, right? They're out in Portugal playing in that Romanian, Roman Imperial Cup, I should say, getting, a top 4, losing out to NIP in the semis there. And then they were in China most recently towards the end of last year in Perfect World, where they lost out to Rare Atom in a semi-final, ended up beating 9 to get 3rd place. So you've had a 3rd, you've had a 3rd, 4th. Mate, now you're coming for not only a 2nd, but you're coming for a 1st. That's got to be the expectation today for them.
And certainly you'd imagine the goal that they've set for themselves all the same, right? This is a team that have obviously been well experienced, well versed in terms of their previous core history, back under the Koi rosters, the Movistar Riders and here on the Gentlemates side. They want to try and gun for a similar sort of showing in those previous events. Now, they have, of course, made their way towards the IEM Rio event, which is going to be the biggest thing for them and probably the key focus of them building into all these other events like you mentioned before. LAN has certainly been their sort of day to experience, right? Their whole proceeding has been about just sort of like building building into these events, more so getting the LAN wins on the board.
Yeah.
And so therefore, you would hope that a grand final run at the very least is on the table for them. And yes, probably a trophy is in their sightline. So to take on this Magic side, given the experience we have on the Gentlemates camp, nothing short of a victory I think would be acceptable for them today.
It's funny. I was trying to draw some comparisons between the two in-game leaders. You've got Alex that's competed at majors. He's got nearly 500 maps played on LAN on HLTV. SFade8, the in-game leader of Magic, has 8 LAN maps on record, and 4 of them have been in this competition. I mean, how do you even compare the pair in that one? We're talking about a LAN-proven captain on the Spanish side versus SFade8, 22. Mate, he's known for the online environment. He's known from a completely different level of competition. So he's going to have to try and muster up an upset. And I've got to be real, with the way that they've performed across the last couple of months, at least going into the new year with the new organization, I've been impressed, but this would be an upset for them where even they would know themselves it's a tough win. It's a very difficult matchup versus Gentlemates.
I mean, look, you have to give praise towards Magic where it's due. They've been top 4s in CCTs, second places in 2 back-to-back online tournaments, and coming into this event, won a title in a CCT. In fact, the championship run right there, the prize money they gained from that has set them up for a boost to just outside of the top 40 right now on VRS. So there's an opportunity right here, or another good LAN win will give them the proper true win, the proper true sort of like points farming to get them into that top 40 position and put them within that top end of tier 2 conversation. So at least in terms of the online environment, yes, you have a lot of potential for Magic, and they probably have a lot of momentum coming in to this event as well. So you have that behind you, but as you say, LAN is a very, very different beast, and especially today where we've gone from playing in the hotel lobby sort of like conference rooms to now being on a legitimate stage for Magic.
And for Magic too, none of these guys have played at a top-end level of Tier 2, maybe outside of AW for the last few month period that he had on Paravision. They've all been hanging around the Tier 2 scene, and they're notable, right, because they've been here for quite a few years, but we're not used to them playing on LAN. We're not used to them winning titles. So this has got to be a new, let's say, boundary for them, but I also think that they're taking that by storm. I mean, we've seen Nodwin, they got a second place, European Pro League, they got a second place, CCT, they've had a second place, their last CC tournament they were able to win, so they're getting form that they've not seen before, and I think that's a really good time to start bringing that form forward, right? If you're going to start going to these international lands, then you want to have momentum, and that's exactly what they've got right now.
Yeah, no doubt, again, like the run online has been certainly positive. However, we've also seen teams that have translated that momentum into failure at the exact same time. So for Magic, especially considering you're taking on a top 20, nearly top 20 team in the world right now in this Gentlemates side. So this is definitely the biggest challenge that they would have faced thus far in this big run for them.
Yeah, I think recently, though, they've had a little taste of what it's like playing those higher-end Tier 2 squads. I mean, they were able to 2-0 Eyeballers recently, 13-2, 13-5. That's a team on the border of sort of top 20, 30-ish. And they were able to beat BetBoom at 2-1 in a grand final, absolutely slap them on the decider. For Gentlemates, I think the notice and the difference that they've got, and I actually think this is kind of crazy, they picked up Iberian Soul, 6 odd months ago, right? And they have played so many more LAN events than they have online. They're more suited for this kind of level of competition.
And that is the ultimate difference maker between these two teams, right? The LAN experience, the playing at the higher level, the top 24 position in the world versus a team that are experiencing LAN for the first time as a squad. I mean, you mentioned the leaders and what they've had in terms of recent history and total career history, but as a 5-man unit, this Magic side is yet to show up a decent LAN trophy, yet to show up in a LAN environment at all. So this is their opportunity to try and improve things and try and prove themselves and show that the previous sort of like online run is not just a bunch of hot air. There is something behind them in this one. And well, you can see them on screen. The Gentlemates, they're looking unified, they're looking prepared, and they're looking like they are on for a big old day today.
And for the Gentlemates organization, it's a little bit surprising to see that they're yet to win a LAN. The best that they've had is a second place recently where they lost to Saw in a grand final. They've had a lot of deep runs in the LAN titles or LAN tournaments, I should say, and a lot of LANs that they've competed in, but they're yet to win a trophy. Now, I think when you go into a semi-final versus, let's say, an online team of Magic, a team that's not familiar with playing on LAN, you probably want to get yourself a 2-0, right? You want to keep that confidence high. You want to make sure that you go 6 maps undefeated undefeated, get yourself into the grand final, and that's potentially where you can do something and repay the organization to say, right, there's the title, there's the trophy that you're looking for.
Well, so far they are 4-0 in maps so far in the tournament, taking out the Gothboy Clique side and Bushido Wildcats in a pretty one-sided fashion there in both of those series. Yes, Anubis on Bushido's part was a little bit more of a closer affair, and it's a similar story for the Magic side as well. Again, two teams of Misa and X-Gang who haven't really posted the level of resistance that you'd like to see coming into this level of competition. So yeah, it's been a bit of an easy time for the Magic side all the same as they take to the stage. And look, you talk about the qualities of the LAN environment and what the side of Gentlemate should be expected to do of their own accord. What about Magic? What do you think would be an appropriate sort of benchmark to set for them in this series?
Win it. Simple as that. I think that has to be, right? I think when you've played as well as you have online, the appropriate benchmark has got to be to win. It can't be to lose here and to go out against a Gentlemate side. AW's last LAN was the major, bro. He was playing alongside Jame at Paravision, and they were able to get some really good upsets. Yeah, they might not be LAN proven. Height especially hasn't played that many LAN tournaments. This Core 4 played, what, the LAN to LAN back in September of last year? That's about 5 months ago. Like, they're going to be hungry to get here on LAN and actually show the new organization of Magic, even though we aren't match proven maybe at this level, we can be, and we can take a team down like Gentlemates.
Well, I guess if you are the Magic side, and particularly like if you're looking about the LAN experience level, knowing that AW's just been to a major, you must imagine that he would be probably the player to watch in this environment, right?
I mean, yeah, maybe some people would. I think Tenzi and Masval are unbelievable. I don't know what's changed, whether it's maybe Height trying to come into the team from last year, maybe even S-Fade 8, because he started coming into the team to be their captain at, what, October, November period last year. Bro, Tenzi and Masval online have just been like pumping teams. They have looked just so sharp individually, and I think they're making a point basically of if this team goes on to continue on with like tier 1 pickups basically over the next 6 months or next 12 months. So I would say easily the Belarusian player and Tenzi the Russian player, they're the guys to watch out for on this team. They're really good.
Well, look, if they can translate that to the big stage, the next big question. Again, this is the new environment for them, and that's always going to be the intangible element you're talking about when taking on a Gentlemate side like this at this stage of the competition. Again, LAN, great, still looking good so far in terms of the last couple of matches that you played, but you're taking on a top 20, nearly top 20 team. I keep saying top 20, I keep feeling like they should be, but a nearly top 20 team on a stage, on a LAN, in front of an audience, with all the lights and the bells and whistles. You've just seen where they're playing right now, and this is a completely new environment for them. Will they crack under that pressure is the question that I'll be asking throughout this best of 3.
And it probably won't be one that we get an answer to until we get into the game. I think when you've got a side like this from Magic that's getting within the top 40, getting at least within the heights of Tier 2, the best way to etch that conversation more to saying we're a dominant Tier 2 team, we're a top-end Tier 2 team, it's to at least get towards a grand final. And I do look at Gentlemates, look at Hoto, I look at Nine. A lot of them would not only benefit from a LAN title but via VRS, but also to just win something. I think the organizations itself are putting a lot of resources forward, right? They're sending a lot of these teams to international lands, getting them to these open signups, and that's great and all, but you want to take something home. We've had quite a few second places on land for Gentlemates, for the Nine organization. It's about time a trophy presents for them.
Well, again, this is going to be their key sort of goal. Get the trophy for the Gentlemate side. For Magic, about winning this one matchup, and then we can talk about the grand finals when we get towards that, if they manage to do that, of course. But certainly the toughest task that they've had so far in IstanbuLAN, and maybe with the toughest task that they've had so far in the last 3 months of competition. And you talk about, we can't talk about or see exactly how well these guys will perform until we get into server. So let's talk about some of the things that we can talk about before we get into server, and in particular the map veto process, where we've seen obviously a little bit of both sides throughout the course of this LAN, only 4 maps being played, all of them being pretty decent wins for all sides. So where do you see the veto process landing up?
Well, we know that Gentlemate's Instaban is Dust 2. We know that Magic's Instaban is Nuke, so we're not going to see either of those 2 maps. Ancient is really liked by Magic. It's a good map in the pool for them. The Gentlemates also have a pretty good track record on it, though, so that's maybe a little bit of a scare. So I think Ancient or Dust 2 is an option for Magic, and then as for Gentlemates, they normally go into Nuke, right? So they have to go a little bit further into the veto. They've got to go into an Inferno, maybe a Mirage. So yeah, that definitely from a Spanish perspective is a bit of a letdown that you're not going to get Nuke in this one best of 3.
Well, then Fana being the highest win rate map in the pool for them, of course, still not being highly as played as was Nuked, who's not the best map in the pool most directly, you would expect that there should be something a little bit more positive for them. But looking back to how the things worked out against Goth boy Cleek, right, that actually was a bit more of a closer little affair than I was expecting. Again, a very unknown, unnamed sort of team versus the Gentlemates here in this one. And that got threshed with a 13-9. Now, not quite double digits, so it's not fully within that little sort of range of being what we call close. But I would say that probably is a bit more of an underperformance from Gentlemates, and maybe it could be an exploitation position for the boys over on Magic.
The thing that you have to be realistic with both the round of 16 and the quarterfinals is they haven't played anyone decent. Yeah, the score lines might tell you that it's close, but if you actually watch those games, the favourites are outclassing them. They might lose the odd eco, the odd clutch. There's no way they're going to lose a map. There's no way they're going to struggle against those teams. The only one that did catch my eye in the round of 16 was 9 struggling to that Pacific team. That was the only match where the favourites actually had a little bit of a tough time. So I think it's tough to, let's say, look at a veto or look at previous maps in the comp because you're playing teams that aren't even featured on HLTV. You're playing teams that aren't even VRS ranked, and now you're going up against what? 20 odd in the world versus 40 odd in the world. It's just a completely different competition. I'd almost look at it like another tournament. You now move into a semi-final environment. You're out on a stage. Everything across day 1 and day 2, to me, I've almost forgotten about because I'm just looking at day 3 now for these kind of squads.
Well, and certainly if you are the Gentlemate side, you might be looking back a little bit further in history against the Magic camp because you talk about the map pools and what they've had online. They've played a lot of online tournaments and therefore a lot of online matches. You've got 23 Mirages, 23 Ancients, 16 Dust 2s, 12 Infernos. And so knowing the Gentlemates and the organisation they have and the backing and support that they've got, that backroom potential with the assistant coach and the lounge being involved in this, that they must have had some sort of preparation time for those strengths of the Magic camp.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, just to compare the pair, you've got Gentlemates that have played 17 maps on or 17 best of 3s on HLTV in the last 3 months. The side of Magic have played 37. So not only is that double, but that's more. So yeah, there's a larger sample size. And yeah, you've got a coach, you've got an assistant coach. There's a lot that you can prepare for. At the same time, I think for Gentlemates, it's just the pressure of being on stage, not against them, to be honest. I mean, as a favourite team, you'd probably go into that game, even with preparation, and just think if we keep it very simple, if we keep it very much protocol heavy, we're going to bait a lot of mistakes just from them over-peaking, for them being pressurised on over-rotations. The small little details that won't quite get you online will certainly get you on LAN, especially when you play on stage like this.
Well, then maybe that might apply more pressure towards Tenzi and Masval to be able to counteract those punishments to try and not play a bad game and to continue to perform in the way that they have done in that online environment. And then that again begs back to that question: will they crack under the pressure here? Will they continue to maintain that form onto the stage? Will they continue to maintain that level of their own right? So there's a lot of intangibles when it comes around Magic, and that's sort of one of the difficult sort of assessments to make here in this kind of series is the fact that we just haven't seen enough from them in this specific environment. Online, it's been great. You can't deny that. They're certainly a top tier 2 team in that respect of that online environment. It's going to LAN where you really cut the mustard and spread the mayo, and that is the key question. Now for Magic, they've done it so far in the first 2 matches. As you mentioned, though, not to this kind of level, not to the kind of caliber of a Gentlemate side.
And we do have a couple of OG players in the server. We've got Mopos that we've spoken about many times before, been a part of the iteration since all the way back in 2017, going through the Movistar Riders, into Koi, Iberian Soul, now into Gentlemates. It's the same conversation-ish for Masval. He's been a part of this lineup for nearly 4 years now. Now, he's gone through a lot of different teammates, right? And they've gone through a couple of different organizations. But this is a point to now prove. You joined the team when you were 19, you're now 23, you're now for the first time in your career actually getting tastes of success. I think there was a lot of grinding over those last few years, which were always a mid-pack tier 2 team, never really being too successful, to now actually winning titles and dominating against pretty good teams in tier 2. So now that you're here, I think this is the perfect opportunity to start showing everything that you've learned from those last few years and just try and see if you can translate it. I think 2026 is going to be a really positive year for this new Magic team.
I mean, it does feel like it. I think it could also still be positive for the Gentlemate side all the same there, because they've also, as you mentioned, had a number of experienced players of their own right. They've got a number of newer individuals as well. I know that Martinez, obviously, is the one guy that we were kind of discussing and talking up when he was in the South American scene, and now coming into this this team, right? I know that the stats certainly speak to him as being one of the better performers on the Gentlemate side.
Yeah, he's a class AWPer, and I think at the time they probably lost quite a lot when he decided to leave to go over towards 9Z, but now now that he's back, you can just see the clear difference, okay? He's been able to pick up a lot of experience playing out there in South America because you play in and around the Tier 1 circuit. Now, 9Z was never a successful team in Tier 1. You don't expect that. But at least if you get to play at those Tier 1 tournaments, you get to play that next level of competition. So now that he's come back, he's played with all of these guys previously. And I think that always helps, doesn't it? When you return to a roster after going elsewhere and gaining experience, it feels a bit like home. You're familiar with the environment. You're familiar with Alex as a caller. And for Iberian Soul now moving into Gentlemates, you've now spent, what, 6 months unorged. You've now been orged for longer than that. And now you feel like we've just been able to push that boundary a little bit further. I think a lot of people were quite excited about this team when they were running without an organization, thinking, what is the potential here? We're now seeing them go to IM Rio. They've got another LAN to play next week. They're here in the semi-finals of Istanbul. There is a lot of successes, and I think it was a really good time to try and pick up this roster and try and progress them towards Tier 1.
Yeah, look, they are trying to be, in my eyes, the next Monty, not in terms of composition, but in terms of being a Tier 2 squad, a Tier 2 unorg project, eventually finding an organization by virtue of signing, not by creating one of their own right, and now trying to be a definitive Tier 1 project. Because they are Tier 1.5, can't deny that right now. With Rio coming up, with all the success they're getting in the Tier 2 lands, it feels like it is owed towards them at this stage. And now it's just a case of just getting that sort of result on the board, getting those invites more permanently, and now focusing on finding the wins that will get you to that position.
And I think for the Gentlemates, they've played 3 semi-finals on LAN since picking up the squad. They've actually been quite unsuccessful. And I don't think they've had the best of performances when it comes to this stage of a competition. Now, they got a 2-0 win versus the Rhino Youngsters in September. That was at one of them Empyrean Cups. That's really nothing there, right? That's a really weak team. It was an easy layup. The one that did concern me was a little bit later on in the year. They lost out to Rare Atom out in China, only took a map in that November semi-final. And then the last one, O2 versus NIP, not even getting a map. They'd love to go into 2026 and not only win a semi-final, but get themselves into a grand final position.
Oh, it's time to get started into our semi-final matchup. Magic versus Gentlemates. The young firepower versus the experienced established squad. Who are you backing, Dwayne?
I'm going to go Gentlemates 2-1. I think Magic are strong enough to give them a run for their money. I think this is going to be a competitive series.
I think I'm going to join you on that one. The Gentlemates are set for a title. Can they maintain it? We're about to find out as the Pistols are live for our first map of Ancient. And the CT side start with the Magic boys. It's Height working his way in towards the mid position. So excuse me, those names are the wrong way around. Magic are on the T side start instead. And the Gentlemates will take first contact, prodding forward in towards mid. Now turn attention back towards main, where Mopros can land Tensi, and Test Fade can also go down towards the sword. Davi G also strides back. One more player held out towards the lane back on the B-bomb site. Is not allowed of rotations. Bomb on the back of AW being seen now by the CT forces, and really an awkward position to work from now for Magic.
Yeah, very tough. Masval is hoping that he can create just something out here towards the lane position, but there's certainly nothing in this. And Magic will find in the pistol. They try to pressurize towards Ain. They lose a lot of picks towards the anchors. They drop the bomb out to the open, and there's no more going forward. Ancient being picked 20 times in the last 3 months on HLTV for Magic. They love this map. It's definitely their best in the pool. And now they've got themselves what could be their toughest challenge in quite a while.
We're going to emphasize that quite heavily over this one. Gentlemates, one of our key front runners in this competition coming into it, and of course one of the key front runners of today, the same. Magic haven't quite been able to gain that opening stance here on T. I'll go back to the force buy into the second round, no bomb plant bonus, so no significant buy. They're still bringing those Tech 9s and Deagles to the fold.
Trying to get S-Fade A quite aggressively out here towards the cheater position to start it off. They're going to smoke it off, which means they can get out towards shelf, try and pressurize towards mid. Now, not a lot of aggression has come here from the Gentlemates. Alex is walking down ramp, but solo. He's not working with a teammate here at all.
And seeing nothing in lane because they're all held behind that smoke. Alex spots 2, lines them up, knocks down 1. Second player is extremely low. And generally, the HP numbers shouldn't lead to anything here for the Magic side. Need some serious headshots and some lucky breaks. Gentlemates trying to establish this 3-0 start against the Magic camp, which seems pretty likely at this moment.
You and IJ, we cast a lot of Gentlemates in the recent history, and what we always know from them on CT side, a lot of proactivity, always getting aggressive, always searching for map control. So that's going to be something that S-Fade 8 needs to not be worried about, but be cautious about how you run defaults, because I get the feeling that when you're on the T side of Ancient, you work lane space, you take mid, you like to try and slow the round down. You've got to have players lurking. You've got to have a lot of space being taken. Otherwise, that's what we're going to see from Gentlemates. Rewalks in towards mid, walks down ramp. Alex just does that so calmly. You're not making noise. There's no flash play. It's just a complete walk, and they get caught pretty much off. Vertical crossfire out there towards Cave. So far, pretty clean here from Gentlemates.
Indeed it is. It should be even cleaner with the eco coming in from Magic in the next round. Again, Money will not afford another force buy. Makes most sense to go with the basics. And therefore, this should be a clean 3-0 start from our favourites in the series. Magic. I find that upset potential relatively soon here. Of course, got some stellar stars across their board. The question is, will they be able to channel those stars into this LAN stage environment? We'll find out when the rifles come to play for.
Yeah, we know Tenzi in particular, Jay. I know that I've been talking him up. Out on Ancient, 1.40 rating across 23 maps of the last 3 months. He is involved in a lot of fights. He's involved in a lot of multi-kills. And I think it makes sense to go into this map. It's a strong suit. I mean, look at the record. I know they pick it the most out of any other map, but 19 wins and 4 losses online in the last 3 months. The one that caught my eye, and I actually watched it a couple of weeks ago, 13-2 versus JW's Eyeballers. They have had some very dominating performances on this map.
See if they can maintain that dominance here and now. Right now it's dominant from the Gentlemates as the start. Pistols and Economy will tip in their way. Massval's already gone down to the opening. 2 players acting out towards the A-bomb side. Martinez does take a little bit of damage. Nothing major, nothing that should make it unsuccessful. AW does get 1 back. No more than that. Nothing major of value was lost to the Gentlemates. Maybe an M4. No, it does get recovered by Mopos. So yes, all to the AKs now. Magic can get their start in the semi-finals.
And Alex has got a chance to get an AWP up, throw it into the hands of Martinez, try and get that AWP involved in a lot of early fights, but no, opts against it, 3-0. No bomb plant has come in here from Magic. Now this is where, on the T side, I'm going to be looking out for AW for a lot of his assistance, but also, I think, Massval and Tenzi. They need to start challenging a lot of these fights. I'd like to see them pressurize the cheater position early, because at the moment they're just been blocking that area.
Davi leaning aggressive to take down Tenzi beyond that smoke. In an elbow, shutdown is found. AW is also lowing towards the shell from the lane entrance. Gentlemates do lose 1, but Alex responds all the same. Mopos and S-Fade traded back and forth to a 4-on-3 for the Gentlemates side. Alex is left alone towards B for only a moment. They're not set up to try and rush him down. AW will make his way forward to take down Martinez. Alex, good for that trade, but still stands alone, and backup will be slow to get here.
And that just gives you the feeling of that little spice that Magic are going to have in this best of 3. Man disadvantage, and AW just walks through that re-smoke out towards ramp, nearly creates the double entry. Now, Hyde should drop the bomb. This should be an easy kill for Alex. That's a great shoulder pick. That's a really good fight, because that creates a lot of space and allows the bomb to get down now.
One important way to open the game up for himself. His first kill, 2v2. Incendiary's on height. Don't drive man to the open. Massval turns up Davi G, and now it becomes a threatening round for them, most certainly, to Saul. Incendiaring off the back line. The Heights made his move out, but not to the open space. Not to hug that opening to the lane and ramp position. He gets that headshot together for Magic to post their first on the board.
Yeah, well done from Hype, the AWP of the team with a rifle. Someone that's been moving around organizations for a lot of his career. Started out on SG Pro, went over to Unique, Webster's, Cloud9 Academy, Melbet, DMS, and then with the Batera lads, which is where they've been recently. Never had a long period on any squad. He's been a part of the team now since, what, April of last year. So coming up to a year tenure.
To get there, but you're right. Impact down in that last round. Tenzi landing no impact onto Davi G, who finds the opener beyond that smoke. Another man advantage for the Gentlemates side.
They're just trying to pressurize elbow every round, aren't they? Every single time they're either losing a pick towards lane or one from elbow. And Tenzi, who's your aggro rifler that should be set up for a lot of impact at the start of Ancient, is 0-5. He's being punished.
AWP chiming in as well. Height, the latest victim to the AWP battle, not with an AWP in his hands. Martinez is so ready if you want to make their way forward. Just backing on the passive angle, wait for the moves. No flashes over the site. Still a missed shot gives AW a chance to punish, so he gets involved. S-Fade trying to look forward of his own right. The smoke gets in the way. Massfire extends towards the back lanes, and now that's 2 kills for Magic that turns it into a 3-on-3. Mopos is so wary of a cave player, but he's got to have his head in the swivel. The bomb is on site. Should have to get planted. daviG also waiting for a move to be made here. The CT's holding out for that bomb plant, which will come in now, and holding out for that player. Comes in from red. Timing is excellent for S-Fade. Their heads are turned away. AW does get caught. Missed shot of the spray of the end. AK gets away with nothing. And Mopos can deal with mass foul on site. So now S-Fade knows he's got to save. No chance he can deny the retake from here. 4-1 for Gentlemates.
Quite unlucky there for S-Fade. He's got an excellent timing on that wraparound. It looks as if he's probably going to get 1, maybe even 2 kills. And then the players just don't really present enough of the body to be able to get a kill in cleanly. I also do look at that round thinking it probably should have been a 5v2. Martinez will be fuming at himself. He's missed a sitter there from the back default, hasn't he? He's hold that AWP towards the ramp entrance. He's not flashed. He's not jiggled. He's just missed. And for Gentlemates, to know that you've made a crucial error but still won the round probably gives you a lot of confidence right now in this first half.
Confidence is what you require. Talked over the course of the last couple of days about how sometimes you need to not try and over-aggress and not get overly confident, because that's where your mistakes can come in and you can get punished for them. Gentlemates may have lost that opener, but again, Martinez is so fast to trade it back from ramp. Got 2 teammates so many around this corner. Sprays of daviG getting 2 as Alex drops down. The AK protected by the AWP. Does Height want to extend? No. Flashes sent over by the CTs will block access. He still tries to make his way forward. But him and Tenzi need to play together in this 2 versus 3. It's still winnable, but still to the advantage of the Gentlemates.
But they're hoping to draw this long pick out into the open. They've decided to smoke off short, and they're being patient. They're waiting for Martinez to swing out, to jiggle, but he's just not giving them anything. And there's an off angle too.
Swing, sprays awkward. Davi does get picked up by Height. 2 more to go. 1 close, 1 rotating. Now getting to the back lanes. Smoke that gap. I think I've just seen him now. HE looks to reveal Height. Spams away, but gets not enough on Sasolu. Wins that engagement, and the Gentlemates are in full control. 5-1 on the board.
Well, they're pumping them right now. I even think that Magic was aware that there was going to be a ramp play coming forward. They were positioned to deal with it, and they're still losing out fights. I think that's what always makes it so difficult. Players aren't, let's say, playing anti-flash or with util out in the open or they're knife pulled. They've got their guns drawn out there from the B doors, but they're just losing these heads-up fights. And Martinez is 7-2. You've got Tenzi that's still yet to get a kill up on the board. This is going to be a slow start, which means there's not going to be many T rounds on offer.
Charge forward from Tenzi, tries to get something out of Red Room, but the spam from daviG to those pre-aim angles are perfectly placed to the head of the man eventually. He'll drop down. AW going to try and make action out towards the bomb site more directly. Mopos picked up, and Height can turn back the Deagle onto Alex. Martinez is awful. Time lifestyle. Tech 9 forcing forward from AW. He's making all the plays, even on low HP. Turned it all on Martinez now to the 1v3. And 1 checked angle. That's all you require sometimes for Magic to force them into submission. Martinez will save the AWP. And it's a 2nd round for Magic.
And let's have a look at the economy here, Jay. It's not ideal. daviG's quite low, Sasul's quite low, Alex is only on 50. The only players that have got cash are Martinez and Mopos. Now, they're not going to be able to force a reset going into this next gun round, but they certainly could for the following. This is where S-Fade knows, lads, let's get a couple of rounds in a row, let's start getting some momentum. Let's break the opposition, let's try and put some pressure for the first time on Ancient against Gentlemates. AW. I mean, he's been cheeky. We saw that previous round where he just walked up B completely by himself. It only managed a 1-for-1 kill. That time, though, it was completely different. And that's where you want a Tech 9, isn't it? Up close and personal, just spamming that thing as much as you can, and he just gets headshot after headshot.
Excellent round from AW. I said before, I'm my most experienced player on the server for his team. Highest level on LAN. And those stars not quite shining, but at least he's going for it. Magic now got to walk their way into the A-bomb side. Gentlemates are a little bit limited on their buy state. The damage being done by Magic in the last few rounds has come back to haunt the CT side. Only one kit in play for Martinez. The Marcy's on 2, SMG for 1, M4 for 1 more. And a quick play up from Magic onto the A side will come in with a minute and 20 marker. From beyond the smoke, S-Fade can take down Saul, so that's a starting advantage. Right inside that smoke, still trying to spray blind onto the bomb plant position, but doesn't get enough onto AW to take him down. 5-on-4 post-half for Magic.
There's a late lurk coming out of Masval, so he can wrap him from behind and try and cut these players. I mean, the CTs are already saving, they're already backing off. There is nothing in it. That's a very good A-site take.
It's really about the exit frags for Masval now, and for Martinez the same. Masval will get caught by Mopos, so that's something. See if the cross get locked out against the low HP of the T's. No, S-Fade can get away, as will all of Gentlemates. 4 players alive. And neither at this stage, I mentioned before that the economy wasn't amazing for them. So to keep 4 weapons over gives you a full buy for free, basically, in the next. It's a lot better than what you would have had if anyone were gone down. Magic taking a bit of time to get into this game, but now they're here, they're rolling.
Yeah, they're getting themselves finally stuck in, which is what you hope. It doesn't really matter to the viewers whether it's a win or whether it's a loss. You want them to see whether they can give Gentlemates a run for their money. I think when you're a team that aren't LAN proven, when you've only had successes online, it's always LAN as the opportunity to prove a lot of people wrong. Now, I still don't think they've shown the peak of their Ancient, and you can see that by the track record, but a pop into B, a very quick play into B. Alex has got to deal with them quickly.
No time, Mac 10, jump faces from S-Fade, kill found with the first Mopos, trying to get 2 back, he only finds 1 of them though. Damage on Masval to half HP, Martinez playing inside of that smoke, going to try and push forward, CAW, no scope shot, doesn't connect, and a bomb plant can be secured from here. These last 2 players, particularly David G, just got to go back and save, he's got no choice on the matter, there's nothing in this round.
This is a Gentlemate side that have just been hit with the rush. Unfortunately, double cave meant that Alex was the only player that could defend against those ramp players. And, well, how do you even describe what's just happened there? A jumping Mac 10 at close range is just beamed in, and then there's just no hope for the last couple. And that's crippled the economy completely, because Martinez couldn't go anywhere. If he'd left cave to try and get out towards lane, you're worried about a lurk. So you've got to try and get into the bomb site, see if you can create a bit of chaos. And then Davy G is the only one holding on to an M4, so this follow-up eco, it's going to look very light for them.
Terrorists win. Doesn't hold on to the M4 in the end. The money's not 100% there for the Gentlemates side. They will go in with that buy regardless. M4's on 3. Trying to fall the AWP.
Someone's going to have to go down, you'd expect, to a FAMAS or an MP9 to get a kit forward. I think with the last few bomb plants that have been coming through from Magic, you don't want to go into a round without having a kit.
Tactical timeout for Gentlemates. See Mopos down to the FAMAS. WG's got 900 bucks to spend, but goes for the utility. There is no kit in play for the CTs. With the way the Magic have been playing, fast and loose to catch them off guard. I might come back to hurt the Gentlemates on a retake. See what adjusts in the tactical pause. 2 men towards the mid, 3 out to the B sites. They should be both ways to sort of get towards the gun. More emphasis towards the lane entrance here to the 2-side line. Kenzie leaves that charge, gets caught off over towards elbow. Nice start, but now the T's go pouring in. Martinez holds that corner once again. Will he get checked? The bomb carry in the open, straight through. 1 goes down. Alex followed up with a wall bang kill. Heights Orb is the only one to trade back on the T-side line. AW gets involved inside of that smoke, so Saw will drop next. And they will try, I thought for a second, go rotate back into the A-bomb site, but no. Bomb still is height towards long. Got players on site. Mopos will get him the drop. AW into the clutch once again. 1v3. Sprays beyond the wall bangs. Can't get the damage he's looking for. Mopos takes him right back. Goes to that AWP immediately. And Gentlemates now have minimum 6.
It's very lazy and very narrow-minded there from Magic. So there's a change-up after the tactical. Gentlemates go very aggressive in from mid and lane. So when they're double peeking from shelf out from that cave position, I don't mind the acceleration up from B because you know that the B bomb site is going to be weakened, but they've got to be clearing the bomb site, right? You've got to be taking that space. You've got to be clearing long, clearing short, making sure that you can get that bomb down easily. To not even clear Martinez, it's an error that is going to cost you rounds every single time.
Costing Magic here and now. 6-4, engaging Alex. One goes falling, second also down. Heights up with the responsive, but now he's low HP. Martinez's AWP is also on the scene. And Cave, what a shot that is with the peek and bait from the M4. S-Fade taken out clean. As they lose Tenzi, Height will drop the same. Easy pickings to the Gentlemates. 7-4, half advantage on CT side.
Excellent shooting coming out of Martinez, and I think at the moment, Height has probably shown more in the rifle capabilities than what he actually has on the big green. I know that the AWP hasn't come out as frequently on the T side in comparison to what Martinez has been doing, but that's going to be, I believe, the difference in this kind of a matchup. Martinez has, what, 220 LAN maps on HLTV versus Height at 32. There is quite a difference between the two when it comes to experience.
Tenzi tries to get involved in his first kill of the game at long last. Second one in on Davy G. The mid attack going well for the T side line. Mopoz also revealed his shooter. Trying to get some wall bangs and blind kills. A couple of the rifles that the pistol players can get out there. AW just picked up one of them. An excellent start with Tenzi in this round, who has been very quiet outside of those two picks. You mentioned Tenzi and Masval as the two to watch out for on this side. But really, it's been Height and AW generating all the impact for Magic up until now.
Well, S-Fade has used Tenzi like a battering ram out in elbow every single round, just sending him every time, just quick, take map control. And he's been getting spammed. He's been getting overwhelmed with how much mid control is coming in. So that's going to help out confidence for a young player to finally break that offensive, be able to get yourself in for a couple of kills. And we can see that B is very light. Mopoz and Alex are both playing towards Cave. They have caught off AW. Mopoz needs a good timing, which he doesn't quite get against the pistol players.
Run by the numbers. Alongside Masval finding Martinez an isolated duel. Alex stands alone. 1 versus 4. Should get picked up back into the site, shut down by Masval. So yes, it will be a force stolen by the Magic camp. 7-5 at the turn of the half, still favourable towards the Gentlemates. And excellent from both sides, I want to say, to a certain extent.
Yeah, Magic they've proved enough, okay? It wasn't a clean first half performance from them, but they got themselves out of trouble with a very good triple kill from AW on an eco, where he's got a Tech 9. I think you could have been looking down the barrel of an 8-4, a 9-3. So it's definitely surviving. I just think they haven't quite given us that quality that we normally expect from them online. And going into the second half, even though you're going onto the City side, if you lose an opening pistol, if you lose an opening gun round, you will give a lot of early rounds over to Alex and co. And you'll notice, no matter what map it is in the series, Jay, whether it's map 1 of Ancient, whether it's Inferno Overpass, if Gentlemates have got a good lead, okay, let's say they're up 10-5, 11-5, those kind of scores, they're just going to close, aren't they? It doesn't matter how many rounds it takes them. They are so experienced at this level that they won't choke under the pressure. They won't give in and allow rounds in a row to go against them. So that's the concern that's going into the second half, is scoring rounds quickly for Magic.
And just knowing we're down at 5-1 at a certain point, that could have well have been a confident, overwhelming advantage for Gentlemates in that half. So to avoid that already is one step on the road to ensuring you don't get decimated. As a reminder, this is the map pick of Magic, Ancient. Their home territory. Great results online as of late, translating that to the LAN environment to take on the toughest opposition they've got so far. And moving into the CT half. Pistol win. Certainly go well to getting those early rounds ticking fast, like you mentioned. One seen towards mid. And I made to play things a little bit more carefully here.
You've got a lot of map control that could be exploited out towards mid, just because it's only a single red player. So you can scale out from elbow, you can take players in from shelf. Now, Magic have got themselves an anti-strat of stacking up B quite heavily. Maybe something they've seen in a previous demo, something that the coach at Bullet has given them the advice on. Now, looking at 2 players elbow with the bomb and 1 player towards A regrouping, it does look as if it is going to be a B lean, so they are going to be running into a trap here.
No info given up by the Gentlemates.
But the util's going to have to be on point, isn't it? That molly's going to have to go down towards either the cubby position or out towards the cave entrance. They're going to have to get a long smoke and get themselves a short smoke and flood the bomb site. They've got a clear space here.
It's Julie's ready to receive. Mass foul on first contact. Seeing the smokes coming in towards long and short. Counter smokes right there for the CT side. And they flash their way in. Nice HE lands right for the head of Davy G. Alex takes a lot of damage the same. 1 player in the open could get caught off guard. Flashbang also affects out the Julie sets. Height can only get 1 kill out as a result. His teammates in Mass foul on AW already overwhelmed. Bomb plant looks to get secured. Can it be denied by the blind shots from long? No, it can't. Tenzi and S-Fade. 2 versus 4 for this retake. Are leaning in already. No kits in play. I don't know if any were dropped. Martinez swings in. S-Fade down and a double up secured. So a nice and solid pistol win once again for Gentlemates. 2 for 2.
Well, it's heartbreaking for Magic because fundamentally, Jay, that's an unlosable round. 4 players on B, re-smoke top ramp, and HE going into mass damage. You couldn't have shaped it up any better. The problem is that flashbang. They're not expecting the flash. You've got the close player with the USP behind the smoke. He's thinking, right, they're gonna come through. I'm gonna mow them down. He gets overwhelmed, and the Julies. I mean, you're expecting more from the Julies in that position. Close range, players flooding in. Oh, that hurts. That's some very good trading coming through from Gentlemates and some great shooting from Martinez on the post plant in that 4v2.
Indeed it is. Excellent work. You said that utility had to be on point, and well, it was. Gentlemates. They're trying to overwhelm the force port pistols on the A-bomb site. They were trying for a rotation part of S-Fade. Counter smokes are there set by Tenzi, and on this very OP position of tree, HE is coming in. WG entering to the bomb site. S-Fade's going to get drawn. Taps of Tenzi eventually coming forward towards 1 kill. Height got 1 of the interim as well, so it's still a 3-on-2 to favour the Gentlemates camp. And AW inside that smoke trying to work some sort of angle. Can't do it. So Saul takes him. And the round should tip the way the Gentlemates from here. A 1v3 for Masval. Extension from Mopos that does go a little bit past his man. One misdirection of information actually does pop through that smoke and deny onto Martinez, but now he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Sandwiched between 2 C-side players that should find him eventually, and indeed Mopos will close it out with a Mac 10 kill.
And I just don't know how many chances they're going to get in this second half now, because you've lost pistol, you've lost anti-force buy, you've got an eco here. You're going to go into the first gun round with very limited amount of rounds to work with. There's a lot of pressure on, let's say, Tenzi to start putting up some numbers, Masval to create opportunities. I even think for this eco, they need to make it somewhat expensive. They've got to try and target the T-side economy. They'd love to try and pick up and save an AK moving into the next round. You'll take anything on a round like this.
Minus a save, this should be an easy 10th for the Gentlemates camp. Anything at all for Magic. They need every little piece. AW, cut down by Alex. And Masval, you can kind of see the panic in his crosshair placement, shaking Sebastian. Get a decent shot, not going to happen. Height goes down to Martinez, backed up on the bomb site. Davy G finding Tenzi and Masval. Oh, caught from just beyond that smoke of Martinez. 10-5. Gentlemates will face the first rifle buy of Magic with all 5 alive. Mac 10 can stay in for Martinez. They can treat this as a bonus weapon round. They are closing in on the win on Magic's map pick.
And even though this is easily the #1 map in the pool for Magic, they pick so much of it, Gentlemates on occasion have also picked this map against fairly good competition. They played a best of 3 versus Hotu and picked it, and they did pick it, I should say, against NIP recently. So they've got the confidence to pick it against high-end Tier 2 names. Got to try and level up that performance. Because right now, Gentlemates have had a pretty cruisy time. Mopos is trying to control that early aggression of AW, and he's forcing him back. He's not allowing him to peek aggressively into lane.
Damage done by Util again by the Gentle Mates, and no major contact established. Was thinking they were going to lean in towards mid, but unlike a lot of T-side teams, they don't go active in this position. They won't want to hunt for the opening kills in red. There's 3 players there in total. Mopos inserted towards Cheetah. A good kill on AW could send them directly into this B bomb site once again. Sees his shoulder. AW responds with a smoke. Appropriate utility. That should cancel the execution for now. I like to set up for it though.
We've got players that are going to start coming up shelf pretty quickly here from Magic.
Yeah.
This timing looks pretty promising.
Molotov's in. Mopos gets caught trying to jump up top of that box. AW credited with the kill. Now SV can strike in from that sideline swipe. That shell position that you mentioned was a danger. Flashbang's catching Matsval blinded but protected by the smoke. WG doesn't register him. AW is caught. There's one trade from AW. Matsval gets those 2 casualties. And now Magic can start to lock in momentum. 6 on the CT board.
Now, only managed to pick up 1 AK, which is a bit of a shame, and an instant tactical comes out from Gentlemates. Maybe just taking too long in the default. They'll probably look at that one saying, we were setting up towards B, we went back to get util in order, to go and get the bomb picked up, and what we found is that before we'd even committed up ramp, they're already fighting us from shelf. Sasol was just out in the open, basically just a sitting duck. So Magic get there first, and the economy is okay for a rebuy here. It depends if they want Martinez on the AWP. They might want to try and run 5 AKs for a little while.
Let's see what he decides. Indeed, he goes to the big green gun. Seen many T-side AWP players just go towards them basic rifles because of the lack of prevalence in AWP in CS2. So wouldn't have been shocked if Martinez took the option of the 5th AK, but he's also been hitting some pretty stellar shots so far. Top fragger in the server. Thanks to that AWP in hand, it's SV that strikes first on a rifler though. WG going down first up. Kenzie focusing on that shell position, but Alex gets the credit of the trade. SV can get peeked in by 2 players. Indeed, he does. Alex gets that kill and even triples up. Nicely done. All elements removed from play in mid. And Gentle Mates, you blink once, you might make a stumble. You instantly get right back on your feet though. AW stands alone. It's going to see one man out the bomb site. Oh, but Alex checks him. He is on fire in this round as he takes top frag instead. 18 kills deep. And on for the ace against Matsval.
It's excellent coordination, but also really good comms. So you can tell that Sasol is waiting for contact from shelf before coming through that elbow smoke. He was basically sitting there in the smoke, and he was being pinned. That crosshair was right on him from S-Fade. So he's waiting for Alex just to start dueling slightly, and then not only does Alex get a clean first kill, but mate, that second one, how do you fight if you're Matsval? You're looking shelf and donut at the same time. You basically have to transfer between the two. It's never going to happen. As soon as the AWP whiffs out from Red Room, it's just an instant punishment. That's a beauty of a round. That's a really good sequence from Alex in mid.
It might be one that completely breaks the backs of Magic, forced by into the next one. They don't want to save to go to overtime. They want to try and stop this from getting to map point here. That leaves you with nothing in the coffers. 3 rifles rather, 2 M4s and AWP. An SMG for AW, Matsval on the 5-7 at close point blank positions over at Cave. Hoping he can get away with an opening stance and get height. The AWP set in, or maybe use height distraction, and Matsval can catch them off with a bait and switch. Everything needs to go right for Magic in this round.
Every time we cast Gentlemates, one of the biggest praises we always give them is just playing good CS, good fundamentals, always very patient, play off of each other. And you're going to get that with teams that have a lot of experience with different iterations of the lineup, or being teammates for years and years. And you can just feel that fundamentally they've just outclassed Magic completely in the first half and the second half here.
Well, S-Fade might find a bit of a lucky break against them, though. Looks back towards Shelf, and that's Mopos, the canary in the coal mine that were worn out these red plays. The AWP fires, but got Sasol there to back him up, so no man advantage stays for Magic for too long. Although I say that, and height, catches Sasol peeking in from red. You've got Davy ready for S-Fade, who extends out towards main to give that man advantage right back up to a 3-on-3. Now the T's need to execute, and A-Site is the target.
Just convinced it was going to be a B-lane there. That's such an easy kill. And now for Tenzi, 3 and 13, he's got to make a play. He's got to do something because Masval's only on a pistol coming out of mid.
Martino's going to catch him in the head in an instant. AWP also out there towards the mid position, and Molotov will force him into the open. Tenzi gets caught by Davy in the end, so nothing is found by him, and Height stands alone, and Orp with no kick for a retake. 2 flashbangs, checks close, and Alex is there to meet him. The perfect headshot. Another great round for the Gentlemates, and what has been an almost perfect map. 12-6, overwhelming, outclassing, as you said so far in this one. Map point on Magic's map pick. It doesn't bode well for the onliners today.
It's definitely a bit of performance from Magic where they've not made a lot of, let's say, large errors. They just individually haven't shown up, and you can tell that by some of the individual kill counts. Tenzi on 3, S-Fade on 6. Everybody else, AW, Masval, Height. It's difficult to remember a lot of highlight rounds from them. It's a bit tough. And the economy's never been great for them either.
No, not at all. Case in point, this buy round where you've got SMGs and FAMASs to try and get you out of a hole. 6 in a row required from Magic to get to overtime. At least they've worked the utility in the SMG of AW into an opening kill, so Alex has fallen. But how many times has Gentlemates turn it back around against them and taught the trades to regain control of the situation? There's no guarantee for Magic at this stage. They need to find a second. Seen a second head for Heights. Saul be known about the player in a donut, though unawares of the creep coming in against him. Davy G, easy kill on Tenzi. And back to a 4-on-4 we do go.
Mopos is just putting B pressure on when they start shifting that rotation back. Now, Martinez is going to take a while to get in towards A, and Sasul, I mean, against an MP9, you're always going to win that fight at range.
Heights Deagle needs to go mental right now. Bomb's on its way in. S-Fade's caught. There's one good headshot. AWP in from main. AK out from Donut. And one more player from CT. They know exactly where he can move to. And even that bomb might even make his way towards the B-bomb site. Heights going to walk into the AK. Mopos is ready to receive. And won't waste any time with it. 13-6. Excellent from the Gentlemates. Not just coming here to prove something more against the Magic side, but also in the tournament in general. They want to win the whole damn trophy, and that's an excellent statement to prove that you can.
It's a really good showing coming through from Gentlemates. They really didn't get tested very much there at all. They'll look at that and say, right, it's a good clean map. Let's go into our map pick now of Inferno. We know that we usually like to get Nuke forward, but it's still a good map for us. We still pick quite a bit of it. Let's just get a series where it's clean and it feels easy. And I think for Magic, they'll be disappointed in themselves. They've shown so much across these last few months, but right here and right now, map number 1, they got pumped. They got completely outplayed.
Indeed they did, and I guess that kind of reflects back on what I was saying at the start of the series, is the whole prospect of, yes, you've done well online, but can you translate that onto LAN? And if you translated it onto LAN against the Turkish teams, can you do that on the stage against one of the top teams in the Tier 2 space, Tier 1.5 of their own regard for the Gentlemates camp? And it's clear that they weren't. You know, you talked about the players that you were watching out for in this series for the Magic side and didn't quite show up. Tenzi wasn't able to put up the numbers. Masval did, but the impact wasn't there for him the same.
Yep.
Generally seeming like that across the board for everybody on the Magic side.
I do think there's still something left on the second map, though. I definitely reckon that we're going to get more of a competitive affair. I think having a little bit of a chat with Bullet in the break, just trying to get mentally reset, I think they will give them a run for their money, because I don't think they did out there on map number 1. I just don't think it's going to be enough to be able to push that to a decider. Even if it comes down, let's say, to a 13-10, 13-11, I think it's still going to be Gentlemates proving that they can get a 2-0, because they are just that next division up. They are that next class in order.
Well, you'd hope at the very least in the break they have a bit of a chat with themselves and say, right, it was a bit of a rough start, let's now lock in. And maybe you got those like early jitters out of the way. Unfortunately, the early jitters coming in your own map pick is never an encouraging sign for them. Again, I do sort of look at them and say, listen, this does feel like a team that should be able to perform, that should be able to deliver something of worth on their own regard. But the fact that they haven't done so in their own map pick, it does lean to me that this should end up being a bit more of a simple enough affair for the Gentleman side. I am holding out hope that it does become a close Inferno, because like I said earlier as well, there's opportunities to exploit when you haven't had a lot of play rates on it and have also been pushed against some of those lesser teams in the LAN competition. But you are right in terms of assessing that this should be a 2-0 from Gentlemates now. And
I think for the organisation, I think it's very key to try and give them some success early. I mean, they've bought this core out of Patera, so you're spending quite a bit of money. You've brought AW from Paravision, right? Like you've been able to try and add pieces to this lineup to be successful. You've now come here to Turkey. You've been very much let down on map number 1. At least try and see see if you can respond, at least show that this lineup could be competent on LAN, because the worst outcome would be being so successful online, coming here to a semi-final and just showing nothing, just not even putting rounds up against the Gentlemates.
Yeah, no doubt about that, but that's also sometimes how the cookie crumbles sometimes. And for us, obviously we talked about that earlier, how some teams, they can translate that online success to the offline environment. In this case, hasn't quite worked up against the Gentlemates can, but at least they've got their LAN wins in the early couple of rounds here for Magic. But yeah, it hasn't quite reflected what we've seen from them in the online environment as of right now. And again, I'm hoping that will change into the second map, but there's no guarantees at this point for them.
No, there isn't. And I think for the Gentlemates, knowing that they've played, what, 70 odd maps on LAN since signing with this organization and only 30 online, it tells you where their focus is. It tells you that the organization wants them featured more in these open sign-up LANs, get them closer towards a tier 1 environment. And not only do we have this conversation with VRS kind of age you more with LAN, it also gets you more ready for tier 1. If all you're doing is playing online tournaments like a Magic is, as soon as you get to an IEM or you get to a PGL event, you're not ready. Whereas at least for the Gentlemates, they've gone overseas, they're playing so many LANs, they're slowly, like a stage you've got here in Turkey, just trying to get themselves ready for when that tier 1 opportunity finally comes. Maybe it is Rio in a couple of months' time, that we can upset a tier 1 squad, that we can actually prove all this hard work that we've done recently is going to do something.
Yeah, for Gentlemates, they are part of a wider scale in their whole circuit, in their whole campaign to make a run up to the tier 1 environment. For Magic, unfortunately, their run up to the tier 2 lands haven't quite worked out for them in the start of this best of 3. As Ancient falls out of favour, Inferno comes up next. It is the Gentlemates map pick, which indicates a key and obvious 2-0. I'm hoping we'll be able to take a quick break in this one and set up for that second map when we return to IstanbuLAN. Or not, apparently we're not quite ready for our break at this stage, Dwayne. So let's keep talking this one out a little bit more. So the Gentlemates and Magic, of course, are still locked in battle, and therefore let's talk about some of the potential things we need to see some changing from Magic compared from first map to second. Because I think the individual thing is one thing to talk about, but is there anything else that you need to eye up here from the Magic side to see improvements going into Inferno?
Well, I think it's kind of basic, as in they need to get off to a good start. I think they need to put pressure on rounds against the Gentlemates. If you get off to another slow start on Inferno, let's say you're 0-3 down, 0-5 down, you feel as if you're constantly on the back foot. When you are an underdog team that doesn't have a huge amount of LAN experience, you want to try and get those early few rounds up. But I also think we just need to see more impact individually. We need to see them shooting hard, because that's where they're successful online. That's what makes them so good against the Bet Booms of the world. And the Eyeballers is they just outclass them. They're just so sharp. We need to see that on map number 2.
Indeed. Inferno will be that second map. Gentlemates looking to go to home territory and make it a simple affair, and we'll find out whether they can do this time after a short break. we'll go back to IstanbuLAN. It's going to be getting our second map up between Gentlemates and Magic. Unfortunately for Magic, it wasn't quite all too proficient for them on their own map pick. Ancient Home Territory didn't quite deliver in the way that we wanted to see out of them. To move to Inferno now, it's a decent map for them online, but it is also the Gentlemates map pick. And really, Dwayne, it comes down to the outclassing that we saw from the Gentlemates as the ultimate decisive factor as to why we now believe this might be a 2-0 series.
And we know that Gentlemates pick this map quite frequently on LAN and take down some pretty good teams. They've had a 13-8 versus 9 in the past. They've been able to beat Paravision 13-10, another 13-10 versus Bait. They even beat 13-9 against NIP not that long ago. So against some of those higher end tier 2 squads, they've been able to get wins. And yeah, the online record looks pretty good here for Magic. I definitely do think we're going to have more of a competitive affair on map 2. I just don't think it's going to be enough to send it to a decider.
Yeah, that is kind of the hope, I think, from the Magic side at this stage. I mean, you said earlier to see them try and win it out. I think that now the fact of the matter is that we haven't seen them perform in the way that they have done in the online environment. And again, that's kind of the question we were asking. Can they translate online to LAN? Can they translate the bedroom to the stage, right? It's a stage here at IstanbuLAN, and that is not what we've seen so far in this one. Lack of impact from Masval, lack of numbers from Tenzi, the guys that we're kind of looking out for the most on this particular side. These they haven't been able to perform, and that unfortunately is sometimes how it works out for them. Maybe in a future event we'll get to see them try and make that ultimate crack at the LAN trophy or a deeper LAN run and get those LAN wins against the higher opposition, the calibers. But it's the online environment where they seem to thrive, and in this case against the Gentlemates, haven't quite been able to replicate that in this sort of situation. So maybe the jitters can go out of the system. Maybe now that they can go into the second map with a little bit more of bite behind their bark, but I don't think it will be enough for the Gentlemates to concede.
And we do know a lot of these Russian players are kind of region locked with a lot of these LAN tournaments, so that's why they play so much online. However, I think for Magic, especially when you start getting up there with the VRS and, let's say, Tier 1 invitations eventually do come your way if you keep progressing up, you do need to try and get as much LAN experience prior to that point as possible. And with how they've played so far in the series, they just won't be happy. They won't be satisfied. You look at the head coach of Bullet, he used to be the assistant coach of Aurora. Now, you look at that team, you had Result, you had Deco, you had Nori, you had guys that used to play on LAN quite frequently in and around the high end of Tier 2. So he is someone that knows what it's like to compete at that next division up and to be on the offline environment, but he's also got to try and now work with some newer players. Now, for Magic, I look at the team with what they've been able to achieve online, and I think, well, again, Tenzi and Masval have to be key players out here on Inferno. They've got to be making sure that they're working quite a lot of important kills, but also Height needs to step up if he can and try and match a Martinez. Now, Inferno's not going to be much AWPing on the T side. We're going to get a lot more on the City side, but even still, I think Martinez was just so comfortable out there on map number 1, and that's what you do expect from a veteran AWPer like himself.
And even then, you just think about the fact that we just saw Height kind of get more impact on the AK-47 when he had it out, and the automatic rifles more than the AWP. And probably that was probably because he didn't have enough money to buy the AWP at certain points. But the reality is when you compare the AWPers, there is no contest, unfortunately. And that's kind of the way to kind of expect things, I guess, for Gentlemates as a whole when it comes to weighing up the individuals here. And, you know, maybe there needs to be a little bit more LAN experience from the Magic side in terms of those CIS-based Russian LANs. Like, you know, talking about HOTU, we'll see later on today. We discussed them earlier during Thursday's competitions, and we're talking about the fact that maybe the ranking that they have is a little bit inflated by the fact that they've won out the Meta Cup and the Frag Season 16 LAN events, which are LANs that are basically exclusive to Russian teams. And maybe this would be a chance for the Magic side coming out of this event to start looking to sign up to the qualifiers for Frag and Meta and LAN to LAN and those kind of events that might give you a bit more of experience of the playing time and on the playing stage that you would be expected to perform out here at Istanbul.
And Magic know how good they've been recently. The last 3 months, Jay, they've not lost a semi-final. They've gone 4-0. They've beaten Arc Red, VP Prodigy, which is some local teams, 500 and Favbet. So yeah, it might not be the high-end teams in Tier 2, but when you've got a track record of constantly getting into grand finals, you have to look at the circumstance here and say, let's at least try and send it towards a decider. Even if it's a really tough affair, even if it does get stretched all the distance, let's give ourselves a crack of overpass. Now, of course, that's going to be their point of view. Gentlemates are going to be looking at this thinking, we're going to have a tougher challenge in 9 or a HOTU when it comes to that grand final. So let's make sure that we're not being stress test. Let's get maybe another 13-6, 13-7-ish kind of score where there's the odd few round being sent towards our opponent, but let's make it feel really cruisy. Let's chill out for a couple of hours. Let's get ready for that grand final and let's try and take the trophy home.
And make no mistake, it's very possible the Gentle Mates can do that pretty effectively. Like, they won both the pistols in the last map up. They had all the effective protocols and strategies and tactics down pat. They looked like a tier 1.5 side in that game, and they weren't really getting tested too much by Magic as a result of that. So, yeah, there's a good chance that this can end up going down a one-sided scoreline for the Gentle Mates once again. If it goes stretched towards a decent sort of like respectable performance from Magic that delivers a bit more of a closer map, and I think that's where you can set the base mark achievement for them. But you're right about the Gentle Mates side. That this is their chance to sort of like just say, right, let's get established confidence. Let's get really confident going into that grand final. We're going to have a nice 3-hour break, extended upon that by the fact that this will be a 2-0 sort of affair. Let's make it as long as possible. Let's get freshened up and get ready to take on the real big task that will be waiting for us in the final matchup.
And this has got to be a Gentlemate side looking at themselves being 25 on VRS or 24 with, you know, the teams going up and down. But even getting a win versus a top 40-odd team in the world of Magic, it's just going to add more points to the tally, isn't it? It's going to make that jump even higher. I mean, HLTV predicts them to get 22 with this win. They only need one more map, and then they're basically knocking on the door at top 20. They'll probably be able to get it by the end of this tournament if they win the whole thing.
And make no mistake, again, that's entirely possible for the Gentlemates. Pistols are live. Magic are on the CT side. Start. Goosh is already coming in against the Mopos down to 7 points of health. The advantage not quite tipped over on the HP markers. The Gentlemates on the defensive to kickstart this one.
Well, it's intriguing to not see any dualies. That's kind of unheard of on the CT side of Pistols. You've got Mopos that's invested into the util, and just a slight info play from Martinez. Well, what a shot that is. And Davy G just answers, what do you even do about that? You're setting up the default, aren't you? You're just starting to get players into brackets and you're losing fights.
Oh, Martinez is feeling it. 4 kills for him in the round. Clinical execution, perfect heads, dismantling all of Magic. Yeah, he's going to be a difficult one to deal with today, isn't he?
Yeah, he definitely is, and it makes him a serious threat throughout the entire bracket moving into the last day of the competition. Excellent shooting, and I think that's always something that you've got to expect. At some point, it's going to come in rounds, re-aggro. Now, we saw they lost Banana because of the Goosh, right? They sat back, Alex was in CT, Mopos was out towards the spools. They had to get information somewhere, and it had to come from one of the A players. And the knowledge that 2 of them just search and both get picks instantly, you just think, yeah, everything's going right. Everything's going our way on Inferno.
3 for 3 in Pistols in the series. Didn't lose either the break rounds as well during the last map up when simple 3-0 starts in both of those halves.
That's definitely very convincing to now go into round 2 knowing that.
Got the Tech 9's full sport in by Magic. Mopos. First port of call here in the Banana position. And the second set of footsteps also heard by the one player that's lurking out there. Default set in towards the B bomb site as the CT start their wraparound to contest it. But it's all going to be a ruse here from the Magic side. They are looking to hit B.
And Mopos won't be able to do much with an SMG on a backside, so he'll need a bit more of a crossfire in with Alex. Now, these short players might just start re-aggroing the area. So Saul and Martinez are certainly in a position to just start taking space away.
Got another smoke that can go down to that entryway. Tenzi's lurking back here to the A-bomb site, hoping he can catch a player off. He's hearing very little of it. Making some more noise out in this position. The teams actually do opt to rotate into the A play, but that smoke draws in a 3rd player of rotation. So you could have had 2 men to deal with on short and the balcony of the apartments. Instead, now you've got a 3rd man to watch long. Dabby G can also check Moto. Will get smoked up. He's going to get ahead of the curve. All the footsteps heard. 18 seconds. Backup will be a little bit slow to rotate, but I don't think they might need it. Molotov on Dabby G will take him down to Saucy. 1 jump face up. Martinez with 2. Triple not quite secured. He's stalling out time here. He will just go down in enough of a moment for a bomb plot to be secured. Advantage for the T side as Alex gets spammed up. AW swings in the back lines, and this time it is going to be a break round steal for Magic.
You could see Sasol was so convinced that he needed to play anti-flash there, and there's just no flash. With how little time there was on the clock, that looked impossible for the T's to be able to get that round 1. That's some really good entries. And Martinez knows I just needed that 3rd kill. I mean, it's a bit of a shame that nobody else on the bomb site steps up. I think if there was a bit more of a hold from Davy G or maybe from a Sasol, it does help out, just put pressure on that bomb plant denial. Now, Mopos can try and save onto an M4. You do have a player coming through from the Speedway and in from the Arch, so it could be him getting dropped. Magic get off to that start that they're looking for. Mopoz just about hold on to this M4. No, that means the force buy in the next round is going to be extremely limited.
All right, we have a Magic response. First time they've stolen off the back of a pistol win. Excellent way back into the T side line and establish some early pressure against the Johnson Maze. The force buy will return from the CTs though. First stage loss bonus, so Mag 7 S actually work against the T side line. Masval does take those 2 casualties that return on Sassola Martinez, and the A side's pretty much cleaned up from here. The wraparounds from Alex is 5-7 at range, won't really be able to hold a defensive here.
AW is just waiting to cut rotations, just make it awkward for these banana players. Alex gets a very good kill. I'll tell you what, this steal could be on actually.
How the hell is he doing this? Flashed in, doesn't get the triple. 5-7 in the back line to Mopoz though, they might not expect this. The bomb has been seen. The second player is an unknown. Alex is checking all the corners on the bomb site. The rifle at the feet of Mopoz if he can get towards it. He's checking for the backup player though. Man unheard, unknown, check the site, get height. Tap and defuse. Mag 7 of Davy G. Tapped again, trying to force AW into a fight. Instead, the apartment's dominating. Already heard. M4 engages and Mopoz secures it. I can't believe they got away with that one. Alex at range with the 5-7 and Mopoz a recovered M4. Playing just as cheeky as Magic do.
Well, the timing's insane because they've cleared short and the apartments, okay? They've got the bomb going down. I don't think AW's doing anything wrong, Jay, being out there on the balcony. He's holding for the pit plate in case there is. And Mopoz just come short, and they're just thinking, we've just come there. How has he got that timing? I can't believe Alex has got 2 pushing through that moto smoke. That's the only way that round is winnable, right? Because otherwise, it's just going to be a pure save. Mopoz and Davy are probably looking at it thinking, oh, well, we might as well just back off here. we might as well just hold on to our weapons. Oh, man. The in-game leader of Alex has had 2 back-to-back great maps. It's great to see him individually showing up like this.
Yeah, he's done well there. Huge impact moment from him. And a round steal that counteracts the Magic side just when you thought they could have got the ball rolling.
I love how Mopoz didn't even stick either. He just taps and doesn't peek and he just draws AW in.
Guarantee that casualty, guarantee that round win. Mopoz strikes first once again. Set towards Banana, kill onto AW. Not allowed to find any more impact here.
Alex just trying to spam. Hope to see if he can spot anything around that smoke. This is tough for Magic because you're really in a 3v5 here. I mean, S-Fade's not going to be able to do much on 43 points of health. And how do you even exec B? You've got no molly, 2 smokes and a flash. It feels impossible, and they're not even out of banana yet.
Casualties. Alex strikes 2 down. Mopoz only gets 1 of them. The trade's decent from Kenzie and Masval. Masval still got 3 more to clutch against to win this one. The bomb site could be secured. I say that, and he's actually slowed things down as Bentley has picked up the pace. Rotations are thick and fast. He hasn't got time to rotate towards A without making a ton of noise and giving up the game. He's waiting for them to overextend, but Gentlemates are smarter than that.
They might even give it out here. Martinez to swing out wide. And, well, it's going to be a very light eco going forward towards the T side. And I think just a little bit of a shame here. I mean, we've got this Magic organization that have played 14 best of 3s this year. They've won 12 and lost 2. The record is just insane right now. They're winning so many games. They're getting quite a lot of 2-0 stomps online. And yet they've come on map number 1 where, okay, they haven't performed. Map 2, mate, they've got themselves a gift, haven't they? Lost pistol, 1 anti-force buy. That should be you guys going 3-1 up. And instead, you've got a moment like that from Alex and Mopoz that's now just shifted it. And now you're on the back foot again for 2 maps in a row.
Two-round advantage, broken by State for the Magic camp. All 5 grouped up outside of the apartments. We're looking to, well, I was going to say flashbang, so perhaps play. Try sneaking a bomb plant if possible. Got a little more possible here. Weapon advantage comes in nice and effective. So Saul with 3, Gabby with 1. And Mopos has a little bit of bonus cash on his SMG. Can play all 5 alive and maintain everything that they've gained thus far here, gentlemates, in full control.
And I mentioned the core 4 of Masval, Tenzi, Height, and S-Fade 8. They went to one of those land-to-lands last year. Mate, they even got grouped there. They only got themselves a top 6, couldn't even get into the playoffs. So you now look at this tournament and think, well, we've at least guaranteed ourselves a top 4. We're going up against a Gentlemate side. We want to try and see if we can get ourselves a second place at bare minimum, just like we've been doing online. 4-1, 3 players banana tells you that they're looking to try and clear as much of this space as possible. HG's is not going to do much, and AW gets that open up.
Nays respond back, however, the damage being done by Mopos, credited to Adavi G for the actual kill. Alex can't continue, but his teammates have got his back.
And still another round that Martinez has not upgraded to the NWP yet.
M4 pretty nicely. One man left on this knee defensive, so it's not to make the execution happen. This might have to be a retake call. Mopos will wait for them to extend to the bomb site, tries to get a kill out of it. Masval may drop the bomb as a result of this. Mopos sent in, he takes a fight. As Spade drops, he burns, he's forced forward and will go down soon enough. Meanwhile, the push in towards second mid will catch Tenzi on the lurk. And now is a 3-on-2 retake.
Oh, Tenzi's just in such a good position there and gives it away by jumping up. And Martinez and the boys try and retake Banana quickly. Now, the resmoke will waste out a bit of time, but even still, there's a lot of util for the CTs to flood in.
Masval would have heard them all. High might put a secondary smoke back down as soon as the execution comes in. Smoke to the cross, Heights starts to move a little bit closer to himself. Masval turning away from the flashbang, right to do so. Kill on the first man. Does come up in the end. Height moves forward, doesn't get anything for his trouble. And Masval starts struggling at that 1 kill on Davi G. Second man round the corner, so Saul reduced to 17 points of health. But he gets away with the clutch that holds a 5th round for the Gentlemates.
And it just tells you there's a lack of composure, maybe confidence in some of the late round situations. Masval is hearing them come out of the apartments. Yes, it's not an easy angle when you're working there. You do want to try and catch them off, but it just needs to be a little bit more cautious, be more patient, get yourself a freebie, at least cut one before slowing them down. It's a good effort from Magic. The anti-flash, the 2v3. I think it's a shame that the CTs have 2 smokes for the retake, right? Smoke off Coffin, smoke off CT makes it very difficult for the T side to hold on. And now Martinez gets that AWP. This is an excellent start from Gentlemates.
I think the fact that you're talking about lack of composure, though, might continue to indicate the concerns that we've had for them in terms of performances. Haven't fixed up, we hope to do so. Made damage, can't quite catch S-Fade there towards Banana, who was tagged up heavily by the M4 first and made back towards them. Will eventually force the T's into submission. They don't try and hunt down the one player. Alex would have been there for the trade regardless, but they don't get away with the opening kill on either side.
Well, I think it's very similar to how Ancient was going down. Magic just kept trying to brute force elbow control. They kept throwing Tenzi in to create space, and every single round he wasn't doing anything. They're doing the same thing towards Banana, and they're just constantly losing so much. Yes, they're getting trades, but they're always at a HP disadvantage with working this map control.
Even AW with that responsive would have got tagged up before the AWP and landing directly there. Doesn't quite prepare for the boost up on top of the woodlogs. So Height can take it into a 3-on-3, and that finally reduces that man advantage to something a bit more manageable for the Magic side. And this time without the utility indicating an execution, it draws out that second player of the rotator. Now Saul stands alone on the A-bomb site. 35 seconds, AK in hand. 2 men coming in from brackets. Smoke to the long position. AK headshot on the first and the second. They give themselves up. Triple secured, not quite. Davi denies with backup rotating in quick, but Saul held his nerve and held his own.
It's another very good timing from the CTs. So Tenzi gets deep apps and he's not seeing anything, okay? The pit player's not throwing util. No one's moving on the bomb site. No one's on the moto rotation. So he's probably calling 1A max. They're either long or in the bomb site, and yet Saul is just porch. He's just under quad. He's just out there in short. There's not much you can do about that. Crosshair placement was immaculate. You get 2 kills pretty cleanly. Maybe if there's a 1-for-1, there's something in the round. You can leave that lurk of Tenzi out on the balcony, try and cut someone coming back in from library or out from arch. Just nothing. Nothing presenting. And you just feel that 1-6 down, mate, where do you go from here? You can keep trying to buy, you can keep trying to get heroes up, but even though I think this game has been more competitive than what Ancient is, the scoreline's not showing that.
Round after round, enough edged out by the boys of the Gentlemates. AW with another opening blow in Banana. Moppers flashes way forward, catch the player, completely blinded. C2 more, does get his head taken off as Davy G continues fighting. I want to start thinking of falling away from this. Protect the bomb site at all costs here. 3-on-3 again has led to a HP advantage over the two men that remain over in the banana position. Masval 36, height 38, Tenzies to continue to lurk out towards the A bomb site, but no contact, no damage done towards him, and still, despite the weapons recovered, and the Gentlemates are at the advantage.
Saul just wants to spam ever so slightly, but he really should repos out here towards the Coffin's position. Now, for the first time in a very long time, they're going to try and prod through a resmoke, and Davy G is just holding it. That's such a free kill against Masval.
Height going to lean in next. Cross not locked out. Swing up towards Saul, gets that kill. Tenzi's trades are still not good enough. Yeah, they're looking like they are lit up here. 7-1, Gentlemates. Haven't blinked, haven't filtered. On steal is all they found on Magic. Mates. So I only feel like they're on for that dominant map up here.
Even just when you compare, I mean, Masval's got about 650 maps played on HLTVJ. He's got 13 on LAN, and 5 of them, about to be 6 of them, have come from this competition. These guys just aren't LAN proven. They've not been given many opportunities in the past, mainly because they've not been a part of many successful rosters in the CIS scene. It's only been this recent uptick these last few months, tail end of last year, moving into 2026, where they've started to be really dominant in Tier 2 online. AW days towards this position. S-Fade, 8, and AW are on, what, 30 and 40? And they've not even had a contact yet. They've not even had a chance of dueling.
Is getting active to lean in, get the kill on Masval. He wasn't even a tagged up player there. Heights does end up taking one bad, but now he's on 9 points of health. Alex, 2 easy kills around the corner here. Spray comes up, S-Fade down. Backs away to hold the back up. What a shot for Martinez. He continues with a stellar AWP, accurate as you want him to be. And Height and AW. 14 HP between the two players. Like, you've just got no chance of this one. This is an 8-1. Kill onto Height, kills him off. AW. Take one shot. Back up is right there in the back lines of the site. Now it picks his moment perfectly. Magic. Gonna need some serious magic to dig themselves out of this hole, because this game is looking like it's already over.
Indeed it is, and it excites me for a final because Hotu, their Instaban, is Inferno, which means we get to see Gentlemates as Nuke. And then for 9, they're happy to play Nuke and Inferno. I'd actually say that both of those maps are pretty good in the map pool for Rules and Co. So you're going to get one or the 2 best ones out for the Gentlemates. This has been an excellent showing. Martinez has looked extremely consistent. He's eager to keep fighting. Does miss out on that one, but does give good info that they're trying to take brackets quickly.
Spot the numbers. Hold the nerve of the CT bases. The T side start walking. WG swings in, kill found at the first. S-Fade to drop. Second man seen, turned away from, damage being done in tiny amounts to the other 2 players out there. The T side Masval can't hold on to the Tech 9 casualty. Moppos will be dropped low, but it's another 5-on-3 for the Gentlemates right here.
And it's funny to look at the performances we're getting out of the Gentlemates and thinking, how was Iberian so orgless for so long? Like, we were casting a few of their games, and we were saying they are going to get picked up. But we're confident it's going to happen at some point. But it's a tricky landscape, right? There are some orgless teams that are quite good that do go without an organization for quite a while. But to think it was 6 months, and then you finally get Gentlemates that enter CS for their very first time, and they're now about to have a team that's top 20 in the world.
Yeah, this is just a remarkable team. Storied team. And one that I hope continues on for a long time to come.
It's almost a bit of a shame that back then some Pius decided to leave and Alex decided to leave. Maybe how much more progression we could have seen in previous years if they tried to keep the 5 together. But that's the difficult aspect of Tier 2, right? Is that you constantly get players getting poached, always looking for that next opportunity. And when an offer to go to Ent comes from some Pius, you take it. When an offer goes to NIP, you take it. That is just what happens to any Tier 2 player. Now, I know that you always go through different, let's say, accolades, right, and different levels. It was time for Alex to return, and since he's returned, he's basically got the exact same lineup to the exact position of where they were previously.
And a long ride to get here, and maybe not always as clean, but Gentlemates. A true tier 1.5 side as S-Fane gets 2 kills out on Davin and Martinez. Brackets. The M4 of Sasol gets jump shotted against Masval. Not fully jump shotted, but still jumping through that smoke to a perfect headshot on the first contact. A bit more being generated by the Magic side. Finally some impact. Finally a decent round out of them. Alex can take down one pick. You see the extension's going to lean in towards him nicely. S-Fade for another good 1v1 fight. Another good headshot to take. 3 more to go in this one. Tenzi's right on that corner. Had very little chances to take a stride back. The crossfire's locked between him and Height. Back also not shared for the headshot, and eventually Height will get his kill. Magic post their second on the board. This has also been a bit of a long time coming. 8 in a row for the Gentlemates. And still one more solid buy out of this half.
Well, we just have for the very first time aggression down from mid that we've not seen from Gentlemates. They try and get Martinez in for a second mid pick, and S-Fade just swings the corner too wide. It's an easy couple of kills for the in-game leader. And that's probably the tell to Alex. It's okay, we tried something, it didn't work. So what? Let's go and get ourselves a 10-2. Let's just keep playing the same way that we have. Get that AWP back out, try and pressurize Banana, because that's been the strong suit for the majority of these rounds, isn't it? Always getting an opening pick, or at least getting the dunk damage onto AW or S-Fade. They've constantly been hit with that util.
Engages the AWP, not quite getting away with the opening as Masval instead to take down to Saul. WG just finds S-Fade from beyond that smoke. Martinez with one more pick as AW strikes back elsewhere. A 3-on-3 with that kill towards Donut. Masval working his way back out of the apartments here. Have to take that bomb in from the part of Height. Nades. Oh, coming close, but not to the right man. Masval will drop. Martinez will ensure it. Knowing that mid's clear, the smoke's coming in, the HG's out against them. Kill from AW does come in. Alex is taken head off. M4 of WG going to lean forward, not doing much by the player over towards Donut, so the bomb plant is denied. Kill found. AW stands alone. 2 to his name. The re-smoke coming in. Davi is inside of that smoke. AW is expecting a press forward of it. The press forward himself got a bit of a blind spot for the CTs for the moment. AW challenged against. Fights well enough, but can't get the kills against either of those 2 players. 30 seconds remaining. The nade to open the gap. The AWP to watch the boost. AW's running out of time here.
It's being very disciplined here from the CTs. They're just not over-fighting on this one. They might even give him the entire plant.
Absolutely forced down the fight. Incendiary comes in. Oh, pins him in a corner. He's got no escape. And no time left. Swing forward and Martinez comes in slowly. But it is good enough for the Gentlemates. A 10-2 half. We would have hoped that Magic would have posted up a better performance in this second one. Hoped that they would have gotten their jitters out. But unfortunately, that's not been the case.
Yeah, this has been an excellent showing coming out of the Gentlemates. And I now look at how they've played in this game, thinking, okay, they lost to Hotu Online recently. They just about beat 9 recently. They'd love a rematch against either of those 2 teams, right? They'll look at it on a LAN environment and say, we're probably more proven. Our organization's been able to send us to a lot more international LANs. And even when we've gone there, we've been playing the better teams. They were at, the Star Ladder LAN towards the end of last year. They were at Pro League. So they've definitely been able to get some scalps under them when it looks at 2025. And the way that they've just dispatched, just made it look completely easy here across map 1 and map 2.
Been an excellent showing from the Gentlemates. And Magic up against the toughest task that they've taken on thus far here in Counter-Strike. not been able to match such a challenge. 8 to the good. With 3 rounds for the Gentlemates to close out this best of 3 and take the first spot in the grand finals of IstanbuLAN. This pistol may be the only chance for Magic to deny such an eventuality.
Magic have had it tough from the absolute word go. They've had very few chances across the last 2. They've had the odd round, but then it's just always been stolen with the momentum away. Mopos going to get some util, Alex as well. We've got 3 players starting B, and Tenzi just trying to spot out there in mid and from second mid. Very aggressive with the Canlı individuals.
Burst up, AW, blinded, but still takes down Martinez. Mopos responsive on those Glocks out here. Team side players making a move. Let's with a very good shot onto the first man. Unable to deal with Alex. Now we're down to a 3-on-3. 1 player on bomb site, 2 on the way in. And Gentlemates have still got a couple of smokes they can utilize, but they are not going to commit. They start falling back.
Well, we've seen a lot of heavy lurking on the T side in that last half from Tenzi, and now Sasol is doing the exact same thing on the pistol. He's waiting to see if he can catch anyone, pressing out from the brackets. They are committing quite a lot, but still without Sasol.
Going to lurk back in the apartments as the bomb is revealed. The T's will start their rotations back away from this one, and now it comes up to Sasol to try and cut off the rotators. Tenzi will be the first man into the bomb site. He watched out from the apartments, perhaps. I mean, the 2 men making their way in from the brackets now. Tenzi's on site, seen by Sasol. Bomb crossing, headshot taken, nice and clean to the first player. Second man, not so much though. Davy credited with that casualty. PT50 picked up by Alex. And now trying to work in against the player towards long. 2v2 for this post plant. Davy tagged to half. Himself being pressured by both. Swing up. Alex credited with the kill. Height going to run his way forward. Expecting them to be visible towards long, but no. They swing back from the back lines, back out from default. And Gentlemates will secure the pistol that should secure this best of 3.
And it's always what you're going to notice with Gentlemates with the rifle pack is that because they play such percentage-based Counter-Strike, okay, it's all about the protocols and the timings, you don't necessarily have a star player. Now, we know that Martinez is set up to get a lot of duels with the AWP, but between Sasol, Davy, Alex, and Mopos, every single map you see from them, every single best of 3, the kill counts are always quite similar, aren't they? The distribution's quite clean. Alex, the in-game leader, steps up in that 2v2, fighting out towards Moto and back there towards Short. Now, we are going to get a force buy in from Magic, who do want to try and fight Ghana aggressively again.
W was flash blinded for a moment, but again gets away with that opening stance. Mopos to fall early. Alex tagged to half HP, so man and HP advantage for Magic at the moment, but you are looking at those rifles and there are a tasty couple of trades that can come in from the Gentlemates. When and where do they find them? Back to the A side, it looks like, not just for them, but also for the CT side rotates.
And they need to try and block for as long as possible, especially this long duo. S-Fade has not seen anything, but that HE comes down to him on 18, so now he's got to be a bait for Masval.
Staying away from, headshot taken, second man goes falling, Tenzi picks up Sasol the same. And once again, in this map-up, the pistol win will go the way of Gentlemates, but it will be a break round steal from the Magic side. 4 for 4 in pistol wins for the Gentlemates, 2 out of 4 break round steals from Magic. Both coming in on Inferno to try and do some sort of stuff, some sort of level of decency. The clutch of Martinez is a 1v5, and they give up a couple of casualties, but down to 5 points of health. Tenzi makes it an easy enough return. And they stave off match point for now.
Well, Magic need to make sure they don't lose the anti-force buy round, just like what happened at the start of this map. It's very rarely do you see teams losing both pistols, winning both force buys, and yet still being 3-11 down. They've just had a tough time as soon as the rifles have come in. And for the Gentlemates, there's not too many options when you've got a round to this degree of money. Now, an apps pop is one of them. Maybe a pop into brackets is another one. You can't really NB because you can't take banana, can you? How do you take banana in the start of the round when you don't have the HEs towards the sandbag or the top corner, when you don't have the molly to try and drive out the half wall and the car individual? Very difficult to hit B with this kind of buy.
broken investments. The mate still stole one of these during the CT half. Openings from Mopos, a lot of success being found by the CT bases here in this banana angle. A re-smoke on JW on the roof to find Alex. Get a little bit more potential generated behind this Magic camp. 5-on-3, AW doesn't receive any more at this juncture.
And while it might only be survival rounds for the next few, it's a chance for them to actually show something up in the series, isn't it? Maybe start demonstrating what they've been doing in the scrims, what they've been doing on the online officials with Inferno. I know it's one of their weaker maps in the pool, 7 wins, 5 losses. It's definitely not up there with some of the very best, like their Ancient, like their Dust 2. But yeah, a lot of rounds still in order for them. Very light Eco needs to come here for General Mates because you're only really focusing on getting this game over and done with, aren't you? You don't want to be trying to disrupt the opposition economy. You just want to get the AKs forward and you want to try and close this game out as quickly as possible.
Good one, do it. Again, one good round loss. Won't mean Eco, of course. The focus is all about those rifles in the next, where they will have the next best chance to close down the 12 and 13 to 5s. AKs on 2 players. Mac 10 still for Mopos. Won't be as affected, but needs some players to take a couple of sacrifices to bring the utility out. Same thing for Alex on the Galil for the utility. Saul, Davi G, and Martinez on the main staple rifles here.
4B, early round, tells you they're going to try and take space. They're going to try and run down Banana here.
Well, utility sent over, flashbangs, 8Gs. A lot of damage. There's an incendiary out towards the wood corner. Outside sent in, about. Almost solo out here, his teammate backing him up, but the 2 players that were in addition to the 2 men on the fence and rotate back to a bomb site. Flash forward, Max 10 checks out, 1 goes down, AW pulls the same, and this is what I'm talking about. 1 good round is all they need from Gentlemates. Deeper smokes towards CT spawn as well. They've got no access here, Magic, and you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. You've got money to play with. Maybe you try the Hail Mary retake, because from 12-5, you can't bring a comeback like this.
Oh, I want to see a retake here. Absolutely. I know players are so out of position, but you don't have the rounds to play with. And that was just precision. I can't believe they bring 4B early round. They bombard Banana with util. There's incendiary, there's HGs, and there's just no damage. There's absolutely nothing being presented. And then the T's just take it back easily. Now, there are a couple of kills presenting on the retake. There is an off-angle top Banana, though, and that cashes off 10Z.
Yeah, WG picks him up, S-Fade and Height. Surprisingly, don't have a defuse kit at this moment. And that will give him no more time. It's already past the 10-second minimum. Mopos gets S-Fade. Height's going to try and survive, and he will keep that AK. But it will be map and series point for Gentlemates. 1 more round from going to the grand finals of IstanbuLAN.
And to think that we've had best of 3s where Gentlemates have lost more rounds against the Turkish teams than they have against Magic in a semi. Just building into the competition, knowing that you finally got a challenge and made it look extremely easy. Just lost 6 rounds on map 1, 5 on map 2. It's been an underperformance from Magic, but at the same time, when you look at losing the pistols, the anti-force buys, they've just shown nothing in the gun rounds. They're trying to work Banana aggressively again, and AW is hoping that he can keep repressing back on, because he's the only one that's fighting and winning fights right now. He's the only one that's actually being successful.
All that prominence from the other 2 stars on land, his experience has proven to be the most invaluable part of this Magic camp. As invaluable as he has been, it won't be enough. Not unless he posts a stellar defensive with mass foul here on the B defense. Instead, the T's start leaning away into A, into brackets. Height turns away from short for a moment. The T's are still setting up. Smoke on long. Blocked access for both sides, although the AWP starting to reposition there.
Tenzi is in a good position, but it's height. If he gets overwhelmed, the round's finished.
Smokes on. Tenzi waits. WP from height. Leans forward. What a shot that is. Alex to drop. Can they deal with the rest of them, though? Trades not quite found by the Gentlemates. Mopos caught on his lurk back. It does draw attention from S-Fade away from the bomb site for a moment, but he's wary about the arches and the wraparounds. Not like it will matter, though. Gentlemates are falling back entirely. They're going to save their weapons.
It's a good hold there, coming out of height. It's a very good shot, and then they just play the time, just start falling back. Now, the buy in the next round is going to look okay, because you do have 3 rifles. Mopos and Alex are definitely going to be limited with the economy of where it sits. And for Magic, well, they hold on. They survive for at least another round.
Counter-terrorists win.
One out of 7 to drive it to overtime. It's still a very long way back overall for them. And very liberal use of the tacticals from Gentlemates. As soon as they face resistance, right, let's take a moment, rethink it through. Especially when you've got no real economy to speak of here for the T side. It might have to be a buy down from Alex and Mopos just to get back in line with the rest of the economy state. And I say that, only Davy G's ringing below the $1,000 marker. Still threat to generate from the Gentlemates here. We're up for that force. Let's see what they can do with it.
Well, I think an AK into the hands of AW is pretty straightforward of what he's going to be doing going into the next round, and that's just going to be fighting Banana. Now, at some point, you're going to get a HE stack towards you. There's going to be one coming towards either the sandbag or that top corner position, because that's where he's playing every round right now.
In the early contact of AW, now starting to recognise his danger. And Massfoul, similar story as well towards that B bomb site. Both the top fraggers. S-Fade. AK. Sees one, struggles to deal with it, panics in a moment. Alex gets that kill, the AWP gets caught on reposition as well. Kenzie with one trade. 4 more players to taste him. They all face together as well. And it's as good as done now. No chance of the retake. 2 men down. Massfoul and AW, the B defenders on an A offensive are picked up by Alex first, and AW, again, the most stellar player for Magic here today, but his efforts have all been for naught. They've all gone in vain as the Gentlemates will make it look simple over Magic for a 13-6 result, a 2-0 in this series, a dominant way to end your semi-final matchup and take your rightful place in the grand finals.
That's a great showing coming through from the Gentlemates. They really silenced the opposition. Now, I just had a look there. At last event that they won, which was only, what, a week ago in CCT, we saw Tenzi dropping 50 kills against BetBoomJ. He comes into a best of 3 on LAN and drops 12 today. That's map 1 and map 2 combined. He was just missing, just completely gone. And it wasn't just him, it was the entire team overall. There were moments where you thought there may be someone just trying to show something, but if we're looking at consistency, there certainly wasn't anything there on Ancient or Inferno.
No, not at all. Gentlemates were just in full control from the word go. And that really is to speak of the whole sort of dynamic of this series. And we talked about the experience of the Gentlemates side, our top-ranked team in the whole competition in terms of VRS invites, the Magic side getting their first key opportunity to be at a LAN environment, and they just weren't ready for it, unfortunately. They've been stellar online, and I imagine that they'll return back to that online environment and continue to do good things. I know they have a couple of online competitions coming up in the very near future. But look, I want to see them at more of these LAN events because I think that they've got a lot of potential. I think that's demonstrated on the online environment, but translating it to LAN is another big difficult thing that they have to start to work on if they want to move up the scene.
And I know you were kind of talking about Ho2 with some of the local LANs that they go to. I think now with a new organization, right, with a proper backing, maybe they do go to a lot more of those local LANs, try and soak up a bit more of that experience, because you could tell the way that they've played online to how they've played in the semi-final, it's night and day. Yeah. It's a completely different team. Yes, you are going up against a strong competition in Gentlemates, but you just didn't even show anything in that entire best-of-3 series. So I actually don't even know if that's a good thing or not for Alex and co. I always feel like in a semi-final, if you want to be a title contender, you do want to get tested, so you feel what it's like to maybe be on the back foot or be in a pressured position. They just had nothing in that series at all.
I think it's two sides of the same coin. On the one hand, you've got the opportunity to be like, well, yeah, you could have been more tested, and maybe you would have shown a little bit more evidence to go into this grand final with, knowing that you've had a good run in this LAN. And for the gentlemates, you haven't really had a lot of resistance. You have taken on some teams that you probably should have been beating anyway. So the fact you've won against them, that's to be expected. But equally, on the other side of the coin, you've got a simple 2-0 all the way through the entire series. Throughout the entire tournament. Every single match has been an easy enough affair. They've been pumping teams. They've been showing off those fundamentals. And look, from a tactical eye test basis, they still look like they're confident going into that grand final. It might not show the best of resistances on the opposition, but now they get some time to rest, to prepare, to see how Nine and Hotu are going to perform and get ready for a grand final that on paper should be theirs.
Well, we know that they've yet to win a title under Gentlemates. They've had some tough times in semi-finals on LAN previously. So now knowing that you've been able to at least get it to another grand final, you'll be looking back at what happened in Portugal, getting O2 versus NIP, not really showing up too much of a fight and saying, right, we've learned from that experience previously. We're now going up against a 9 side that's pretty competent in Tier 2. We're going up against a Ho2 side that's maybe a little bit of a cusp above, just with what they had Tier 1 experience of last year. No matter what the opponent is, we should be the favourites, and we're here to try and prove a point.
Well, now we see them in their first grand final. There's a lot of intangibles around that at the same time here for the Gentlemates camp. So we're looking forward to breaking that one down when time does come to find out who that other grand finalist is. For the Magic side, though, I mean, the key takeaway in this tournament is the fact that you've now sort of gotten to see where they're at. They're definitely not a complete online side. They got 2 simple wins during their matches, but when it came time to take on the top end opposition, the tier 1.5 teams, the Gentlemates of the world, still need to work upon that of their own right. And again, to translate that sort of key potential is the next big step for them. Is it just about doing the lands? Is it just about working those CIS events, or is there more behind the scenes that needs to be done by Magic?
Well, I'll be honest. I mean, this LAN's proven nothing. They played nobodies in both of their opening games on LAN. So did the majority of teams in this competition. So you can forget about that. The X-Genk win and the one against Misa, that doesn't matter. It's almost like you've been invited to a top 4 here. Yes, it's a disappointing best of 3. I still think they're going to be very good online. I've watched a lot of their games recently. They are very good, and there's a reason why they're able to beat an Eyeballers dropping 7 rounds on 2 maps combined. It's just the environment. Now, I think that they'll still be a threatening team online. I still think that they could probably win a few more online titles. I think we just need to see them at more LANs. That's the only way that we're going to see them progress up the rankings further and maybe show that there's more depth to the team overall.
Well, look, 2 LAN wins is definitely going to aid their actual ranking points, and they will give them a few more bases. I know that from the start of the month towards where we're at right now, they're just outside of the top 40. So those 2 victories, I think the nature in which they've conducted themselves at IstanbuLAN is going to give them quite the increase going into next month. There's still a couple more weeks to get there, but they started at 59, just within the top 40 at the moment. I think that is an excellent rise from them in the last couple of weeks. And so as they move forward towards more online events, I want to see what they can do in the near future. And again, I want to see where they end up at the next LAN event. But that will conclude our first of the semi-final matches. Our second one is certainly set to bang as Ho2 take on 9. 2 teams that could certainly deliver some performances against the Gentlemates, but only one can make it into the grand finals. Who's it going to be? We'll find out after this break.
güvenince Gaming.TR, efsane fiyatlı tavsiye sistemlerden rekabetin kaderini değiştiren profesyonel monitörlere gaming setup'ın için ne lazımsa hepsi tek adreste. En yeni ekran kartları, ekipmanlar ve oyuncu koltukları tek tıkla kapında. Oyuncuların doğru adresi Gaming.TR.
Welcome back to IstanbuLAN. We're into our second semi-final of the competition as Nine take on Hotu in what is certainly my match to pick for in today's proceedings, at least for these two semi-finals. It does feel like it is the most intriguing one of the two. We've just seen Gentlemates have a pretty handy victory over Magic 2-0 fashion, looking like the dominant force that they are. I don't think there's going to be a true dominant force in this series for me.
No, this is going to be a very tight series. A lot of contention. You've got Nine that are looking to try and finally lift a trophy with this new European international lineup that they've been trying to run for the last couple of years. And a Hotu side that have been playing a lot of lands locally, but haven't quite had that challenge of the European teams.
Indeed, yes. This is going to be an interesting dynamic around this whole series in my eyes. And again, my semi-finals to pick for in this one. As you said earlier, though, both of these two teams could give a hell of a run of the grand final against the Gentlemates side. Both have had their histories against themselves and against the two teams in respective here today. Now, Nine, of course, are coming in as the international, not like onliners per se, but have been around the online tier 2 space a lot more frequently than Hotu have.
Yeah, that's very true. They've been trying to muster up as many of these online showings as possible. They got close to trying to qualify to IEM Rio. They lost out to both Hotu and to Gentlemates. They'll want a little bit of a revenge in that qualifier itself. I will say that on LAN, they've had some reputable showings. They had a 4th place in China towards the end of last year. They got themselves a top 6 at DrakClan Season 4. They got themselves a grand final placement playing in one of the Fragadelphia events out in Miami this year. But they are yet to be able to get themselves a title, even online in the last 3 months.
And this could be their opportunity to take down a Hotu side, especially who themselves have only been getting LAN wins, yes, but in the local divisions and not necessarily on the grander tier 2 space. So if you are the Nine camp, you are probably looking at this one and saying, look, we are the protocol side. We've been taking on some very tough opposition in recent times. Yeah, a lot of that hasn't been on LAN at the same. And yes, we haven't quite finished off the job per se. But if it was a choice between this team or the Gentlemates in the semi-finals, I probably would pick this team.
And Nine have also taken on some reputable names, even in the recent history. You look at the quarterfinals, they had to play GG Howe. And that one, we saw a pretty good-looking team against Eternal Fire, and Nine dispatched them. They made that look very comfortable against Synopsy, against Flatro, against experienced players out on LAN. They got themselves a 13-5, a 13-4. For Nine, it's now about going into this series against Hotu and hopefully just not getting flattened like you did last time around. There was a meeting between the two about 3 weeks ago, and it was not competitive. Now, I'm hoping with a LAN environment, with a stage environment, we do get a difference of, let's say, opinion on just how strong Hotu's going to be and just how strong Nine's going to be as well.
Yeah, that last meeting was actually one of the many victories that Hotu took on their way through the upper bracket of the IEM Rio Global Close qualifier. So before that, Nine have been able to take the victories over the Hotu side pretty handily with a 2-0 series in the previous head-to-heads by comparison. So for Hotu, it's about repeating more recent history rather than extended history and gunning for an international LAN trophy. Because again, we talked about this on Thursday. I sort of brought up my arguments about whether Hotu deserve to be within that tier 1.5 conversation. The ranking certainly indicates that they are within there, but you take a look at their events and it's never truly against that top-end tier 2, tier 1.5 opposition.
It's very true, but I also think recently when they've had that moment and when they've had that chance, they've been able to take it quite well. Look at what they did at Blast Bounty, their debut tournament of the year. They took a map off of Aurora, and that's what, a top 5 team in the world, a legitimate tier 1 contender. So you know that when Hotu get chances like this, they're not going to let it go to waste. They're going to sit here and try and gun for the entire run itself. And I think when you've been able to keep getting into LAN grand finals, you've got to be looking at this against Nine, even if you might think that they're the stronger team or they might be a little bit more informed with just how much we've seen from them recently, and think, well, if we keep getting second places or at least grand finals locally, well, it doesn't matter if we're in Istanbul or not. We're going for the exact same thing again. We're going for at least another grand final.
And certainly if they can make it into the grand finals and actually beat out the Gentlemates camp, then that would give them the reinforcement of saying, listen, we aren't just exploiting the Russian CIS lands. We aren't just taking on low-level opposition and just farming points throughout that. We are a legitimate side that can compete at the top-end tier 2, tier 1.5 level. And that really is what I'm looking for from the Hotu side, to legitimize the points and rankings that they have in VRS at the moment. So win over Nine and win over Gentlemates in back-to-back best-of-3s on LAN here in Istanbul would certainly be 2 points in their favor favour at the very least, if not shutting me up at the most.
Yeah, and to be honest, Jay, I know that we've had some back and forths on it. I even think, look at last year. Look at when Ho2 was able to beat the Bates of the world, the Furias, the Mongols. They've shown that when they've gone to LAN, even against some of the best teams in the world, they can still hang. And I think it's only a matter of time until we start seeing them more at these international events. I know that they're here in Turkey. They'll be in Rio in a couple of months. With being a top 30 team on VRS, you're going to start getting invites to a lot more of these kind of competitions, right? And at least go towards these open sign-ups. So I think within the next few months, we'll get to see them branch away from a lot of those local competitions and start seeing them in the international eye.
And we know as well that not only are they playing in this event this weekend, they're also going back to Portugal to play the Roman Imperium Cup 5 next weekend, which is another LAN event, which they will be having up against some of the other top-end Tier 2, Tier 1.5 squads. BetBoom are going to be there, 100 Thieves are going to be there, Fnatic are going to be there, Gentlemates as well are also going to be there at the same time. So for Ho2, it's two opportunities to sort of, again, prove me wrong and prove all those doubts incorrect and show that they are a legitimate top-end Tier 2, Tier 1.5 side. That's really all it's about for me. That is the key storyline for Ho2, proving that they aren't just CIS farmers. Now, against the 9 side, as you mentioned before, they have had a pretty one-sided victory towards their favour. That was online, so this is the first time we'll see them meeting each other in LAN. This is where all these intangibles can come together and face up against each other. So, map vetoes on screen we're seeing right now. Dwayne, Anubis, Dust 2 and Ancient will be played out in the best of 3 series. We did go see Dust 2 last time out between these two sides.
Yeah, so this is quite a unique veto, okay? So Inferno's always the permaban coming through from Ho2, and we know that 9 don't play Mirage at all. Now, Overpass is the best map in the pool for both teams. It's the highest picked. They love floating it as deciders, but for whatever reason, maybe the head-to-head that happened a couple of weeks ago, 9 don't even want to pick it or let it go towards a decider. So I think for Ho2, that gives them quite a lot of strength in the veto overall, going to something like Ancient that has a great track record. They're really consistent on that map. They look quite comfortable on it in LAN and online. I think for 9, it's going to be very difficult to be able to uptake what was a battering last time. I mean, winning 7 rounds in an entire best of 3 weeks ago. I know it's LAN, but not a lot is going to change from then till now. Ho2 are going to basically want the exact same outcome again.
Yeah, it was the 13-6 specifically, so the bulk of those rounds came in on that overpass, and that was about it, and it's not very impressive, especially when you consider as well back in August, had a head-to-head during the Proving Grounds, and it was a 13-10 win for the 9 camp, so they know that this is a team that can stress them on this map up, even if Overpass hasn't quite been in the highest end of the map pool win rates for the Ho2 camp. So going into some more curveballs here, Anubis, been talking about it a lot since they got reintroduced into the map pool, seeing which teams are going to find their standing on it, and which teams are going to be able to find a new opportunity, and for 9, have seen very little of it on this map since the introduction into the pool here. Mouse and XT beat them, Furia beat them during the bounty, whereas Ho2 have actually managed a couple of good wins. BetBoom and Gentlemates have fallen towards them, and the 3 of the 4 maps that they have played out so far have been victories in that regard.
Yeah, we've only seen one Anubis pick coming through from 9 since the map has been introduced into the pool. So it tells you that they've got maybe a little bit of anti-strat, right? It seems that they've got a new direction, and I think that's always how you have to play it. You and I, we always say if you have the exact same map vetoes from one head-to-head to the next, it's always very difficult. You need to try and give yourself a different way in. I do look at Ho2, though, and considering that their Anubis, like you mentioned, they've at least get some play rate on it, I think this is set up for a 2-0. I really do look at how Kalash has been able to play since moving into the team, how Norbert has taken his individual level to a completely new degree ever since leaving VP. And I think Ho2, if you really do want to try and challenge the Gentlemates, right? If you really do want to challenge for that title, you get a 2-0 against a 9 side here today, and you give yourself a lot of momentum moving into that final game.
And just the notion of what we've seen from them in recent history, and just the notion of what the map pool looks like in terms of this veto process, like that, as you say before, it does seem like it should be on for a 2-0 for Ho2 on paper. It does throw a lot of doubts to me in terms of how this series could play out. I was sort of like umming and ahhing who I look towards in terms of this best of 3 coming into the day. Now I'm certainly on the board of the Ho2 camp being able to score this one, because I haven't seen enough of that Anubis from 9. Now, the fact that they've picked it does indicate to me that they've got some confidence on it. They've been practicing it behind the scenes in their own right. So maybe there's a few more curveballs to throw out the table, but we won't know about that until we actually see it in server. So maybe this is a way to surprise us all. Maybe this is a way to get us started. But considering that they've always been 2-0s in the past between these two sides, I feel like Ho2 have set themselves up wonderfully for another one right here.
And to give a bit of extra context to the viewers, Jay, 9 have oftentimes been a very unique team in best of 3 vetoes. They don't have a set perma. Yes, Overpass is their most, but they tend to pick a lot of opponents' weaknesses. They change up their veto quite a lot. I mean, in the last 3 months, they've picked Overpass, Inferno, Nuke, Ancient, Dust 2, Train, and Anubis. So they picked the map that's gone out of the pool and the map that's come into the pool. It just tells you that Berry's got that mindset, okay? And maybe that gives you a bit of a feel that they're not confident in being the favorite? Do they maybe look at this series with how the series went down last time against Ho2 and think we're the underdog? We've got to do something different. We can't go into some of those strengths that we outline. And I also think if Overpass is your number 1 map in the pool, you don't want to play it against Ho2, and then your number 2 map is Inferno, which is the permaban of Ho2. Perhaps you're just at a veto disadvantage. But perhaps you just come into this best of 3 and you can't get a leg up.
I mean, maybe you are, but equally, I'd also say maybe Nine are making a shift in their map pool, because in the last 3 months, we've seen Overpass slightly start to dip out of favour. And we've talked a little bit about these teams that have these one staple map. It's like, right, that's a solid one. It's always going to be there for us. But then you lose it in a veto process, and it's like, oh, well, where do we go from here? And you don't really know where you go from there. So the fact that Ancient's been played a lot more, Dust 2's been played a lot more. Dust 2 actually has the highest win rate in the pool as well. So technically, if you want to really weigh up the statistics, it does indicate that being as the better map in the pool for them. So maybe there's a few more curveballs to come out from Nine when it comes into going into that map in the second part of the best of 3 as well. Just that, again, that recent history seems to favour the Ho2 side in that slight regard. So maybe there have been some adjustments. Maybe there's a little bit more to show for Nine in this case.
Yeah, we saw some pretty competitive affairs on Dust 2 for both of these teams in this bracket already, which probably shouldn't be the case, right? Ho2 took on Mana in that very last round. The Kosovo boys with Senna and Co. That went down 13-11. Now, for Nine, they played Dust 2 against Pacific, which was one of the Turkish teams in the round of 16, and that went 13-10. So I think both Ho2 and Nine could probably look at the last couple of days and say, yeah, our Dust 2's been a bit average. We definitely need to step it up into the competition itself. I know that this isn't even a map that Ho2 tend to pick very much at all. It's one of their lowest pick rates. They pick a lot more Overpass. They pick Nuke. They used to pick a lot of Train. They've even been picking a little bit of Anubis when it comes to some of these local officials that they're playing recently, Jay. I know that IM Rio closed qualifier as an example, and they decided to pick Anubis against the Gentlemates and got themselves a win there. So I even look at that start of the series, and Ho2 can definitely look at it and trying to get a 2-0. I also just look at both of these teams and think, if you really do get stretched, okay, let's say we go rounds of regulation, overtimes, third map deciders, do you even have a chance against the Gentlemates? Like, with how they looked against Magic in that very last game, I feel as if either team probably needs to get a confident 2-0 win here.
I will temper some expectations on the Gentlemates side, just because it did feel like there was an element of Magic not really able to translate the online success to the offline environment. It felt like they were pressured quite heavily in that respect, and maybe that could also be an intangible element for these two teams. I'm going to say not quite as much, because we have seen Ho2 play at those lands in the CIS region, which do have stages. Nine, obviously, very experienced set of players that I don't think should, in theory, crack under the pressure. Maybe we'll find out in a different regard when the match goes live. But I do want to temper some expectations towards that. Yes, they did look impressive, and I will say that from a tactical basis, from the eye test, it did also look pretty solid in the earlier semi-finals. But I do feel like that's a completely different conversation entirely. For both of these two teams, it's about getting involved here and now. And for Nine, maybe it's also about getting revenge against both of the teams here today. You mentioned before, during the Rio qualifier, they lost out to Ho2 in the upper bracket. They lost out to Gentlemates during the lower bracket semi-finals. So a bit of revenge for on a LAN, for an online tournament that could have gotten you to a bigger LAN for them, maybe up to task for. But again, recent history, that one best of 3, with the fact that a veto, I'm going to back Ho2 in this series. I think that they've just got a little bit more in the Amunar scenario here.
I'm going to go 2-0 towards Ho2. Do you reckon it's 2-1, or you reckon it's 2-0 for Ho2?
Oh, it's the Anubis, man, that gets me. I think it might just be a 2-0 for the Ho2 camp. Let's see whether or not Nine can resist, whether they have got some more aces up their sleeve into the pistol of their map pick. CT side start for them. Ho2 getting ready with the guns.
Kragan just trying to see if he can jiggle on the off angle while the T's are just contacting. Now, in this setup, the only player that can take first contact is going to be Shield, who's very deep in towards camera. There's an info play outside of B main. So Beenox has taken that area away, which means Rules is going to over-rotate. They're going to have 3 players set up on this A stack now.
Kalash leans them in through the smoke. No one's watching it either. Tries to take the engagement, does do his damage. Shield falls first. Rules and Siege will get those trades together, but Kalash and Frontales hold on to the advantage for them. Bomb plant will be secured. And a retake for Beenox and Kragan. No kits or utility to work with here.
Kragan, long range with those Julies, needs to deal with Front Tails, who even has that flash. This is really good map space coming through from Ho2 now.
Good shot from Beanox. Front Tails falls in that second head rather quickly, though. Kalash will get the trade together. The Julie setting for Kragan. Knows where both players are at. Spams away at one man, but doesn't hit any of the bullets. Kalash will take him to return, and the advantage will sit with Ho2 to start. Pistol win.
And it's very similar, Jay, to that CT pistol we saw out on Ancient. It looks unlosable, doesn't it? 3 defenders out there on A. Rules is that player that's rotating in from beach. He can deal with them out from camera. They just get caught napping, don't they? No one's holding that smoke in from camera. They probably just think that Ho2 have put it down. They may be exploiting mid. And just instant punishment. Now, that's going to be something that Ho2 are very good at across this series, Jay. It's just the individuals, right? Players striking with damage, putting up multi-frags. Kalash is the guy that's out on loan from Amcal, and he's been here for a good few months now. He looks in great touch. He's been playing very well at some of these local lands.
Next and start on the part of the Ho2 camp. Partial eco out from 9 should be handily dealt with by the Ho2 side. Execution into the B-bomb site with a split. And I've seen no resistance, so this will be a formality. Can keep the utility if they really want to. I don't see much of a reason to go for a retake. Like, there's maybe more to get some early damage on the piece, but unlikely as it seems, this should be a simple enough start for the Ho2 camp. And 9 can get to the rifles out.
And isn't it funny? I mean, we've just seen Flit and Fame getting benched on VP today. That organisation is in complete shambles. And yet Norbert has been able to leave them, go over towards Ho2, get them top 30 in the world. And yet James has also been able to leave them, go out to Paravision. And look what he's now doing at the top end of Tier 2 and Tier 1.
It's almost like they have a bit of a rotten core out there at the moment. Not in terms of the lineup, but in terms of the organisation, perhaps. I don't know what's going on there, but it's a bit of an interesting pattern to think about.
Even Kickit, right? I mean, he was on Paravision. They gave the in-game leadership over to James. He then went out to go on MIBR and was doing quite well in South America. I know that he's just recently been benched over there. But Norbert, it's funny, right? Because you and I, we've definitely casted him from some of his earlier stages in the career. I mean, definitely remember him on Windstrike and out on Simon. Towards the end of VP, he was really struggling. And I know that he was an anchor player and he's very supportive, but you could see that he was finding it tough. Since he's come here to Ho2, he has been probably their best rifler, and from anchor positions too. He has been frying completely, and maybe it's just a taste of a new in-game leader, a new environment, new teammates, because he's back. He's playing so well right now.
Doing a wonderful job on this new project. A little bit of experience to add to the other players who probably haven't been quite as well versed towards the land tier 2 environment, tier 2 online environment as well when Ho2 do dip into it. Of course, those tier 1 events that Ho2 have been clamoring to get their hands on. Minute to play with on the clock, and Kragan's going to start looking for information here. Swinging the player with utility in hand, but caught by 2 more on the swing. Shield's got to back away, got backup teammates inbound, but maybe T side also striking with a split of their own. Max 10 from Duke Fisher finding Beanox. Kalash follows it up, rolls, trades back from Temple, but it's still a man advantage for Ho2 here. Bomb can cross safely and get planted.
Well, it doesn't feel like a promising retake at all. No smoke to block, no incendiary, and about to be 0-5 down unless this is somehow workable, and it's just not at all. Now this is the map pick coming through from 9, and you can see in the first gun round, they're being active, they're searching for space, but what are they really getting out of it? Kragan gets 1, and then the split just feels so comfortable that the player gets caught up there towards the pillar. Do you look dark? Do you look out there towards main? It's a pure collapse of the bomb site.
It didn't help that he saw like 3 players and thought to himself, oh well, they're all stacked out. Swung upon by 2, couldn't get the necessary damage on Norbert and co. No start for the Ho2 camp. 9 start looking back to the half-bought weapons now, the upgrade 5.7s, the Eagles and the like with the M4, staying in from rules to be a hero saved in not really a hero investment per se. A small something to add in extra towards 9 and their bi-state campaign. And more look towards the guns in the next round before you can really see the resistance, because right now, O2 are off to a flying start.
And one of the great benefits that Ho2 have of playing in the local competition is that it gives you a lot of confidence when you play offline. Now, they've played 18 LAN best of threes on HLTV in the last 3 months, and they've won 14 of them. The only losses has been against BetBoom. Now, I know that those other teams, right, the All-Inners, the NovaQs, they are weaker. There's no denying that. But think about what that is like from a confidence perspective, right? Your in-game leader, Duke Fisher, to know that every single time you get out on LAN, other than your bogey team of a high-end Tier 2 squad of BetBoom, we're crushing everybody. So then when you come out here to Turkey and you get yourself a pretty easy 2-0 in the round of 16, even though you get pressured by Mana in map number 1 of Dust 2, you pump them on map 2. You don't even give them a look in. You 13 for them on Overpass, see you later, straight in towards the semi-finals. You've now come out into Anubis, and it's looked pretty easy. You're up 3-0. It's about to be 4-0. This could be a pretty tasty T-side. If you can get yourself, let's say, an 8-4, mate, you're in a driving position to really put pressure onto Rules and Co. on map 1.
Looking to the T-side as being the better halves for all teams involved. We know that the changes in mid with the new window position has given opportunities and options available to the CT sides, but not enough to truly take this map in the balance. Still T-centric, and Ho2 will know that. 9 will as well. Just against such a situation. You've got Cjot prodding away with the 5-7 beyond that smoke, unable to get anything. He plays forward contact here on this to receive anything in the Ho2 camp. Start to make moves now.
Kalash needs to make sure he doesn't get overswung here by Cjot. Get that clean entry. No, it doesn't happen. Cjot gets a 1-for-1. And it's all a fake though, isn't it? They're drawing over rotations. That bomb's walking out B.
Stop it. Gets away with 1 kill. Second man of Norbert gets dinged down in the process, but does get away with that pick. Meanwhile, Fronthouse has found Beanox. Rotations have been called in by Shield and Rules, where the bomb was seen on the back of Norbert. And Shield will be the first man to fall. Here's the rotating players. Does some tag damage towards Duke Fisher. Now it's becoming a little bit more doable by the moment as the bomb gets dropped finally. And the M4 is not in support. Shield has got a player right around that corner. Knows that Duke Fisher is involved. Here in the second rotator as well. It seems like Rules are going to try and come in with a backstab as Shield reaches positions back beyond the bomb site from Glyph. He makes his way away. Frontails looks to try and engage. Got to go for that bomb. Shield is finally picked up. Now where is Rules coming in from? I think I might have heard that drop off. The M4 leans, does not see his man. Frazier could get caught in the open. No, it's Frontales peeking in from the bomb site. And Rules looking left and right. The pillar gets his man and holds his nerve for a clutch that starts the game off for 9.
We just have Ho2 maybe doing a little bit too much in that round. You've got a couple of players trying to assert some pressure out towards A main, but then they're lurking into B. And that anchor, what a great job that is from Kragan, because he just gets the one necessary one, doesn't he? He wastes a lot of time. He's playing behind default. That 5-7 strikes. And then it just slows the round into almost a complete stall. They're waiting for them to come out towards Electric, to come in from B main. It doesn't help that Norbert is jail with the bomb with 10 points of health. I think if he has 100, he definitely wins that fight against the Glyph individual of Shield. So a round can come up. A very good steal and a very good clutch from the in-game leader there from Rules.
Excellent stuff all around from 9. In a round that they probably shouldn't have been winning at all. It wasn't just the M4 going massive and becoming a true hero. It was the 5-7s that caught players off. Unlikely casualties across that T-side board, and especially towards the B anchor, the rotator as well. Surprising picks that ultimately led into a steal for the 9 camp, and they can start things off well enough. But the follow-up's going to be still just as difficult. Of course, there's 3 confident rounds that came in from Ho2, who's going to leave him with a lot of cash in the bank. So they'll be buying back here with no concerns.
And 9 will look at this core of Rules, Kragan and Cjot and say, well, we've played 4 LAN Grand Finals and we've won 3 of them. Got ourselves a pretty good track record. And against some notable names, Jay. Back in September at the Birch Cup, 2-1 win in a semi versus Liquid. They got themselves in October out to Fragadelphia Blocktober, 2-1 against Ecstatic. And then most recently in January, a 2-1 versus M80. So all teams that compete at the higher end of Tier 2, and Liquid and M80 are in and around the Tier 1 circuit. The one slightly nervous concern, though, was the O2 versus Linvision in November at Perfect World. You look at that and think, well, you should at least be getting a map versus the Chinese team in Linvision. Yeah, it might be home soil for them, but For an international high-end Tier 2 team, yeah, not winning a map, that feels uncomfortable as a result.
Wasn't a very good tournament for the favoured EU teams in general. Jantomates were also out there. They got eliminated by a Rare Atom in the semi-finals the same. It was also a 3-map affair for them. So I guess they held a little bit of confidence. As you mentioned, that one best of 3 between the two sides. That was the 3rd place decider in that event. You are right, though. Like, not to make concessions of that particular regard, but the 3rd semi-final appearance from 9 in the last handful of lands. The last 4 lands, in fact. And found success in all of those except for the Draculan Season 4 event.
DreamHack Knockout wasn't great. That was what?
Oh, yeah, that was a LAN. So I often forget that that's a LAN sometimes. I don't know why. Just because it has very little prevalence in the world of, in like the wider world. I mean, I know it's a Pro League qualifier, but
it was a really important LAN. And I know that they were going through the cycle of having Moto and having Fuzi. Like, they didn't really have a set AWP about then. But losing out to Gen 1 in a round of 16 where you're not even taking a single map feels embarrassing from rules' standards. So, yeah, they have had some early exits in LANs, and they're hoping that that's definitely not the case. I mean, you mentioned the Drat LAN. I mean, losing out to the friendly campers, they were the polls that didn't even get picked up by this new Focus team. So that just tells you everything that you need to know.
so they can stay off elimination from here and go to another final. In what may well become their 4th final since September. Only one of which would have been a title win in the Birch Cup. Can it become a title for 9 in IstanbuLAN? We'll find out as time rolls on. For now, the 5th round of this game. O2 trying to establish some map control in various areas, mid especially from Norbuff, having a little bit of heavy emphasis against him. The nade damage will be pretty staunch. Meanwhile, the CTs will start to take canals.
And Norbert's lurk in mid is just making the CTs active elsewhere. Now, Kalash is making some noise, and they know that this space can be taken, but it seems as if it's just going to be a B end. So they might not even have to retake any of the space in the canals.
The footstep of the one man charge forward. See the aggression. Siege up. Takes him, and that might indicate that there's less a presence on the actual bomb site, so it might accelerate things. It doesn't. They actually cancel for O2. Try a different strategy. Shield is watching for Norbert on that mid lurk. And they can hear them coming back in from mid, so now Shield will know what's happening here. He'll be well informed, as will the likes of Rules, who will stand to attention. AK outside of camera. HE reveals nothing, hides, swings up. The flashbang catches him though, and Norbert is credited with the counter kill. Advantage still for 9. Bomb can still get planted by Hotu.
And they're waiting for this peek from Sidrop. They are drawing in this A player, but the util's going to block, and Norbert's going to try and create space.
And Molotov just a foot away from extending to forcing Sidrop out of position. Meanwhile, up in heaven, smoke on the entry path. Deny that angle of rotate from the CT side. Norbert's going to search. He might have to here. Beanox a big threat. Seen, engaged, not quite found there. The M4 starts to make it move forward. 2 round the corner. Both seen. Mizu credited with the kill. But now him and Norbert are low. The AWP known about. Kragan beyond that smoke. Starts to fade. Engages one. Cedar gets another. Norbert 1v3. Can find that first player. Got a smoke on the bomb. Get towards that defuse right now. The spam of the AK cut down by Shield on his USP. HP damage good enough for the pistol. And seconds posted by 9.
Yeah, I don't like that retake at all. It's successful, but it's so slow. I know that the re-smoke came out towards A, and there was another smoke that went down towards the beach area, but that should have been stolen there from Hotu. They do a really good job at time stalling, and you have to get, what, a diffuser to drop a smoke and hope that you don't get spammed. Considering the AWP is still coming through from camera, any one of those stray bullets towards a headshot, it's just done. There's just nothing in that round. So they get it over the line, but for a map pick, it's not looking confident here from 9.
No, I was going to say, I was like, before we started, I was like, listen, I haven't seen a lot from them. There haven't been all that great results, but maybe there's a few more in the practice that has been giving them some semblance of confidence, but you're right. Very, very shaky start. At least they got their second. The force buy coming in from Hotu. Start to establish damage thanks to the 9 camp. Rules extension a little bit better for him. Still a lot of damage being done towards the man, and Rules will fall away. As will the AK of Seajot. The AWP just saw him on transition away.
Well, rather than crunching the canals and making a lot of noise that you're jumping down and you're putting util in, they're walking a lot of these players. So definitely something that they've seen in the default from Ho2 that they want to try and exploit. We saw 3 players in the canal from the CT point of view last round, and they got an opener. They've now done the exact same thing, and they've fallen off. Now, Rules is low HP, so it's going to be difficult for him on mid to hold.
Bargain sees his man, takes a dink back for the Galil. Not quite good enough to get the kill together. Counter smokes to the CT side. Will block it and start walking out in the meantime. Duke Fisherer catching Seajot looking the wrong way. Trying to bait them out, but in the end costing both him and his teammates life, costing on the bomb site and costing 9 the round.
Anchoring is very difficult, but at the same time, Seajot just needs to at least get one. If you've got Kragan that's dinked, and you've got Rules that's dinked, you have to show up out there on the back plat position, and he just gets absolutely nothing. Just when you thought there was a reset chance. I mean, that wasn't even a great investment there from Ho2. They were struggling with the funds. They lost an opening pick, and yet they go into the bomb site and they don't even lose a player.
A responsive generated by O2 that will start to put pay to the thoughts of 9 getting out of this one. Rebuy can be afforded with drop weapons, 3 men staying alive, of course. Start was so positive. It's not to be in the end. Tactical called in by 9, and probably appropriately so. Like, it's been 2 rounds in a row. But we need more confidence out of them to really post up a result here.
Well, this is where Rules and Berry need to get together. Now, they've played over 200 maps together on HLTV, first being teammates in 2016. Now they're coach and in-game leader. So you've got a different relationship, but you've got one that you know where each other's strengths are. You've got to look at this CT side and say, okay, water is being successful for us. We're getting opening picks there, but we need to stabilize more against the site hits. So do we need to play deeper? Do we need to maybe hold util more? Do we need to be researching? Do we need to repressure into B main, repressure into A main after we're getting these opening picks? They've got to come up with a concise game plan, because if you can't adapt early enough, this game's done, isn't it? It gets 6-2, and then from there, well, you just don't have rounds to play with on your map pick.
Hoping for is a decent comeback on T side, but as you've seen times in the past, if you lose control of the matchup early, if you don't get a decent enough half in, it won't matter how good your second half is. Damage on Kalash, at least a good enough start for the 9 camp. Now taking directive contact at least. So the heavy-handed 3-1-1 setup shield. The AWP joining his 2 B-site defenders in Kragan and Enox. Towards mid and challenge Rules, the mid defender, the captain of the team. Doesn't draw any attention away from the CT side. No responsives just yet, although they will start to generate some. 1 breakaway of Beanox will support that mid control.
Well, Norbert's loving mid. He's just working this every single round, isn't he? He's pressurizing camera, making it uncomfortable for the rotator out in Temple. And we're seeing very few B hits. They've not even taken canals that frequently on the T side. It was only that B split we saw previously. Now Shield is posted. He needs to get one here with the AWP and fall away.
Last angle, C1, drive right past him. Gonna get caught in the open. Duke Fisher, easy enough kill. Kragan Incendiary, can't even get a casualty against him. The Duke has been wonderful in the AK thus far. Excellent entries, excellent site takes. Another excellent round from the Ho2 side. 5-2 now.
Now, as an AWPer, when you get baited out from Electric, there's 1 or 2 things you need to do, Jay. The first one is either block with util or post to get a secondary chance. Get yourself on an angle where you can fire again. He just does nothing, does he? He falls back, he doesn't drop any util, and he just gets swung. I mean, that's the easiest kill that the Duke can ask for. And now Rules and Beanox are just in saving positions where you might not even be able to save. These are around the corner, in with a teammate. Really good trade, really tight there from Kalash. And this is now 5-2. Beanox is probably thinking, lads, what's going on right now? We're really struggling to put up rounds.
2 rounds that have been gained by 9 thus far have been laboured, and of course the 5 that they've lost towards Ho2 have been very, very particularly easy. It is not an encouraging sign for 9. Especially now that the buy state is pretty much decimated. You've got a hero for Mars coming in from Beanox, but that'll be about it. A half buy at best for everyone else.
And I was mentioning how you got the relationship with Rules and Berry. Well, what about Mo and the likes of Norbert? We both know they're major winners, but they played on K23 and Simon for a good couple of years together. So that's another helping hand of what he's brought now coming into the team, is that he's not necessarily an in-game leader, but they've got that relationship of being ex-pros together.
Jock, good fight onto Clash, but Frontales takes him right back. Gonna work these pistols. Disadvantage. 9. So simple to Fissure and try and worker engage against Kraken. He's been so successful with these faster plays and the AK in his hands. Against the pistol plays. In the end, Kraken will actually catch him on the guard. So one pick back alongside Rules, hiding in the window alongside a teammate as well to swing out from mid. And suddenly, the steal is right on here from the 9 camp. Frontales with one trade, but now all 3 remaining CTs have rifles to work with.
That's a very cheeky angle coming through there from Rules. Frontales is hoping that they don't recover that AWP out towards the rugs. Now, he can at least get a bomb plant here and just make it expensive. Now, the chances of actually winning a 1v3 when 2 players have got armor and everyone's got rifles, I think is very unlikely. But to get a kill, I could see it happening.
He's going to go hunting for it. Taken aback, so now Frontales will prioritise this bomb plant. Incendiary on towards camera to stop the rotations and smoke for cover out towards main. And Molotov will get sent in by Rules to confirm the position. It will land inside of that smoke though. And Frontales hears them. Both can't isolate Kragen. We'll start the round on the Pino and we'll end it off all the same. Another steal for the 9 camp. They third to their ball. We need some more though.
Yeah, well, we need to see them win a gun round, don't we? They've won a steal out on B. They've now won another one towards this A bomb side. And that's positive because you know that you're lopsiding the economy of the T side. It maybe shows an inability on Ho2's default to deal with the weakened weapons. But if you're not following up in gun rounds, it doesn't matter what half you're in. You're just not going to be strong enough to be able to claim the map victory. So I think Ho2 got done by a cheeky position from Rules, that double kill in from mid. Now it's about focusing up going into round number 9.
Two to the goods still for Ho2. See how 9 are going to adjust these rifle bases. They know they recognise the danger of Norbert being out in that mid position. So they brought a second player to join roles. And Shield now starts to play the initial contact of A. So utility to try block with, but a smoke and a flashbang. No Molotovs to defend against the main pushes, which will now be taken cleanly by the Ho2 camp. So he falls back sight. Smokes coming down to block off the entry paths. Shield is forced to use one of his own to extinguish those flames. Provides some rotation room for his teammates. In the end, Norbert gets that kill on the first player. Siege with a decent enough response. If York gets involved, Siege doubles up towards an extending Norbert. And Mizu will trade back onto the pole. 3-on-2, favour to the CT side. Kragen starts to make a little bit of a faster move here. The H2 go absolutely nowhere with it, but Shield lands one more. Mizu drops and Frontales is alone. Incendiary away from the fountain. They get given the grieving room to get out towards main. Jump base at the AWP, the CT side in the meantime. Trying to work a missed shot, work a bait. In the end, Beanox gets caught, and Shield will have to respond back, which he will do so with success. Another expensive one, though, from the CT side.
And if you look at how Shield was playing out on Fragadelphia or Miami, you'll notice that he's been very consistent. He's been a good AWPer since joining up here from 9. And he's been playing with the team since the start of the year, was at 3rd of January, but only officially got signed towards the end of January. A guy that hasn't had a huge amount of LAN experience. He's got less than 70 LAN maps on HLTV, with about 20 of them being with the 9 organisation. That's a good sequence from him, though. When the team's struggling, they're finding it quite difficult. He puts up, what, 3 on the overall defensive out there towards A. So nice individual sequence from him, for sure.
And tactical for Ho2 this time now. Because despite the resistance they post and despite the laboured efforts of 9 in these rounds, the economy has been broken on the T-side basis. So this is a chance for 9 to usurp the opposition and get into the lead. On CT side as well, hasn't been 100% confident, hasn't been the cleanest of halves or cleanest of games thus far from 9. 7-5 is a possible scoreline from this position. And on such a T-sided map, imagine what that could do to the confidence in the 9 camp.
Well, let's have a wait to see what this eco is going to present, because it looks to be a quicker B pop. Might just try and beat them with pace here.
Right with aggression, see so many players, doesn't know who to aim towards, so those bullets fly all over the place. And Duke Fraser accredited with that kill is Norman that picks up the M4. Warper's shield now forced to counter. Rad's rules extending towards mid. In the meantime, gets caught on the drive-by. Oh no, this is not good for 9 at all.
I love that they cancelled there out on B2. Rather than just committing to go into the mincer, they slow it down, recover a rifle. Now, Sidjot's in a very good position to wrap around and potentially win the round. It just depends. Does he go mid or does he go towards B?
It was mid take one player, the second player out there though, back will return. A search for the man, jump around that corner, and still Duke Fisher nails him a triple from his take 9. He has done wonders for his side. Shield backlines towards spawn, looking into the B bomb site, has cut down the bomb carrier. So now the round becomes presentable again for the CT forces. Orchestration Kragan comes in against Frontales in the end, can't deal with Norba, and now they have their exit strategy. Back away, avoid the orb, go into the A play and leave Duke Fisher just to bait Shield in to make some noise to keep attention drawn towards the B bomb sites.
Shield might have a very good timing against this rifler. Oh, this is very questionable. Nah, Shield's he's done now.
Yeah. I heard him rotating as well, so that bomb not fully committing to the A bomb site will now get planted, and there's no kit for a retake, there's no utility obviously. AWP not ideal for his weapon. So he'll come in, realise it's not the A site, start rotating back immediately, but just in two minds of whether he goes for it or not. In the end, we'll go back and save, and he's being heard as well. There's a hunt on for him. What a steal this is for Hotu. 9 bottling this round. This could have been a huge one for them.
Well, you've got Beanox that's just playing rubbish right now. He's 1 and 8. He's being punished in every single duel. What is Sidjot even doing in mid? He gets himself a very clean kill, and then he just doesn't even have his weapon drawn. He's like jumping around with his knife, and then, oh yeah, there's a second player we didn't know about. Well, what's happening? It just... question marks, and that will be frustration for the coach. That will be just a pure annoyance to an in-game leader, because that's set up for a really good back end of the first half. 2 rounds in a row, you're up against a light Nico, and controlled it.
Just to add to the struggles that 9 have had on this map. At least they can afford an investment. And just going down against the T-side line. Doesn't land fully onto main, so he's just got a little bit of lead on. Those second ones are going to have to come in against him. Trying to play that aggressive A main angle, but just not finding the kill for it. Not enough vision, not enough contact. The teams are all set up for an A-side hit.
And you've got a lack of util to block here. Shield has got no util, Sidjot's got nothing, so they're just going to get overwhelmed if this is going to be an A-take.
They'll try to flash in towards the water entrance and try and catch the T-side players instead. Missed out that utility entirely, a complete waste. Now has no vision. Start to back away to a passive line of defense. Smoke will come in as they start to realise the execution is set, and he just can't do anything to block it. He'll fire blind and hope he lets his teammates inbound from camera. Norba gets one, Mizu gets another. Rolls with one trade, but he's now dead. It's an advantage for the T-side. Moves in towards Flash, plays distractions, allow Kragan to kill, but Duke Fisher is just way too good right now. To contrast the awkward performances of some players on the CT basis, he's up to 11 and 4. And a 1-on-3 for Beanox. 1 kill deep in this map. Exit frags at best, not even looking towards Mizu. Headshot taken, and Hotu have the half.
And the trading is just so tight from Hotu. Every single bomb site hit, the pathing, they're almost shoulder to shoulder, aren't they? And it tells you that as soon as there's a death, is an instant cleanup kill. Now, considering that 9 have won 2 ecos on their map pick, it's pretty embarrassing to get 4 rounds at max. Well, I think it will be max. I don't think they're going to get a 5th here. You should be posting so much more in the gun round department if you've got confidence in this map to pick it on a LAN semi-final.
And again, I know it's CT side and all, but just nothing in this opening half is screaming, yes, we've got this map. This is our map. This is our new home territory. None of that comes out of 9 at all. Cardball of curveballs, Hotu. Laughing situation. Funtails has landed on Beanox, rules. Can he get one pick back on his pistol? Of course, it's a force buy for the last round of the half. The only M4 in play for Kragan. And a man advantage for the T side, as you would expect. Seajot stands alone, 5-7 in hand to receive the execution, which should be inbound from mid.
Seajot comes out wide and just gets nothing, overwhelmed. Round is completely finished. Hotu have looked pretty capable out here on Anubis. This is a good sign to the best of three moving forward. Everyone's delivered. Frag counts have been quite solid. And it's the in-game leader of Duke Fisher, who's been averaging a .96 rating on the 4 maps of Anubis played in the last 3 months. That's up here at 13-4.
Yeah, Funtails picks up that last kill pretty nicely. He gets to 11-6 on his own board. Not quite to Duke Fisher's level, but still 2 excellent players performing well enough for an excellent half. An 8-4 half for Hotu, which really puts the pressure on 9 now to get into the second half and get on the attacking basis. They need to start with a pistol win in my eyes, and they want a chance of taking their own map pick.
And I think we should add for context to the viewers, Jay, that Hotu as an organisation have always been based in the far east of Russia. So they always used to struggle a lot more online just because of ping, especially some of the earlier iterations of the team when they had, let's say, Lampada in there and some of the I think Rain was the in-game leader back then too. Their ping was just awful, 900. So they would always show up better on land than they do online because of just the environment. And I think that's when they were surprising teams at PGLs and being able to get wins at Pro League. It was kind of legitimizing the team. And now I look at them and I think, well, they're showing on LAN, even against the Kazakh teams and the local Russian teams, bro. They're beating everyone except BetBoom. So I only want to see them play more of these European teams. I want to see them take on the Manners of the world and the Nines and potentially the Gentlemates and start just ramping up to say, okay, well, can you beat the fodder, but can you also beat those higher-end squads? Can you beat those more dominating Tier 2 teams?
Do you know if they're still based in the far east of Russia, or if they've moved over to like the more western side of the country? Because that might make a difference in terms of their online performances. I talked earlier about how the fact that they don't do well in the online tier 2 cups and they can only do well in the in those CIS-based lands. So maybe that might be another factor for Hotu in general. Certainly looking impressive on the star here against 9. That much is undeniable. Not even 9 can look at that and say that was a good half.
I mean, even just to get them out of the Asian scene, I think is a positive in itself. I mean, they used to play in ECL Asia, and I mean that's just a joke out there. So when you start going up against the European teams, and even some of these like the NovaQ, I mean that's Nealon and the boys. I know that they might not be known to a lot of our English viewers in Tier 2. They're actually quite good. They play some decent level CS. So I think everyone playing one another in these local lands that they're attending is only boosting some of these Russian teams to get them stronger for European competition.
Second half pistol sets are in. 9 on the T side are taking the very careful approach to this default. Attempts to lean forward, the flashbang sent over by Seajot. Up to this block of potential. Mizu flash forward, killed off by Seajot first. Norbert with a decent responsive with his dualies is able to turn it into a 4-on-4. Now the mid fight's coming in from Beanox, who lands his second kill of the game against Funtails. Duke Fisher can hear them rotating back towards Temple, so now the B side defenders, well, they are no longer there. Norbert extending out towards this water position will get rolls to drop, so that's 1 casualty. But now they're basically sitting for a retake here, Hotu.
And knowing that they've got Norbert still with high HP with the dualies and armor, they've got themselves a smoke and a kit. It looks promising on the retake.
Good shot from Shield. Excellent stuff. Norbert down. Duke Fisher still in play, though. That key threat. Second man in with Kalash checking all these corners. Noise being made by the Duke. Smoke towards Electric. Swing out from one player over at main. Going to try and get dealt with. Duke Fisher needs that headshot in real quick. Can't quite get him. Kragan returns fire, and Beanox pushes the smoke to take down the last of Kalash. All important pistol win. I said 9 needed that at the very least to formulate a decent T side. Well, they just got it.
Well, that lurk in mid was everything from Shield. Great tap with the P250. Cut that camera player of Norbert rotating over. And 9 get off to the positive start. Now, we did see 9 in the round number 2 break, just not even force buying, keeping it as a complete like eco. And that's exactly what Hotu are going to do now in the second half.
Indeed they are. And we'll stack on B in the hopes that 9 push the issue and they can steal some rifles out of their hands. They're leaning into the A-bomb site with that bomb over in water. T-site execution should be thick and fast. As soon as they face nobody, it will be over effectively. The rifles are the main point of contention for Hotu, because as you said, the lack of rifle wins from 9 in the first half were the big concern, although main concerns now start to come in. The CTs will push the issue, though. They'll recognise the stack in now from Shield, who will pull that bomb's attention. Kragan deals with them pretty effectively. They do lose one of those rifles. Second one doesn't quite drop down. They ensure that it doesn't go into CT hands either. Rules will pick that AK right back up. Everything maintains for 9.
Front tails to get on that AWP as quickly as possible. Wasn't AWPing very much on that first half. He was doing quite a lot of rifling. And he's someone that's pretty much unknown to the wide variety of viewers. Played out on Hester, and then that's it. He came over here towards the Hotu side around August period last year. So around 6 months now. Doesn't have many maps played on LAN. Currently 63, with 60 of them being with Hotu.
It's been the breakout team for a lot of these talents. Especially the old iterations where there really wasn't any real history to speak of for a lot of those players. A lot more in terms of this team. A little bit of utility from 9 running away in the lead of Molotovs. Sent in to main. The drive CT's back, smoke up the entrance. That will block access for 9.
And Mizu knows that if he gets mollied, he can just smoke himself out, and they're being aggro towards B main. So they're getting a good tell on this. They're going to rotate players back over. This should drive front tails into the A defense.
Centralized hard walking back though. CJOT can take him. The AWP fires blind beyond that smoke. Trying to upgrade to some better rifles. Oh, but front tails don't CJOT in. Norbert catches a kill on rolls in the meantime, so advantage is maintained. The AWPer close range Beanox round the corner. The M4 swinging first. Duke Fischer credited with that kill. Now it's Kragan and Shield. 2 versus 4 scenario. Swing up. Norbert frowned upon. And Shield can only do so much now. 1 kill isolated. Second one lesser so. And Hotu are on the CT board to 9.
Yeah, I always remember, Jay, me and Retro used to always talk about Beanox quite consistently in Tier 2 as a rising talent. Played in that Permitter and Lost Giggoth skies when they were just grinding event after event. And it was only a matter of time until he eventually got a call up to basically a better team in an international project. And while I do rate him as a rifler, he has looked so poor in this first map of Anubis.
Yeah.
Even there, towards the top of the bricks area and towards camera, man, he needs to be wide swinging for damage. He needs to be slowing down those rotates. What a wallbang spam that was from front tails to set up the round. But it's just the T players not creating the space. I feel for Sijot. It's such a good entry. I mean, to deal with the anchor of Mizu with 1 molly and just spam him, I mean, that's what you need to open up A.
Glad you've got 1 better for front tails. Is just the extra cherry on top. Now Hotu. Once again, have the owners shift in their direction. Momentum with them at this stage when money buys being weakened on the T side. Shields. Orb looking in, missed shot, near to hit that one. You can't afford to miss out opportunities like that. Mollies from both sides. Meanwhile, CJOT's trying to get the entry again towards A main. Bombs on the back of the captain, who will start to commit it, move it back around into some sort of B split. It's what the setup looks like here.
It's crazy that the CTs have actually been able to force electric control away from the T side. Almost every time, if you gain electric, the CTs can't take it back. And just the baiting of the shots, the retaking util, Duke Fisher is going to clear out as much of this as possible. The AWP is waiting for an overextension.
And he's not being given it. They know that there's so many around that corner. So much ult have been thrown out. The AK leans up to Beanox. Fight on the Duke goes awry. C-Drop with only one pick back. The AWP at close range can deal with Kalash to maintain a 3-on-3. Rule starts walking. The player at Cliff is going to hide until Norbert reveals to drop that bomb. Look up for the double. And a triple sequence straight to the dome of shield. And that is excellent from him. Excellent again from Ho2. Back in the 4-round advantage and back in full control.
Bro, he looks unbelievable. That is such a good hold for the back of Cliff. It's one of those positions that normally when you get detected, you just can't follow up with a kill, can you? Because you either get mollied or they're just pre-aiming you. And that AK has just had some sick bursts. Oh, that's such a joy when you watch individual sequence like that, because it's so precise individually.
Another point in the column of Ho2. 9. Got pistols only for this next execution, and it will be the A-site player where Mizu's holding from. I think it'll make a massive difference though. He was struggling a little bit with the kill. Frontal's there to back him up, and now that bomb does most definitively get dropped. Spam down the one player, running out, bomb plants. Just about gets secured by the one man that remains of Kragan. It's 11-6. Cash bonus for the 9 side to work with as they bring in the gun investments. An all-important round that needs to go well for them, else they will be crashing out of their own map pick with nothing to speak of. Right time to call a tactical in my eyes, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
I'm not sure what the coach is going to be able to adjust, because on the actual server, they're just not competing. The gun rounds have been whitewashers. You've got the AKs consistently being in the hands of Ho2 for these last couple of rounds. Norbert's got one, Kalash has got another. And you've just got players that aren't doing much. Kragan's 11 kills. I don't really remember too many kills from him. Shields looked okay on the AWP. Rules looked okay in that first half. I think Sidrot had some good holds on the A anchor, and he's had some good entries in the T side. But when you have to think about who's done well, that just tells you that it's not been consistent, has it? We've not had players stepping up to the plate at all.
It's lacking impact even in those players that are 11 kills, 12 kills deep. It's easy to point out someone like Beanox and say that he has been one of the key issues, but it really has been across the board. Five to the good. And 2 rounds for Ho2 to claim victory on the opponent's map pick here of Anubis. And I'm just left questioning why 9 decided to go this direction. I know that the map pools could balance in the favor of the Ho2 camp, but just it clearly that they weren't ready to bring this map to the play. And just even look at that. Shield peeking in towards mid. Shield dead to front tails. Advantage for Ho2 once again.
It definitely feels underprepared. And for a map that's potentially about to go 0-3 on the last 3 months since it's been introduced into the pool, Beanox just full blinded. Mizu,
how?
Don't know. Sidrot's just so blind.
What are you doing, man? You were in the corner. You were so ready. You've gone back into the open space. Oh, I don't even know what to say anymore. 9. This is embarrassing now. 12-6. Map point for Ho2. An international side that we always have high hopes for, but there are no hopes higher than this. This is going to be the end of their own map pick, and yeah, I mean, what else do you say at this point?
Well, I certainly didn't think it would go down to this degree. I mean, you and I both went towards the Ho2 side. I was pretty confident in a 2-0. I was not confident in a 12-6 where 9 have looked stronger on the ecos than they actually have in the gun rounds. This has been a very disappointing start to the series, and they've been slapped into reality pretty quickly, that's for sure.
Back to the drawing board, it seems like, boys.
Oh, Norbert somehow outside B main.
I mean, because of course he is. He does manage to get picked up at least by Rules, so there's that little punish. And now the main T side of Force maybe looks into this A bomb site rather quickly as well. Using those smokes though will block them away from sight. We'll know there's presence up there. And eventually it doesn't seem like it's going to form into some sort of split play. The mid-access rules actually takes down Frontales next. So 5-on-3 established. The captain finally put in his place by Mizu. Now extends out with the flashbangs coming in against the inside line. Just as blind by them as the CTs are. Mizu does drop next. So 4 versus 2. A little bit better from the 9 camp, but the concern is less about this round and the way they performed in this round, and more about the fact that you still got a total of 6 in a row to make up. You make one out of those 6 here and now. That's assuming that Kalash and Duke Fisher don't do something really silly, which, considering Duke on 15 kills, actually wouldn't be that impossible. Bounce shields, C-drop light feet. Oh, they're going for it. Oh, they're going for it. Duke Fisher finding Kragan out towards Bean on a quick turnaround, and Beanock stands alone. One headshot taken. He saves his side, just keeps control, just keeps control.
And the one thing that I was thinking about basically in that 4v2 is, mate, let's just see how expensive this gets. Because one alive, bro, there's going to be Galils out in this round. You're not going to get AKs for everybody. There's players on 4K or lower. So let's have a think about who actually wants AK armor to go and get the extra util. We've got a Galil into the hands of Sidjot. We've got another one for Kragan. That was nearly on, and that took some serious recovery there from Beanox in the 1v2.
Most definitely. A good sequence out of the man that has been underwhelming thus far in this game. C-Jot leans in. All the Frontales watching with Mizu leaning forward fast forward, getting Frontales back rather quickly. Mizu adjusted against by Beanox, and 9 seem to hold their line, hold their nerve, hold this A-bomb site. Now Hotu are forced into a save call. No choice in the matter on this one.
They just run into the lighter bomb site, and I think Hotu will be quite happy on saving the majority of these rounds, because where their economy is, especially with the loss bonus that will start to kick in, if they can keep 3 alive, you just keep buying, and then eventually you get an opening kill, or you get the right bomb site that's stacked up and 9 just run into you. Good entries coming down from Beanox and from Rules, so 9 get themselves up to 8.
Out of 6 taken by this T side. And these rounds have come in strings of 2 for them throughout both the first and second halves, so I hope this isn't an indication of the end of the road.
Well, there's similar signs to the semi-final that they played recently on LAN versus M80 out in America, where they got pumped on their map pick, but returned in the series, put up a really good map number 2 performance, and even won it on the decider. You hope that that's something that can entail here.
Kalash holds point contact here at Electric. Kill off the first man, blind sprays to the T side, trying to get the return, but in the end he gets a double, a triple of frags. A 4v2. He's looking for even more here. 2 more men out from the main entrance. Frontales lands one of them. Shield could take a trade back, but now he's being worn down by the CT player. And there it is. End of the first map. For Hotu's favour, 13-8. Very, very disappointing from 9, I have to say, though. Like, I expected a lot more out of this team. And on their own map pick, it just wasn't ready. It just wasn't ready.
No, not at all. And it's got to be a good feeling for someone like Clash, right? Your ex-teammates that are now out on Magic, that old core of DMS. They've been knocked out of the semis. They didn't even give a fight towards Gentlemates, and yet you're now over here on Hotu, and it doesn't even look like 9 are putting up much of a fight at all. That was comfortable, and I actually think that scoreline was probably a little bit misleading. We had a clutch of a 1v2 that had to come through from Beanox. We had 2 ecos being won out there in the first half. We had a lot of, let's say, extra things that went right towards 9, but as soon as we went into gun v gun rounds, Hotu were the far superior team.
Indeed they were, and there's really not much else you can say outside of that. Like, it just came down to lacking, I think, in fundamentals, in team individual performances, in just the map itself in general. Like, it just felt like they didn't really have a level of confidence that you need to have for your own map pick. And that's a very concerning factor for this 9 side, because you are going into Dust 2 next up, which is a good map for you yourselves, but it is a pick of Hotu for a very good reason at the same time.
Yeah, they pick a lot of it, and when you've got two teams that are quite familiar on one map, quite strong on one map, you have to have a look at what's just happened in the previous and say, can we get any comparisons? Maybe can we think about on-the-day performance? And it doesn't give you a lot of faith here from 9. It's always nice to see a team fight back in the series and maybe give us a chance for a third map decider, but with the way that they performed, I think that the camp of Hotu will be very satisfied with what they've done just there.
Indeed, they should be. So, look, there's a lot of questions to ask here for the 9 camp now, because this is going to be the second time that they could get blown out by the Hotu camp, and this time on a LAN environment, right? Not just by the online virtues of the IEM Rio qualifier. This could be a semi-final in a tournament which 9 were at least budding to try and make a run at here. I mean, we talked about the fact that they've been in several grand finals at LANs in the last handful of months in September. This doesn't look like it's going to be one of them, unfortunately. Like, this has just been not good enough in my eyes.
And we keep talking about this rematch from the qualifier that was 23 days ago. Mate, Frontails went 34-9, Mizu went 30-17, Norbert went 30-13, and Kalash went 27-18. And I think you get very similar signs with what's happened out here on Anubis. In the individually, they just aren't putting numbers up on 9, are they? We're seeing the kill counts be very low. And Hotu's side, where we're getting a bit of X Factor, we're getting some good multis. It felt very clean, very comfortable, and yeah, I think for Anubis to come out as a little bit of a punish, as a bit of a surprise, something we don't usually see from 9, Hotu have just gone in there and said, don't matter what map you pick, you can pick any of the 7 in the pool, we'll still beat you on it.
Yeah, no doubt about that, and now the fact of the matter is you're going into one of those map ups which they probably should end up beating them on. Dust 2, the pick of the opposition, the pick of the Hotu side. Now we need to see whether 9 can generate some of that more winning potential. The question is, can they do it? I guess we'll find out in that second map. Yes, Anubis will conclude in particularly good fashion from the boys over on the Hotu camp. And look, at the end of the day, it is going to start to concern 9. I think that's the main thing we can really take away from this situation, because, you know, we are talking about a team of Hotu that if you are a strong European side, you should in theory be able to test, and 9 weren't able to test them at all. You know, like, this is a team that very clearly come to LAN, do extremely well, and on your own map pick, like, it should have been far better from the 9 camp. I'm not sure if it was a nerves thing. Maybe you're looking at a guy like Beanox, for example, and saying that you haven't quite had those stage opportunities as frequently as some of your more veteran opposition. But the reality is that it should have been much better from the whole team as a grand scale of things. So there needs to be a massive turnaround, I think, for Dust 2, Dwight.
Yeah, and maybe even to think about some of these local LANs that they've been playing recently, just getting reps on LAN. It doesn't matter what the level of competition is. This is now your 19th best of 3 on LAN in the last 3 months. That's a lot of games. I think a lot of teams in Tier 2 are screaming to play nearly 20 games on LAN. You might get the odd one here or there. Maybe your organization sends you out to one LAN. But because they're going so frequently, they're getting ready for this level. And I think that's maybe something that Magic really struggled with in their previous semi-final, and something that's aiding the squad of Hotu to their success.
Indeed, you know, and again, for 9, it's all about turning around the individual performances. Maybe it's like similar to Magic in what they were doing in their series, and that you didn't quite show the level of fight back that you were hoping for. So maybe it's about showing that level of fight back in the second map of the series, trying not to get stomped out and trying to make sure that something happens on Dust 2. It will be our second map of the series. After this very short break, don't go anywhere. Hotu could wrap this up rather quickly. Welcome back to IstanbuLAN. Time again in map 2 between Ho2 and 9. Ho2 currently lead the charge in the series. Anubis went by swimmingly for their side of things. And not even their own map pick, Dust 2 is their map pick. But we need to see a little bit more of an improvement from the 9 side. Right, a little, I really mean a lot. It generally was pretty disappointing from that Anubis performance from them.
Yeah, we do have some good performances, though, from them on LAN when it comes to Dust 2. So maybe that can help them increase an individual showing, a team overall. And they've taken a lot of European results, and especially when they were out in Philadelphia, Miami, they were able to beat Wildcard on this map. They beat Innocent and Co. out on Venom, and then NRG went to about 4 overtimes. So we know that it's a map that they can play. I think the difficult factor here for the Ho2 side is that, mate, I've seen enough. I really have on map number 1 to convince me how this series is going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key thing, isn't it? Like, it just wasn't good enough on Anubis. And maybe this is a lack of preparation thing to a certain extent. I think it was more the individuals not really showing up in their own respect. Beanox had a disappointing showing. I don't think any of the main fraggers on that side really had any level of confidence or impact, really. Like, the numbers might say one thing, but I think the actual server, what we saw during that game, is very, very different from that. So I don't know what else to sort of look at here from the 9 side and say, right, you've got this opportunity to make things back, because you're right, Dust 2, it's a map that they do well on. They have got some good results on LAN. Got pushed by Pacific during that first round, though, so maybe that might not necessarily apply in their own respect. Ho2 also got pushed maybe a little bit unnecessarily by Mana in the last round of this bracket, but I don't know if those are enough of sort of like sticking points to say, right, okay, well, this is the opportunity now for 9 to bounce back in the series. It just doesn't feel like it.
And for Ho2, they are 1 map away from keeping this clean record of getting into every LAN Grand Final as a full 5-man team. I mean, that's pretty impressive, right? I know that they've been playing a lot of local LANs recently, but they're not getting upset in a lower bracket. They're not going out early. They're not maybe dropping the ball once in a while. They're constantly going deep. They're constantly getting themselves into a final. And I think against the team that they could very well beat of Gentlemates. They've been able to have a good track record against them in the past. They've had some competitive games. 9 are going to struggle out here on Dust 2 to try and even compete. So I think for that reason, Ho2 will say, right, we've already gone 2-0, 2-0. Let's go 6-0. Let's go straight into that grand final without even dropping a map across this bracket.
And it feels like they could do it, and they could do it pretty handily as well on Dust 2, considering all things. Again, this is about an on-the-day thing, less so than a team formation thing from 9. Because on their day, 9 can look like a decent squad, but this just isn't their day, and clearly not their environment at the moment. Like, Norbert and Duke Fisher are firing all cylinders. They have been leading the charge by the country mile that they have done, and there's just no real response that 9 were generating in that last map up. The only player that was able to find anything of worth was Rules, according to the ratings, but even I would debate that to a certain extent. Like, it felt like they had a good few rounds of the early matchup, but everything else just kind of fell apart for everybody else, including himself. So I just don't know where you go from here if you are the 9 side. Then that is this sort of key sticking point. Going into Dust 2, yeah, you might be getting a bit more comfortable. You might be able to make it more competitive, but we said the same thing about Magic in the last series, and they didn't do that either.
And perhaps it's just more time for this 9 roster, because this is only their second LAN they've had as a full 5-man unit. When they went to Dratlan, they had Fuzi. When they were at DreamHack Knockout, they were playing with Moto. And then when they were at Perfect World, they had Moto and Krasnal. So you've had a lot of players come and go. They had, what was it, Farfan towards the end of the year. They benched him and he went out to go and play with Big. Moto and Fuzi were then the AWPers that they started to use before they came across with Shield. So Beanox hasn't actually been here for that long, and nor has Shield. However, you still have to try and hold them to a pretty good standard, because I think they do look fairly consistently online perform. They proved enough to be able to at least get to a grand final of Miami, but going up against a Ho2 side today, perhaps it's that next category, right? And it's just they're not ready for that kind of competition. They're not ready for a side to this level.
No, clearly not. And while there might be a top-end Tier 2 team for 9, Tier 1.5 is another thing entirely. Again, we can debate that from the Ho2 side, whether they qualify for that. I know that I've always made my opinions on that one very much clear, but very clearly that if you do assume they're a Tier 1.5 side, then Ho2 are definitely performing in that sort of regard by comparison to this 9 camp. And so, yeah, there is an element of maybe they aren't ready for it. Maybe they need to make a few more changes. Maybe they need to do a little bit more practice. Maybe they need to expand that map pool a little bit more. I know Shield's only been in the roster for a couple of weeks now officially. So, yeah, I haven't had that much time to bed him in as an AWP player and how well he can sort of respond around the system that Rawls wants to call around. So maybe you might need a little bit more time at the same time here for the 9 camp. But for the here and now, we haven't got time. We've got today. We've got the next hour or two to try and turn around a result against the Ho2 camp. And I just haven't seen enough from them being able to do that here. Who do you think is going to be the most impactful guy to sort of give anything over from the 9 camp? Like, who do you think is the one that can make the most difference on Dust 2?
Probably Shield with the AWP, just because he's someone that can be almost everywhere on that CT side. He could be calling a lot of his aggressive picks. Sidjot as well, I thought he was probably the best performer out there on Anubis, even if the stats don't really indicate that. The problem is you can't just have an individual, or let's say 2 individuals stepping up. It needs to be the entire team structurally. When we look at map number 1, you see so many similar signs to that previous best of 3 a few weeks ago, where it's 13-6, 13-1. You've just been absolutely put into the mincer. You've now come out into Anubis, you're winning ecos, you're winning clutches, and you're only getting a bare few rounds. So I now look at Dust 2, and I just think that as a team overall, they need to be performing at a much higher level. And if they're not, it's probably going to be another 13-6-ish kind of score. I just don't think there's going to be very much in this Dust 2 at all.
Yeah, need to find counters in some sort of regard here. I mean, at least theoretically, Shield's AWP is a bit more flexible around the way that they play. I've been watching a few of the 9 demos recently, Dwayne, and I know that he likes to dance around between supportive and actually like going for opening kills. So maybe there's a world in which you can try a few things out and try and figure out where that ideal position for the AWP would be, the ideal sort of counter would be out. Because look, one good shot from him could shut down Norbert and Duke Fissure. And with them, those guys performing as well as they are right now, maybe you just need to find that hard counter to those key riflers.
Well, you know that Norbert on the T side is going to be doing a lot of lurking. He's going to be playing a lot of slow, late rounds. And on CT side, he's going to be doing quite a lot of anchoring. He's going to be in a lot of positions where he's stalling for time, he's blocking. So when you've got players like that, again, when you had guys that were just dropping 30 kills, like it was absolutely nothing in that previous best of 3, and then you come in and it's basically the exact same account, they're going to be very tough to deal with. I think for Ho2, it's now about 3 Dust 2 officials in a row. Try and get it ready for the Gentlemates, right? Because you played it in the round of 16, you played it in the quarterfinals, you've played it here. There's a chance you might get it again. And I think for that that notion, you need to get all your maps in order for the Gentlemates. I mean, we were talking about it in the last best of 3. Nuke is a really good map, right, for the Spanish boys. We know Inferno is a really good map. Well, Ho2 insta-ban Inferno. So you're probably going to get Nuke at some point.
Well, look, for Dust 2 specifically, we know that it's been a bit more of a weakened element for Ho2 when it comes to taking on those higher level opposition teams. Bet Boomer, one of the ones that stand out the most, lost it 3 times in a row towards them on LAN and a couple of times as well. Obviously, we talked about Mana stressing them a little bit of a distance as well during the earlier quarter-final game. So certainly when discussing this map in the context of a veto against the likes of Gentlemates, it would be one of those key sticking points that maybe Gentlemates might want to try and use to their favour. But getting a good official here against the 9 side might put some of those concerns to bed in that respect, because they're a much more tougher level of opposition than what Mana have been able to bring to the table. Not quite to the level of a Bet Boom at the same time, but to at least be able to show you got that threat against probably one of your other key front runners here in terms of like dark horses would be the next sort of like big sticking point again for Ho2 going into that grand final.
And I mentioned the similar signs of this with the M80 game that was out in America recently for 9. They lost map number 1, their pick, 4-13. They went into the opposition map pick, which was Ancient, and it went all rounds in regulation. They just about pushed it over the line with a 13-11 and then showed comfortability on the decider. And I think that's kind of what 9 need to adapt to. That's what they need to put on the table, is a close but competitive win. You need to be able to get it to that decider to feel as if you've got any chance of even threatening Ho2 if you do get to that third map. Because I think, similar signs to maybe Magic, to come here to a top 4 position at an international LAN and just bomb out, to just not even show that you can fight. It just feels wasteful. It feels like all those months and tournaments of preparation leading up to something like this is just...
Do you want to at least give yourselves a little bit of a challenge, a little bit of a chance, a little bit of a task ahead of yourselves? Because, look, 9, we know they can be a capable team. They just need to prove it here on LAN, here against Ho2, and here on Dust 2. They're on the CT side start as we get to the pistol round.
Sidjot trying to see if he can block that smoke to start off the round. You've got 3 players working the lower tunnels with the bomb and a teammate towards the top mid. So pretty standard default to start off here from Ho2. Just working space, trying to clear out any aggressive angles that the CTs might have.
Leaning into the mid position for one player from the tunnel's entrance as Kalash. Wait his opposition to approach. Wait his teammates to also approach. Some smokes down towards the CT spawn cross. The flashbangs will make forward into mid to B angles for Ho2 to make mention of. Beanox and Sidjot will be here on defensive. Sidjot down that first kill. Beanox gets overwhelmed. Rules on rotation will catch one of the mid to B players, but Norbert deals with the central side defensive, so it will be a 3-on-3 with bomb plant secured. Extensions nearly came in from that veteran. Rules will try to challenge him more directly. Doesn't quite work out. Norbert, another great frag towards his name. Bomb plant secured.
And now it's just about playing time, establishing crossfires. Kragen's not even given a chance of a duel just yet.
Does try and force one engagement out towards the backside. Mizu held by harder cover and waiting behind the default pillar in the back boxes. Unawares of the second man off-site anchor out to the car position. Might see a player moving in from the doorway. No, Frontal just shuts down shield. Gives no chance for the 9 side. Pistol win with prejudice for Ho2.
Well, unfortunately, Beanox is just in the worst position possible. Now, what he's trying to do is play behind that smoke, that in case they come out and they pop, that he's going to be there to basically take the duel straight away. The issue is, Jay, he gets flashed ever so slightly, doesn't he? And he isn't at the back plat. He isn't towards a big box. He's not tucked into a corner. So it's just an easy opening kill. And then it puts so much pressure on your backside player to just hold, put up as much damage as you can. Ho2 pretty easily come away with that one. And nice to see Norbert's extension out from window. I mean, that's confidence from an experienced player. I think that's what you should expect when maybe a round's getting a little bit touch and go. There's not much in it to just look at a vet to say, right, swing out in the open, get me a kill that's going to win the round.
Fast in from the Ho2 camp. Make it simple enough. No need to stick around for the 9 cam. They forced invested into this round, so Scout, FAMAS, Kevlar be more invaluable to them in the next. There's a harsher Rico's inbound, so kind of like 2 force buys for the price of 1.
And it's so rare that you see B rushes in Pro CS. Yeah. It just doesn't happen. You might get B pops, and potentially if they get, let's say, a mid pick with the AWP, you might excel. But to actually rush, it's unheard of. And right there, I mean, that's got to be some sort of anti-strat, looking at how 9 play anti-force buy rounds on their last few officials on Dust 2, because there's one anchor. There's not even a mid-rotator out there to help.
Effective from Ho2. Bringing the AWP frontals immediately off the back of that. I'm surprised he threw his weapon away so early on in this one to get that bin green out, because again, cash basis is not quite set in for 9, so don't need to get the rifles in full amounts just yet. Scout and FAMAS with pistols. Again, all weapons saved off that previous round. Let's see what they can make with them, if anything at all. Beanox forward port of call. Mac10 jumps over him, but his teammate Kalash on the backlines takes Beanox down. Sidjot with a returning frag of that 5-7. Kalash working against him. Kill on the first and the second. Mizu is also in support, and they're just dismantled effectively in this round.
Yeah, kind of crazy that they do that 2 rounds in a row. It was a better setup there from 9, but didn't really change the impact of the round. Kalash pulls out the Glock and even makes that look comfortable. So 3-0. You've now got 9 that are pretty desperate for at least a foothold on this map, and that's going to be to win the first few gun rounds, to try and go back and forth, try and reset the economy. And we can see that Norbert's up at 5 grand, Mizu's around the same, Frontales too. So going to take a couple of rounds in a row to really try and target that.
Cash at the helm. Make their moves into the default mid Several players, C-Jot. Backed away for now. The Duke will try and challenge him. Beyond that smoke, though, can't really make his way forwards. Kalash. Together they will work, but Duke will fall first. C-Jot flash blindly beyond that smoke. Kill comes in for his start.
And Kragen's making a bit of space out here towards the longhouse. If there's enough distraction, he might try and wrap in all the way. Now, Shield has got to be careful about this lurk. Norbert is in a playmaking position.
Oh, Shield would have been heard there. No idea about this. Norbert does get sussed out. Shield now turns attention back towards the bomb site. Beanox has caught one of them. Frontales' AWP has traded. 4-on-2 scenario. Molotovs and force the CTs to reposition as they get out of that bomb site, except for Rules holding at the car. Leaning forward. Just turns away from that bomb planter, but now been seen. Frontales too late to act. Mizu stands alone, caught by C-Jot, and the first round's up for 9.
Norbert just knows I need that kill. With 2 players on B and the AWP being a quick rotator, if he would have got that kill, it probably breaks the crossfire apart completely. Rules out from the car, needs to focus about the window or the door area rather than looking into the upper tunnel. So just one missed timing there. It's a really good shot, though, coming out from Shield. It's never easy as an AWPer when you've got a lurk smoke like that because you want to pre-aim the left side and the right side. You're not really sure where to look. It's a response that does grant the internationals their first.
Shields faces resistance in towards that short access, trying to support the longhouse taking in from Kragen. Nothing found over on the short position, no extension, just utility to meet him. And Roll switching from B side to A. And his teammate in full on control. We might even go for extension, in fact, from Kragen. I think we'll come in quick enough though. Norbert's now extending towards mid. He's got options to work in towards the B bomb site, or back from CT spawn if he really wants to.
Norbert is just being a playmaker right now, and he's just making it very uncomfortable. Kragen out here from long is an easy kill, and they're going to try and accelerate up here towards short.
Good shot from Shield, though, connects onto Mizu. And now Rules stands to the back lines over at that ramp position. He's Molotov the way, forces even incendiary of his own to try and block from the bomb site. Has no idea how far that Molotov's extended, so he will go down eventually. Shield flashed off. Oh, connects a wonderful shot on Kalash. Frontales responds on a pick of his own. They're going to lean into towards long. Catches last player that's out there. Kragen ducked underneath that crosshair. The bomb plant could be secured back in the short plant position. Shot missed out from the AWP flick, but second chance goes to Frontales. 2v2 now. AKs and M4s are on the scene, spamming down the default boxes. But Frontales not done with the triple. Quadra doesn't quite land, but Norbert is there for the simultaneous peak. And just to get that trade together for Ho2.
Well, right there from Shield, I am fuming. I've put up a serious hold.
Yeah.
That AWP is never easy when you post it on the car against the util, and he's just getting shot after shot. It's like, lads, it's a 3v2 retake. All we need to do is trade them. They're fully trapped as well. They're not at Goose. They're not at Ramp. They cannot move out there from the default box, and what a shot that is from Frontales. As soon as he gets his head up and flicks towards the right, it's a great shot to see.
As he now starts to put his own name up there at the top of the board. Wasn't quite as flashy in the last map up, didn't need to be. Excellent round from his big green, and now Ho2 can continue upon the momentum. 9 just lost their instant response to the one round they gained. Rules trying to attack out towards short, caught up on body blocks. That flashbang confusing both players. The Max and a Duke tries to involve himself with it. Counteracts on Rules. That's 1 kill found. AWP holding the cross. Kragen extends. And Shields, well, now without an AWP to defend this short position.
Man, they're getting pumped again.
Yeah, they are.
So similar to map number 1. Shield will just about be able to get 1 kill, but what do you do here? He is the only player defending long and short, and he doesn't even have a rotator in sight.
Beanox can potentially provide something out towards mid to B, but just way too late for him to even get the position now. Shield is overwhelmed by 2 men peeking in from short. Frontales credit with the kill once again. And C-Jot on Beanox have to save their weapons. This is indeed looking like another pumping for Ho2. What do you even do? What do you even say that night at this stage?
Well, they're just getting caught off guard by some of the gimmicks. I think Hotu are a little bit of a crazy team with how they play their defaults. I mean, we've seen these extensions that Norbert's been using out in mid, right? Where he's gone deep in towards spawn with the CT smoke, but also that second extra alert one. And then that time, it seems as if Hotu are trying to brute force short. You get the feeling with the U2 and the MAC-10 that they're trying to really charge themselves into duels. And they're not. Well, have they just backed off? Are they trying to pressurize mid to B? No, the AWP's just posted. Just waiting for the retake to come in from, what was it, Kragen that swung wide. And then from there, well, it's over for Shields. Sejot and Beanox aren't even rotating. They're both playing out towards B. And it is 5-1. Now, the last meeting was a 13-1. Now, I don't think we're going to get the exact same score, but you can just feel that 9 are getting flattened. And they're not going to be putting up many rounds in this first half at all.
Tactical timeout called in by the 9 camp. Because they need to find an adjustment and need to do it, well, now, really. T's are all over them. Money's in a bit of a state here. They can't really afford a true investment. Might have to stick around the half by with these 2 saved M4s. Max loss in effect for this next round. You're just desperate looking for answers if you're 9 right now. T side quick into the tunnels. Not going to be a fast rush towards B side this time. Thankfully they have a little bit of sense in that respect. Nine. Sejot placed towards short, Beanox placed towards mid. There's the 2 riflers just praying for a miracle, particularly in the mid with the blind shots through smoke.
Well, I think they're just gambling now, aren't they? They realise with the buy that we've got, we can't just play a default round. Let's hope that they get driven into B. Rules is not going to do much on an A defense here. And, well, a walk towards the upper tunnels. I think Mizu's still watching for this.
Indeed he is. Gets 1 kill and second one comes in. I genuinely thought he should have been traded right there. Apparently not. Shield with only 1 trade. Reals will also take down Frontails. They've lost those 2 riflers. Reals will get 1 of them back. The bomb has been dropped by him as well, but now he's got extra concerns in the back lines. The backstab coming in from the A bomb site more directly. Get himself out of position. That flashbang singing. There it is. Clash with a double. Mizu with the more impressive of the sequences there in that one. Yeah, this doesn't look good for 9.
And Mizu struggled on map 1 and definitely struggled to deal with those last couple of players, but the way that he falls back and adapts to get the final kill with the tap is, well, it's on point. And he's someone that's been a part of the organization since, what, February 2022? So he's been here for 4 years. He's been involved in the grinds, the long upwards take that any organization for any level takes to try and get towards the top end of their scene. Kragen finally gets Norbert out here with a spam towards a long challenge. For the first time in a very long time they've had an opening pick.
And a follow-up as well from Shield beyond that smoke in mid. HE's to open up said smoke, and Sejot will find Mizu on the other side of it. Kalash will get the trade. This is now turning into a 4 versus 2 for the 9 side. A much more winnable scenario. If nothing to say about that shot coming in from Frontails is missed. Kragen will land a double. And Kalash can try and secure the bomb plant towards B, but he can be heard by the player at car. Nade's coming in against him as well, 22 points of health. Being watched, will go down quickly. There it is, a bit more out of the 9 camp, a second to their board. Still need 4 in a row to bring back the half advantage.
And now I start wondering to myself, looking back at the quarters, could GG Hao give Hotu a bit more of the run for their money? Now, I'm certainly not thinking that GG Hao's winning a map or even coming close to winning the best of 3, but I'm thinking Osama's, Mini, Flatro, like what we saw from them in the round of 16 game against Eternal Fire, I'd almost like to have seen them give a chance here towards Hotu and just dry fight themselves out of trouble, because I think that's where 9 have let themselves down across both maps in the series. It's just been individual form.
Unfortunately, GG Hao couldn't really pick themselves up on this side of 9, so there was a 13-5 and a 13-4. So You do wonder in terms of what we saw from Eternal Fire's perspective, but maybe comparing the pair and using the chain logic against 9, it doesn't feel like it would have been that much better. At least Sejot started off at the frag counts in round number 9. Shot on front towers has landed and dips in towards Duke. Figeroux's not looking in the correct direction. Third player will lean up towards the cubby. Shot lands to the leg of Norbert. He's seeing that secondary land as well. Incendiary blocks him. O2 forced to fall back.
Kalash needed to be quicker on that one. As soon as the AWP fires, he needs to be swinging out into the open. He needs to be in a position where he can just drill the likes of Sejot for that mistake. Now, Mizu needs to get a good timing here against Kragen. He needs this long pick.
Shields AWP. Catches Norbert. Down and outs. Does get caught by Kalash alongside Mizu catching Kragen with his back being turned. So this could end up being something a bit more special here. 2v3. Bomb plant secured.
Kalash needs to fight. He needs to try and get this AWP in for a pick towards the CT rotators fast.
Looking down CT spawn, wrong timing. Getting a little bit too high to give himself up towards the part of Rawls, getting goosed by his own teammate there. The opposition repositioning towards this long position or away from it. And now down towards the plant, and from short coming, watched. Kill on the first, not the second, being up to the decent trade. And the round will tip the way of the CT side once again.
It's a shame that the AWP doesn't get one there, because I think if it's a 2vx, then they're probably not holding that short smoke at all. I mean, the bomb plant being open for long tells you instantly, with Mizu not crossing, that he's still out there towards long somewhere. But when you've got a 3v1, you can have one player tap the bomb or even stick, and then the other two watching the other pathways. And that round came, I would say, actually kind of close, considering it was, what, a 2v5? There wasn't really much in it at all. And 9 have been able just to get themselves a bit of pressure off. Win a couple of rounds in a row now.
Look at this aggression from Sejot here, picking up the AWP and applying it to great extent. Opening frags in the last couple of rounds. Against pistols in this one. Those pistols won't get too much in this follow-up round either. Rules just fragging away against that T-side basis, and Sejot continues to frag away himself, so it might have been an awkward start from 9 at least. They're starting to post up some confident moments, some confident sequences, and confidence been looking for so long here is starting to finally come to fruition. Will it apply on the rifles though?
Well, you'd expect this is where Ho2 pressurise mid to be. They know that Sejot's doing a little bit of double AWPing, and he does do it from time to time on Dust 2, doesn't really do it on any other map. But to me, as a caller here for Duke, I think this is where you try and get Norbert out with maybe those extension smokes. You get that double smoke in from mid, you try and get him to walk forward, make it uncomfortable for Sejot that's maintaining that area of the map. 2 rounds the difference right now.
Mollies and incendiaries towards mid for one player. Untails. Looking for that mid contact from Shields. Any collisions with Sejot, who's now gone back towards the short access. Passive holds from both of these AWPs. AWP of the T side seeing nothing in the meantime. Shields smoked off. Counteraction utility will try and block his vision. Both AWPs fire, but neither one connects from mid.
And there it is from Norbert, taking that space away, having those smokes out for the lurk. Now it brings Shields further back, and it means that there's only one defender on A directly, and that being Sejot.
Let's do well with the smoke to at least hold down the short access. I think he's wary of the CT spawn angle, so now he's got to be concerned. No one's watching Norbert's flank. They'll start to check it soon enough. Shot from Sejot lands on Duke Figeroux. And looking for the second man around the elbow position. Utility coming in against the flashbang, ineffective. Kalash will still get the headshot in regardless. The M4 of Kragen now waiting for Mizu to make a move. If he's aware of his longhouse presence, either way, the CT's on rotate back in, a major threat in Norbert, who's still holding here towards CT spawn. Domes in shield. And that secures them out advantage. Bombs now down on the site. He's looking for a bit more out of this one. Secondary player, Vinox found. Norbert on a roll. And that roll will send 9 packing. Rawls won't even get out of this one alive. Mizu's found his flank with perfect timing. And Norbert will add a triple in for good measure. 7-4. Half advantage Ho2.
Well, that was just so readable, wasn't it? They put the lurk smokes down again. And I actually think every time they've thrown those smokes, they've always had Norbert do something. I don't think we've ever seen a variation where they've thrown the smokes and, let's just say, taken a long hit or go up short. So it's poor clearance. They've got to expect Norbert to be somewhere. And to have an AWP first, you need the rifle to be jiggling the CT angle. You need to see what he's been able to do. He's just been so annoying in that area of the map, and he's constantly been getting picks off of it.
The default prods won't yield anything in this first minute of this round. Last round of the half, Ho2 tying up certain success. Kragan holding pit back by his teammate, avoided by the T side, still gets Norbert. Secondary man gets the trade. Kalash, and then there'll be somebody a little bit more closer, but just the solo holder there was long. And with that kill, they take the bomb back away from the A-bomb site campaign. They have another idea.
And Mizu's in a good pose to try and deal with any of these CTs trying to re-aggress. Now, you'd expect Mizu might even come spawn late. This is an easy kill against Beanox.
Indeed it is. Actually, now towards mid of Duke Fisher combining with Mizu. Chase that player away to the B bomb site. That's C-Jot. Positioning from the access he's had so far. Rules with 1 kill. Mizu with a responsive on Duke. Now it leaves it all on Shield and C-Jot, the 2 AWPers. Shield towards A, C-Jot clearing out all the B-tons. I realise that nobody's out there, so Shield's going to have to get back into the defensive line, but he's late to the party. 1 man up in mid to get caught, and Mizu and Kalash find both of the casualties, turning those AKs immediately for an 8-4 finish in the half. Once again, second time in the series for Ho2.
And while we saw some okay double AWPing coming out of C-Jot, I think that's one of the issues that you have when he does it, is that it just takes away his rifle capabilities. And if he gets baited as an AWP, you then just think, oh, if there was an AK in his hands, if there was an M4 in his hands, does he get more done? And that looks pretty comfortable, all things considered. I don't think Ho2 were very tested in that first half, and I don't think it's going to happen in the second half either.
No, neither do I. It's a bit of a shame to say, because again, we're hoping that you can get those early jitters out in the first map, and you can transition over to a second. And we talked about the fact that obviously this is a much better map on paper than what Anubis was, despite it being the 9-map pick. There's none of that quality been coming out to show here for 9. Speculated on futures and new additions to the team, and how the newer additions to the team have not had the full time to bed in. There's only so many excuses you can make when you're down 4 rounds. A pretty desperate need to secure a map and stay alive here in IstanbuLAN.
And I think for 9 as well, it's an organisation that's invested a lot of money into CS across the last few years, and yet still their Polish lineup has been better than this one. The international projects have been going for, what, the last couple of years? They've had some okay players come and go, but they've just not been able to make it work. And I think now, when you look at what happened in the Rio qualifier, that you lose out to Ho2, you lose out to Gentlemates, you just think, well, how much longer can it be where you're surviving almost as such? You're not quite getting those qualifications, you're not quite getting those titles. I think the team, there is something holding the team back, and there's 2 ways of looking at it, right? If players aren't performing, then they've got to get cut. But at the same time, you want to give them the benefit of the doubt of a 3-month period, a 6-month period, see if it can work. But when you've had an international lineup for over 2 years and you really haven't had any successes throughout that period, it is tough to think what is the next direction. I mean, Barry's been the head coach for over a year now. Rules has been the in-game leader for nearly 2 years now. And yet the lineup looks so different every time we feature this team in a 3-month window, 6-month window. It seems like we're always looking at a newer core or newer players.
International lineups have always set certain expectations for the players they have in the server, but Never truly lived up to them. That's been the curse of 9. They may well curse them again here on LAN. Pistols the second half alive. Duke Fisher close to these jewelry sets. One tap to the head of Krug, and Frontales has fallen back in return to Beanox. Duke Fisher turning in a secondary kill. Eventually comes in against the bikes of Beanox. Morals will trade it to a 3-on-3 for now. Well, HP down on Kalash will keep him negative and actually taken out by Shield in the end. He's on 16. Norbert going USP drive-bys on Seajot. Taking a returning frag that now has to transition into a bomb site plan here. From the part of rolls, he'll put it out. Norbert can come in from long. Mies are going to approach from CT.
Well, Norbert needs to get this kill cleanly against Shield. That's the only way this round is winnable.
I see them both out here towards ramp indeed. Headshots taken on Norbert. Yep, he's still got it. He's still going. Top of the board in server for very good reason. A pistol win for Ho2.
And I think you and I had a lot of good memories of casting K23 around that online era, being a high-end Tier 2 squad, winning a lot of titles, being a team that a lot of people hoped would have maybe qualified to a major or been in a position to get up and around the Tier 1 environment. They had Mo that was there for a little bit. They had Fame. They had Norbert. And Nealon was in-game leading too. So we had a lot of familiar names and a lot of successes. And when he moved over to VP, they turned him into a very supportive piece. They turned him into a very robotic player. And ever since he's now left that system and come over here towards Ho2, we're getting some of those similar vibes of the kind of individual he was before he won the major.
Delivered many moments courtesy of K23 back in the day. And Norbert continues to do so here on Ho2. Back in familiar territory, I guess you could say. HE is up. Players moving in. Norbert to fight. Rules to take him. Advantage for the T-side bases. They need to keep that advantage here, 9. Desperately so.
But they're just trying to block for as long as possible. Now, when that smoke clears in the upper tunnels, Kalash might think I need to go on an info play here. I need to take some space away, find a returning fight. Because it's not easy. Ho2 aren't in great positions of a 4v5.
Frontales. Duke Fisher on the side defense will find out one kill. Secondary kill doesn't quite come in as cleanly for the Duke. It's low HP on Rules, but also low HP for him. This lurker of Seajot. Was he heard there? I don't think he was. Tech9 can tap to the back of the head of one player as Frontales and Mizu start dropping. Seajot with another decent kill of his own right and can triple up in the round. Hold one together for 9. All important counter.
Well, it certainly survived them and might actually put them in a position to start winning a few rounds in a row. Lost pistol, but won the anti-force buy means that the CTs are going to be on 5-7 armor, Deagle armor. You're not even going to get an MP9 up. So it's a very awful buy here from Ho2. So this is where 9 and especially Rules has to look at the circumstance and say, right, we need to probably win 4 in a row here. We do need to make this an even score.
Kragan will engage against the pistols and still loses life, but one of those casualties and the trades are good. 4-on-4 situation. T's waltz their way up into the A-bomb side via short. Norwood's picked up one of those M4s. Can he get a cheeky kill out of it? He was just seen down the jump up, now going to disappear away. Probably to save the weapon now. Mizu and Frontales have dropped. Norbert's one trade. Will go no further, it looks like. He's going to walk forward to that smoke and still win the fight on Rules somehow. 36 HP, though, does think better of going in for any more in this one. I mean, the bomb has still been dropped there, and I believe over towards Elevator as well, so the teams have to continue fighting.
And Norbert's going to flank, and he's going to do exactly what he did on the pistol, right? Slow the round down, get himself out towards long. This might catch them off guard. If he can get the kill against Beanox, the round's on.
Or just missed the marker and goes down. Close, but no cigar for him. The Deagle still stands to attention for Kalash. Damage on Seajot. He's low HP and will get picked up. Now Beanox can go in for the bomb. Molotov sent towards short. Swings over to recover it. He's watching CT. The Deagle has once again mistimed it, so the bomb plant indeed will be secured. Kalash needs one good bullet. Beanox needs one good spray. Headshots would work. There's weapons dropped at the feet of Kalash and AK. As an M4, excuse me, in his hands. Recovered, leaning in, finds his fight, but doesn't win it. Beanox holds the round for 9.
Unfortunately, only 2 bullets in that M4. Even if he did commit to getting the first shot off, it was going to be very difficult to win that round. A shame from Norbert, because I think that was set up. We weren't looking at it from his POV, we saw it from Beanox, but it looked like there was just a bit of forward movement. Just press W ever so slightly, and that just made the kill not come in clean. Ooh, that 2v2, it could have been best of 3 being 1 right there from Ho2.
Yeah.
Now you've got a limited investment, but Norbert just trying to get some impact out of this scout.
USP is on a deagle for everybody else. Pistols only. Norbert gets nothing with the scout in hand, caught by Beanox. And the round should conclude to the favour of 9. Another little build back in. Still a little bit of a ways to go before the truth threatens Ho2's side, though, particularly in the gun round and the next one. And then the following rifle round after that. Those are the 2 ones I'm looking at the most.
Frontails is trying to make this round expensive. It's a bit of a shame because they got rolls and, well, they got the body shot off against Sidjoton from Shield. They've not been able to convert those into kills. So they can bring that scout into the hands of Frontail in the very next round. Use the AWP as the scoped weapon. But for me, this is where Ho2 just need to say, right, enough's enough. We're up 9-5. We gave yourself a couple of rounds. Now we're going to start putting them up ourselves.
Tactical pause for 9 because they recognise the incoming danger. And they also recognise they can't afford to make a mistake here. The last thing you want is to let Ho2 build upon this advantage and slowly creep their way up in the lead to get control of this series in 2-0 fashion. So only 3 for Ho2 to get to map and series points. And for 9 to be within touching distance of elimination here in IstanbuLAN. AWPs in for Shield and Frontails. No more double AWP shenanigans here. The Mass of Clash is the weakened weapon of the CT side by. And how do they adjust against 9?
We're getting quite a bit of pace out towards mid, which says that they might try and pressurize the mid doors area. The 9 have been pretty defensive here. They've got, I mean, we haven't even seen a play towards the lower tunnels from the CT side. Sometimes you do get that on Dust too. Both teams have been opting against it. Now, Norbert's been able to contest long, no problem whatsoever. But Beanox just gets a straight spam. That's a kill against Kalash that was trying to repause.
You take that if you are 9. And back out of the tunnels and form up to the main T-side force. Still in mid and shorts. They're waiting for an extension. They're not really going to receive one here on 9. Rolls. Checking around that corner. The AWPer is watching. Oh, and the shoulder bait is enough. Sidjoton will now jump his way across. Flashback is against Frontail. Is going to force him away. Duke Fisher caught on rotations. And that might be a safe call now for this CT side.
Kragen's going to deny them, though, because he's in a position to make these long players have nowhere to go.
Inside of that corner. Norbert can't check it. So at least he'll go down. Frontails might survive. Swing against him, though. Oh, caught on scoping at the wrong moment. Still turns on towards Beanox. Escape route against Kragen. Back to turn towards Rules. And now it leaves Mizu all alone. Shouldn't get hunted from this position. I don't think it matters too much towards 9 now. They've got 4 kills with no money in reserves from the Ho2 side. Lost bonus still building up here. And they've got an 8th, an all-important rifle that could still contest in this map.
So even though Frontails brought that scout forward, he upgraded the AWP straight away, which meant he was glass cannon in that round. Now, it's always difficult when you're being baited, when you don't have armor. You need to get that kill off cleanly. It just doesn't help that your B anchor gets spammed, and then your AWP delivers nothing, and then Kragan just doesn't activate. I think that's what makes this round so clean, is that he didn't go too early. He sits back there, he waits for Norbert, and they just crush them. Ho2 now take a tactical, because it has been 4 in a row for 9.
Time for Mo to speak. Barry had his chance in the last round. We're going to take stock in what has happened thus far in this second map, how things have transpired. Some of those entities that were so proficient on the last one have been a little bit lesser so, particularly looking at Duke Fissure. Norbert joined him at the top ratings of the board in the turn of that Anubis, but this time 4 and 15 to his kill counts. Not being as stellar. The Ho2 side. The default's getting more and more aggressive as this goes on here.
Well, Duke has got himself a lot of map control out here towards long, so if he times it correctly, he might be able to catch players towards top mid. It depends on how long Kragan is holding this area for.
Mollies, flashes, rules to peek in. Seajot's already ahead of the curve though. Smokes seeing one individual. Not the execution just yet here for the 9 side. Flashbangs in for Mizu. Should catch them blinded. Also that nade to be made.
And Duke's backstabbing.
Yeah, you're right about that. Slowly but surely. Time is against them. I think the bomb carrier just saw his man. A 5-7 is not good enough for this defensive. Mizu will have to be on his lonesome. Frontail's USP not quite there. Norbert does get caught, or does catch one of Shield. Molotov's on a ram. The HEs deal with him. The player at Goose is all that's left. Can he get the bomb carrier? No, he's swung upon by 2. They still line up for him, though. That's all important. Beanox on Norbert. Backup's arrived, but Mizu might not need it. Triple secure to that M4, and now Kragan's alone. Finally fights him back. Finally gets that trade, but damage is done. He's on 19 points of health, and pistols are more than enough to take him down. Trying to get back into that B bomb site. Kalash will stall out a moment, and that should give him just enough breathing room, but he gets towards that doorway. 10 seconds. Can't afford to stop and stare. Seen. Bomb plant. Is it going to get denied by Kalash? Yes, it will. And that is a massive steal for Ho2.
It's an incredible round coming out of Mizu, but that's awful pathing. When you clear Goose, you have to have 2 different levels of elevation. You've got to have your first player coming in tight behind the wall, and then your next player further back. So when you swing, you don't line up like that. I mean, that's just not on. Mizu literally just has to hold mouse 1 down there. He does not need to adjust that crosshair at all. Oh, man. Oh, that's frustrating. I know that they're panicked and they're accelerating towards short, but that's not good enough.
Nine trying to answer back in round 19 with a kill from Seajot that starts off on Mizu. Puts him down before we can have another mental round. Trying to ensure that we're still game on. We are still all in the clear for this T side, but that could all change in this round. Ho2 have lost that man advantage. But a good defensive posted could signal the end of this series.
And 9 are just grouped up with a couple of lurkers elsewhere. One outside of long, another one to the upper tunnels, waiting to see if there's going to be an extension. Now, out on B, Kalash has not really a lot of util, and the Duke has got nothing. So if it is a B split, it's going to be very difficult on the side defensive.
Counter flashes against the T side. Seeing that Molotov coming in against them. Kalash is wary of any aggression that might come in. Duke Fissure has caught one of them, but trades from Kragan and Rolls clap back on those 2 B defenders, and that should send Ho2 packing. 9 are on 9 now. And slowly but surely, they've built their way back into this series.
Well, it's Sijot that's just constantly getting them openers. He got a kill previously on a spam in the upper tunnels. He gets this one out in mid. He's trying to drag the team through the dirt here when I think everybody else has been quite average. It's been a good T side, though. You've had, what, pistol round being one. You then had a Mizu goose play on an eco. We're yet to see a gun round being won by the favorites. And yeah, we might sit here and say they got to double digits first, that they'll probably be in a position to close this up quickly. There is pressure against them. And this is 9 trying to claw back a large deficit.
Only one more round in said deficit. Ho2 been in control all game long so far. Is this the moment where they finally lose that control? Certainly for Shield, as he finds Kalash first up through the mid doorway. Another massive start for the T-side line. And Duke Fissure caught turned the wrong way. Was not expecting Rolls to push forward of his own right. Norbert was trying a little bit of that. And Mizu does catch Rolls getting a little bit too greedy in that one. Re-extending through that smoke. His back was turned towards that M4 again. Vantage still stays with 9 here. And Mizu stands alone on the B-side defense.
He needs a serious hold because no one's in rotating room. He probably needs 3, maybe even 3 kills against all of these players in the upper tunnels.
Smoke's coming down towards the B door. But they're not going to execute with it. They're still looking for something else. Shield's AWP leans a little bit closer towards short, but he doesn't go full frontal with it. Doesn't want to go towards the A commitment. Eventually, his teammates will do so, though, so he will lead the charge. Incendiary, well-timed. That will block for now.
Well, it's a promising gamble here from Ho2. They're leaving the AWP towards A, and they're keeping the rifle close by as well.
Now the third man's going to go ahead and try and join them, or at least look towards mid. Mizu, if he goes down in this exchange, though, this could be enough to send them back into the B bomb site. Enox, point blank, kill for Mizu. 3 on 3. Norbert also strikes down one more as well. He's flash blinded, but they're not going to face him just yet. The AWP, flicks don't land. Now Norbert's alone. 2 on 2. Site should be taken. Bomb should be planted.
Kragan knows that Shield needs to help him out here. Norbert is wasting a lot of time, and Mizu's setting up the flank to come in from long rather than short.
Kragan here's the one man of CT. AWP picks his moment to peek. Wary of the second, who's now about to be revealed. In from long, Mizu with a strike back. Kragan's down. It's all Shield alone now. AWP revealed. One player locked on a cross, and Norbert gets his trade together. No kids with him, and I think it'll be a little bit close. But I also think he's got it. Indeed, he has. 10-9 goes to 11-9, and Ho2 are only a couple more away.
And that's been the defining factor across this series. Just some of the X-Factor moments from Ho2. I'm looking at that A defense and I'm thinking, to be honest, there's not really much there, is there? Norbert's out towards CT on an off angle. The AWP's on the backside, and Norbert just about comes up with enough. Mizu also chimes in. Oh, frustration here from 9. Because that round is just set up perfectly. Even though Beanox is lurking out towards mid, it's a 4v3 round where there's only 2 defenders on A.
Just past the post once again for 9 when they were this close to equalising to Ho2. The deficit has certainly been reduced, but not by enough, not just yet. Weapon sets, the AWPs in front tails and shields, AKs, and M4s for everybody. No buy concerns for either side. Duke Fissure flash banging in towards the long defensive, and well, it both go down, and the first contact to Beanox and Kragan. Beanox was blinded, Kragan beyond the smoke, 5 on 3, and 9 have fallen apart already.
Those flashes were so key. I actually was banking on that entry. I'm looking at that clearance out towards a blue bin, the pre-aim, and I'm thinking he's just gone. He's just finished. And instead, the Flash is just so much better. Shield does walk out mid and gets himself a pick. Now he needs to get one of these B players. It's got to be either Mizu or Kalash. He just needs one. What a shot that is from front tails, though.
Second one. Not required. Duke Fisher has taken out his backup. Shield is a lost, and the bomb's been dropped. The Siege to clutch against. There's no chance. Now that he's been seen, so many to face, and Frontal's credited with the kill. 3 map and semi-final points for Ho2 now. 12-9 up over the 9 side. And there's just no money left for the T's. This is a full-on force buy. As valiantly as they fought here on Dust 2, it will not be enough.
And they've really locked in here towards the end.
Yeah.
I think giving Mizu that play out from Goose has kind of ruined the chances that Nine have had to get to double digits and threaten this to send it towards a decider. It was looking tough. They were struggling, and now all of a sudden they've won 3 out of the past 4 rounds. And Nine have just got nothing. It's a real shame. Sijot's played very well out here on Dust 2. He's been trying to lean them into a lot of these T rounds to be won. But maybe it's just the first half, right? I mean, 4-8 down and you lose pistol. It's just, you're not giving yourself many rounds to work with. You put so much pressure on that comeback.
It's very true. Discussed that before, the deficits and how significant they can be, how no matter how good your second halves would be, if you go down by too much of a margin, you've got no chance of bringing it back. It was like that on Anubis. It's like that here on Dust 2, despite being just a little bit more in the tank for 9 this time. Smokes of Kragen. Blocking off CT to go mid to B for the T side. There's still 3 players out here. Kalash, one of them, shot on Sejot. Looks in for a second. Can't quite land his man, but leg shot on Rules. He's nearly dead. Now he is Duke Fisher. Transferring a spray between 2 players. His back of Mizu will go down, but he needs one good tap towards the last, and that is what he's going to get. End of the road for 9 at 13-9, 2-0 in the series for Ho2. They make it into the grand finals to take on Gentlemates.
It's a very good showing coming out of Ho2, not even dropping double digits on either map, and once again getting a 2-0 win versus 9. They'll feel that a grand final has been coming. They've been playing very well in the local lands. They've been disrupting the majority of the Kazakh and Russian teams, and they're just waiting for a point to prove. They're waiting for more tournaments like what they've got next week and what they've got in Rio to show that they can not only hang at the top of Tier 2, but they can move to that next division up.
And that really is the journey for Ho2. We've talked about it so much over the weekend. Yes, we've seen good LAN wins from them in the CIS and Russian divisions, and now they need to come to the international space and beat out some of these teams. Well, a victory over 9 looking pretty handy. That certainly is a good point in their favour, but the next big task is an even greater one for them. So be happy with what you've done so far. I'd say if you were the Ho2 camp, you've dismantled the 9 camp. They've not given them a single look in this best of 3. And very similar stories to what we saw from that first series today as well, Dwayne. Just the fact of the matter is that there wasn't enough there from 9 individually. We didn't see enough from them in the opening halves of the map ups. And in the end, they just kind of didn't really post up again. I have doubts about their map pick. Dust 2, I hope, would be a little bit closer. It was, but it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, disappointing for 9, definitely. I think when you go in for a curveball in a Vito and Anubis, you have to win it. I think that's just the bottom line, right? I think the pressure is on to go 1-0 up in the series. They weren't strong enough today, but I think it just tells you how hard Ho2 have worked. I know that the iteration throughout the team has changed quite a lot, but you've got a Ho2 side that really only have Norbert that's experienced, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even Kalash, yeah, he played on DMS and Amcal, but that's like low-level, mid-pack tier 2, not even on LAN. And yet they're working with these pieces, and they've got themselves a legitimate team. They've got teams that have been able to beat tier 1 opposition, and now they're within the top 30 on VRS. They've pretty easily beat 9. Maybe they're trying to show that you don't have to be an experienced tier 2 player to be successful in this environment.
No, and I guess in this sense, you don't really have to be. I mean, look, you're right. Ho2 has certainly formed up a very excellent sort of form of game here. They look extremely good. You've got very great elements. I mean, Norbert certainly is the man that's leading the charge in terms of that greatness in my eyes, but they've just been looking lights out in this series, and they've been looking lights out here in the Tier 2 landscape. Now it's, again, just trying to go that extra step further, because Tier 2, a top-end Tier 2 team in 9 is one thing, For the Gentlemates, though, they're a completely different side, a tier 1.5 team, and no matter what you want to say about Ho2 and their tier 1.5 status, this would be a massive victory that would prove it to everyone like myself who does doubt the legitimacy of that status. For the 9 side, though, the international formations, we've talked about how we want to see more out of them, how we want to see them try and get some decent runs on their board. I mean, how do we feel about their run in IstanbuLAN overall here? Because, I mean, like, it probably fell apart in a way that it didn't want it to against Ho2.
Well, it's got to be terrible, right? And I said that for all 4 teams. It doesn't matter if you're Magic or you're 9 that have been knocked out. I think with how you've conducted yourself across the last few months, you just have to win. And there's always going to be a loser, right? That we're going to look at, let's say, a Ho2 and a Gentlemates as being the favorite teams. But with Magic being in 5 grand finals in the last 2 months, mate, you have to win today. If you're 9 and you got to a grand final in Philadelphia only last month and you've been able to only lose out to Ho2 and Gentlemates to not qualify to IM Rio, you have to win today. So anything that's not a win, it's a disappointment. That has to be stated here for them.
Well, given the fact that we've only seen Shield in the roster officially for 2 weeks and we're still sort of figuring out those minor details and kinks in the armor, like, do you want to give him at least a little bit of forgiveness? Are you going to give him like at least a little bit of that 3-month period to try and give him a chance? Do you see them being able to do that here?
I think that's reasonable. He's been playing with them since the 3rd of January. I know that he might be officially signed only recently, but he's still been here for a month and a bit. Beanox hasn't been here long enough either. The thing is, though, Tier 2 is very result-based, right? I think teams can fluctuate quite a lot. You can be successful one week, but struggle the next. So there are some organizations out there that do cut players very quickly. And I think for 9, it's up to them to judge this next few tournaments, this next few windows, to just see where we can get, because they've obviously reached a little bit of a ceiling here. They're struggling to actually lift titles. They're struggling to go deep in the majority of online competitions. So yeah, it's disappointing. I think a map win would have at least been nice today. If they lose, let's say 13-11, 13-11 on a series like this, where maybe the odd round here or there would have changed it, I'd probably be quite positive from 9. It's just that they got owned in both of these maps. I actually think the scorelines are very misleading to just how one-sided this best of 3 series was.
Well, look, back to the drawing board for them for now, because maybe to go a little bit closer next time would be the next big goal. But for now, they are down and out of the competition, eliminated from IstanbuLAN within the top 4. That means our top 2 has been decided. Ho2 and Gentlemates. One of these 2 teams will lift the trophy. The other will go back in bitter defeat. Both teams want it bad, and both teams need it bad. The question is, who's going to get the win? Who is going to take home the trophy in Istanbul? We're going to find out after this break. We've reached the end of the road. The grand finals of IstanbuLAN is about to commence with two teams that are dying to try and win it. On one side, the Gentlemaids looking for their first LAN win as an organisation. Certainly not the first LAN win for the core, but hopefully it will be another one to add to their illustrious history versus Ho2. Got some local division wins, some CIS-based LANs that they have also taken trophies upon, with one chance to make it into the international space with a big win here over the Gentlemaids. Dwayne, it's going to be a match to remember in my eyes.
Indeed it is, and we've got history already. We've got these two organisations that have played each other a few weeks ago, and it went all rounds in regulation and in overtime. Now, if we're going to get anything close to that again today, it's going to be a banger grand final.
Yeah, that was, of course, during the IEM Rio close qualifier. We mentioned a little bit of that when we came to talking up what Nine were doing against the likes of Ho2, against the likes of Gentlemaids. Both teams had beaten that particular side during that online event, but that was online. This will be on LAN, so very different dynamic here in this one. And in that sort of respect, considering what we talked about in terms of the LAN experience, you might give Gentlemaids just an ever so slight edge by comparison to the Ho2 side. Again, they've got that international tenure, they've got that international LAN experience. That's something that Ho2 will be coming into a slight disadvantage with in this best of three in my eyes.
It's very true, but to piggyback off what you just said earlier, Gentlemaids looking for their first one for the organisation. I think there's a bit of pressure here for Alex and the boys. I know that they've faced Ho2 before, but you've been signed for about 6 months now. You've had some very good results. You're getting ever so closer to Tier 1, but yet you've not managed a title. And I wonder, I mean, I'm sure that's an expectation of the players. I'm sure it's an expectation of the organisation that at some point we need to win a trophy, and it kind of needs to be right here and right now.
Well, look, I mean, we've talked about how the Gentlemaids have definitely focused on the LAN environment among all of the Tier 2 tournaments they're playing. They're not going into the CCTs. They're not doing the nod win clutches. They're playing IstanbuLAN. They're playing Roman Imperium. They're going to be going to IEM Rio. I'd imagine there'd be a few more LANs along the way as well if they get their way. I mean, I don't know how front-loaded they want to put their schedule out to attending these events or just focus on practice and improvement. But at the end of the day, we must imagine that if we're going to see them in competition, it will be on the LAN environment. But this will be that first key opportunity to make it so, at least in terms of this year. This will be their first chance to maintain a title win, and that is the thing for the Gentlemaids side, because you are right. You must expect that there must be some sort of, not pressure per se, but expectation. I guess pressure comes with the expectation to a certain extent for the Gentlemaids camp, because they do want to take a LAN trophy. They know that they can do it. They've done it in the past, and they want to do it here and now over Ho2.
And when I look at Gentlemaids being 22nd on VRS, I look at Ho2 being 26th. You mentioned that Gentlemaids are going to be going to that Portuguese land. Well, so are Ho2. You got both of these organisations going to IEM Rio. We might see a bit of a rivalry between these two. I actually think that they could play each other quite regularly moving forward. Whenever you're in that cusp of a similar VRS rank, you seem to be playing in the majority of tournaments. So for this to be a final, I think this is definitely the largest opponent for either of these teams in the bracket. I will say that both teams didn't really get tested in any game they've played so far. You could say for the Gentlemaids, it was really cruisy against the Turkish teams, really easy against Magic. For Ho2, there was a bit of a test on Anubis and Dust too, but that's when the scoreline was so far gone, it was just survival rounds for 9.
Indeed, and of course, Ho2's similar story with terms of their own sort of victories over the course of their first couple of rounds, beat out a Turkish side of the Russian Lords. Mana did tell a little bit of surprise in terms of their first round, but didn't stand a chance against Ho2 as we saw how that series played out, and dominant as well throughout the course of the majority of that series over the 9 side. So yeah, you are right in terms of weighing these two teams up. I kind of hope they'll come into this one with a bit more of like a, well, hey, Ho2 got a little bit of resistance, so maybe Gentlemaids might be a little bit more fresher by comparison. But the reality is that both teams have dominated their way through this bracket. So kind of the unstoppable force versus the immovable object here in this kind of matchup.
And it comes down to who's got the better form, right? Now, we know that for the Gentlemaids side, their Instaban is Dust 2, and for Ho2, their Instaban is Inferno, so we've not separated from anything that we're used to. Gentlemaids is pretty obvious. You either pick Nuke or you pick Inferno. So they're going to pick into Nuke in this one. Now, Nuke is very good for both of these teams. And for the Ho2 side, they've normally picked a lot of Overpass, but they didn't pick it in the last series. They're not picking it here. They're going into Anubis. I also think Anubis has been quite good for both of these teams recently.
Yeah, I mean, it was played out in that last best of 3, like you mentioned. 16-12 was the end of scoreline result that we saw from that Anubis map-up. So the fact of the matter is I could see this one being a similarly close affair at the exact same time. You are right about Anubis being favoritism. I do sort of like take a look at the Ho2 side, and I wonder if maybe they might have missed a trick here in terms of the veto process, because you're going back into a map-up that was so close last time. Yes, you were able to win it out, but it's been some time for Gentlemaids to reassess what happened back there, maybe make some adjustments that might tip the odds back in their favor for the opening game.
I actually think with both of these teams at their peak, either team could 2-0 this series. With how good the win rates are for Anubis and Nuke against decent caliber opposition, I think whoever just shows up on the first map is probably going to be able to 2-0 the series. So there's going to be a lot of pressure to perform on your map pick for sure, but I don't think there's going to be very much in it. I know that online versus LAN is a very different environment, but if it was that competitive last time, I expected to almost go down.
In terms of who takes the series in my eyes, I think it's still going to be a very close affair. I'm going to go 2-1, and I'm going to go to the favour of Gentlemates. I think they've got the experience to do it, Dwight.
I'm going to go towards Hotu in this one. I think Norbert has got a point to prove with all of these LAN titles that they won towards the end of last year against local competition. I think he wants one against European teams now.
Well, I'll be on the CT side start. Hotu had an excellent Anubis over 9 when 9 picked into this map in the semi-finals, and fresh off the hot heels of that last game, let's see whether they can maintain it against the Gentlemates, who are in the pistol round with the Julie sets against them. There's only the one picked in from Norbert here.
Mr. Saul is just searching for the most part. He's only a lurk out here towards A. Everybody else is trying to pincer in towards that B side. Now, Kalash is going to give full respect. Playing deep towards CT with the smoke and the kit, because he doesn't have teammates with him, he can't disallow anything. He can't afford to go forward because he drops the kit out towards the open. So this looks to be a 5-on-5 retake from Hotu.
Yeah, backline passive from Kalash. No real resistance from the rotators, and see the smokes coming in rather quickly from the T side, and there's no major response from the Hotu camp. The bomb plant will be heard, and now they'll start to make that move. They know definitively it is a B side hit. Kalash will get his head taken clean off, so someone's going to go back for that defuse kit. It will be Duke Fisher who will recover that weapon, and of course we saw how great he was during their own last series of the Hotu camp. The Gentlemates currently stand at 5-on-4 up at the post plant.
Well, they're waiting for this util to come away out from CT, and Mizu's got to try and flood the bomb site. He needs to get this quick kill against Davy G.
Counts from his opposition. His teammate comes in. Mizu jumps out of the bomb site, not expecting Davy G to be out there. Him and Alex combine for a couple of kills. Frontales and Norbert get 2 back on a return. Mopos holds his nerve, as does Alex. Up point blank inside a glyph. Takes the pistol win for the Gentlemates.
And it's a very good extension from Martinez to get that opening kill. Now, he didn't even get challenged in that last best of 3 series. He was completely dominating with that AWP. And you expect that if we're going to draw comparisons between the two AWPers, I do think Martinez is the much more consistent AWPer against Frontales. So that maybe puts a little bit more pressure on some of the riflers. I think Norbert's going to have to be key today. I think Kalash, with the form that he's brought recently, he's going to be pivotal in a grand final. Because even the titles that they've won recently, they had to play all Inners and Omega, which is just local teams. So it is going to definitely be a step up in competition. For Hotu, though, it's also a chance to go and win a title this year, because they won a title in November, another one in December, and then they've had the whole January, February period where all they're finding is we get into a grand final and we're losing out to BetBoom.
Change of pace, therefore, I guess, to go into a grand final and lose the Gentlemates. I'm joking. Yeah, you are right, though. Like, there have been very few opportunities outside of those 2 wins from last year's for them to, or very few opportunities taken advantage of for the boys over from the Hotu camp. And, of course, those being the main 2 lands that they've been towards have obviously yielded the little results there. So this is, again, a big opportunity, a key opportunity for Hotu. They force their way into the second round. We'll see SMGs for Kalash and Norbert. Upgrade pistols for the other 3. And the majority of rifles out for the Gentlemates here. 4 of them in play, including 1 AK for Sasol.
Now, Hotu know what a force buy like this. We need to work an opening pick somewhere. So they're going to stack up quite heavily towards A. You've got Norbert that can just jump spot out of B. Resmoke off the canals, which will stall. These A players should be on the front foot. They should try and clear more space.
Well, they're holding against an anti-flash position for the time being. Molotovs will start to drive them away, and Muse actually does catch the stall off, so that's the opening kill against the T-side favor, and a rifle that potentially drives on the CT basis. 1 man in towards mid to Fisher up. A bit of pressure from these 2 men in the crossfire in mid. Backup could rotate into Joyner from the top end in mid. Instead, his Deagle continues to frag away. The 5-7 in his hands, in fact. It is reduced to the 2 men on the Gentlemates. No kills for the T side here.
Oh, here we go. Get another kill out towards the canal. Looks promising. Oh, what a steal this is. It's not quite going to be everybody alive, but 1 player in mid, completely alone. You just felt for the Gentlemates, mate. Keep it quite calm. Don't overpeak. Wait for him to jiggle into the angle, extend the angle wide enough, and then all of a sudden he just comes up with 2. That's a serious hold from the in-game leader, and Mopos has no idea about this off angle out towards T-spawn. That might be steal of the day. Like, we've had a few eco wins, forced by wins, but to this degree, 1 player dropping and T-side weapons being recovered, that's a sick round.
Force buy goes wonderfully there for the Hotu side, and you're right. Because not only does it come out as confident as it does, it changes the complexion of this early game. Gentlemate had a serious chance to run away with this opening half. Now not going to be quite as easy. They will be buying in still with one more Galil out for Martinez, but pistols all around it. The money state is not good for them.
Mizu and a teammate to try and get aggro out towards A. Martinez is playing anti-flash for the moment. He'd like to try and work an opener, just because he's the only one with the Galil. So there's emphasis on him to work a 5v4 and to basically continue the troops into that A bomb side. Mopoz is the late lurk outside of B, but everybody else is grouped up as 4 here.
Martinez trying to lean in, incendiaries or just drive him back. Doesn't want to go ahead and overcommit to this. Respects the utility of the Ho2 camp.
Really good patience from Mizu to not swing on that back plat position either, because I think that's sometimes where you can get caught over-aggressing in an unnecessary fight. Let's say the Galil is pre-aimed towards that angle, or maybe one of the pistols are. That's when you can just get a 5v4 and cancel. Then you freeze, and then you re-exag.
Mizu fragged up first. Takes down Martinez, losing that Galil. Go right into the hands of Davi, see what he can do with it. Now then another AKs over to that A bomb site. They want to go ahead and rotate at least a little bit.
And it's not even really a double pump now. You put so much util into that A bomb site that you've almost got nothing left to get into B now.
So I've got 2 smokes for the execution. Davi and Alex with them both. And again, a passive setup from the CT side. Backline over at B. Not going to be watching Electric. Molotov sent in a glyph. Flashbangs go over. Engage with Norbert. Does find another kill on Sasol. And down to 3 men for the Gentlemates. They recovered rifles. Davi still playing the first contact, and the retakers gets that headshot in against Norbert. Clash going to fall back and wait for backup to come in from Electric. Very little protections there from the team side line as Deagle stands for attention from Alex. And a little bit of damage towards Frontails. He's low HP as is Mizu, but Mizu gets that kill in against Alex regardless. Mopoz, Tech 9 turns in 1. Davi G's gone down. Mopoz now to hold against the bomb defuse, and Kalash is just not taking any prisoners. Decent headshot up, and a second round lead gain for Ho2.
And I reckon this is where Alex force buys. We know he's an aggressive buyer. You get a bomb plant and 3 kills. It's unorthodox, but I think you put the pressure on straight away. You don't give Ho2 an easy 3-1 start here.
Got 1 pistol upgrade. 2 pistol upgrades now, 3 of them. But no Kevlar on util around it, so it's an invested slightly, slightly upgrade buy, but nothing true. A bit surprising to see, like you say, aggressive buyer, the Gentlemate's captain. But not on this occasion. I have to kind of makes you wonder, like, what have they adjusted against the Ho2 camp from last time out? What have they done to make a difference here in this series? And maybe some of the changes to the buy strategy could well be among them.
Got to first-hand experience watch the Iberian Soul guys win a LAN out in the United Kingdom, which was the summer of last year. They won 3 LANs under that banner. I mean, it's surprising to think that you had 6 odd months unorged, you win 3 LANs, and yet you get signed, and the progression has been more there. They've been more successful online. They've looked more dominant on LAN, but they're still yet to get a trophy. You'd normally expect that to be the other way around.
Part of the reason why the expectation is to get this win. Now's your chance. Take it. Oh, mates. A lot of progress made up in mid. A little bit of noise being made as well as they hunt to take some players out here. Bomb plant and casualties is really what this round is all about. No casualties for Alex. Casualty against Kalash doesn't quite come through either. He forces that TK in the part of David G onto Sasol and doubles up onto Martinez. Refrigerator taking the last player out of Mopoz. No Kevlar support. Much more of an eco basis for that T side. The rifle buys will be inbound very fast off the back of that, so here come the guns.
Both teams being able to pick up quite a few wins since Anubis has come into the map pool. 3 wins and 1 loss for the Gentlemates, and 4 wins and 1 loss for Ho2. Now, I think especially when you look at how Anubis went down against 9, that T side from Ho2, I think they probably could have even gone 10-2. They got an 8-4 in 2 of those rounds that 9 were able to win with just ecos. So this is a very positive beginning. Mizu getting on the front side of that util, but he doesn't want to overstay his welcome. He went in for a little prod, didn't quite catch the timing, so just back off and give the respect.
sink the engagement here. Damage in minimal amounts done towards Kalash. The utility hasn't been quite as staunch as in previous best of threes here. Backed up with his teammates in Canals. A little bit of an angle on Davi G as he takes him down. His back just poking ahead of the harder cover. Players up in mid do not take the face. They will be a little bit late to the party. Caught on the reload though. And indeed, with his knife drawn out, Alex could get the trade.
And now we're getting some pressure out towards the canals. Kalash was going for a bit of a walk. Norbert's thinking about over-rotating because of this mid-lurk. Alex needs this kill against Norbert. He can't afford to lose the fight, and he does.
Unfortunate there for the captain. Got some damage on, 38 HP for Norbert. Kalash inside of that smoke, turned away from, and the adjustment from the sword isn't there. Not expecting the extension. Kalash adjusted a bit more bitter. AK now in his hands. Bomb plant from Martinez can come down. Look at CT. Look at how they can push these smokes. Catch players off. Mopos having no expectation of that. And Martinez, a similar story. Kalash has returned fire. And Hotu are now up to 4-1 on CT.
Yeah, they're all over them right now. You've got an AWP in play. You've got mass AKs. Money's being farmed up. And Norbert's even going to pick up a 3 AK. Now, if you're not nervous now, you absolutely should be, because this is looking like they're going to put up a lot of rounds in this first half. And I came off the start of this series, Jay, saying that I think it could be a 2-0 in either direction. If Hotu really put their foot down, right? If let's just say, as an example, they win this map 13-4, 13-5, confidence is so high in a LAN grand final that you then go into nuke starting on the CT side. Like, it is shaped up for so much success if you can be positive from the absolute word go for Hotu.
And to further your point here, just consider how this map up went down last time between the two sides. It was an 8-0 start from Gentlemates on their T side when they took them on during the IEM Rio qualifier. This is not 8-0, I'll tell you that much. It might be 8-4 at the turn of the half, but that's asking you to go flawless from here on out. And with the buy state being where it is, flawless is kind of the opposite of what you're expecting out of Gentlemates here. Yeah, this could be a wonderful, wonderful setup for Hotu's 2-0. M4's in from the Duke, and Norbert's AK is an assistance to get the kill onto Salt. One of the 3 rifles half brought into this round, getting nothing for his trouble. And
finally, some water aggression from Hotu. It was only 9 that were doing that in the previous semi. We didn't see any water control being established from Hotu. Frontails knows, get one shot, instantly try and repos.
Shot ring out from Frontails. Norbert lands on Alex. And now Generator getting picked apart here. 3 men standing. Good shot from Mopos at last. Something goes positive for this team. Martinez will swing in to grab that AK. And Mopos will continue leading the charge back to that B-bomb site. There's an extension out towards main to start to read onto the fact that there's no split plays and it's all down to the mid-wraps. Damage being done heavy to Mopos, a little bit towards Davi G the same. The M4 kill from Duke Fisher doesn't come in. In fact, Davi and Mopos get those returning trades. So now a 3-on-2 for the post-plant. But the HP is so banged up for the T's.
But at bare minimum, you just look for exits here. You try and cripple the T-side economy. And Mopos late lurking out from B main, and he's got an incendiary. So if he drops that towards the bomb, and he's actually going to try and slow down the rotation here from Frontails.
Timed it well enough on the man. And a smoke towards main. Mizu walking out. Engages the Eagles, and the AK Martinez comes up good. Frontails with 1 pick, no more than that. Trades are better for the team players. That's a second on the board of the Spaniards.
Unfortunately, Frontails drops the AWP to go and pick up Norbert's weapon, but that's been recovered by the T side. So he basically rotates in and only has a deagle. That was really good positioning coming through from Hotu. The player of Kalash outside of B main, the player on the bomb site too. I was expecting that to be a pretty clean crossfire where the bomb gets dropped, it's maybe denied for a little bit, but instead it turns into a round steal. It's a very good eco coming through from the Spanish lads.
Kill for Duke Fisher again into Alex, and the extension towards mid goes awry. He's having a pretty good time in that position. Kalash, similar story on Davi G down to the canals. A 5-on-3 advantage within the first 25 seconds of the round.
They're playing with confidence, aren't they? We're getting a mid player that's being very active, and then normally we would always say man advantage, you play the numbers, you sit back, hold crossfires, you then just get an aggro player into the canals. Now, Mizu's going to get caught on timing here, but he does have a teammate of Frontails that can assist him.
Flash is sent, he's backed off, Frontal's up. Perfect bait and switch for the information. Martinez can get one of those kills. Molotov sent towards the bomb site. They force him into the open. AK of Mizu. Engaged in the AK of Martinez, and Mopoz can only do so much from there. Dismantling confidence right now from Ho2.
It gives you the vibe that every time they get a 5v4, they're just going to win the round because they adapt so quickly. They just crush some of these rounds. And it's funny, I reflect back on at least the semi-final from Ho2 at 9. It's actually quite slow. I thought at times it was maybe getting dragged out. We weren't seeing enough fights. We've come into the grand final and it's been a lot quicker. We're seeing a lot more duels, a lot more rounds being over before the minute marker. And with a 5-2 lead with another weakened buy, it looks awful here for Gentlemates.
Indeed it does. Three to the good on the scoreline. Tech9s and Deagles drawn out for what are now becoming must-win rounds here in this half. Every single one of them are now. Ho2 not letting up. Gentlemates not able to respond. The lack of competitiveness from the fans. Finally, a swing from Mopoz goes well. Kalash caught aggressing into beam main. I'm going to go for the full accelerated execution, though. Utility down towards the camera and temple entrances could still provide an opportunity to rotate towards A. Instead, Norbert is now extended towards Griff. Got Duke Frisero right behind him. Molotov to burn that player away. He's forced into the open on a fight. Still wins it on Mopoz. 4-on-4 established. Still got a lurker at the T side. They're waiting for extensions. It's all down to the Deagle and the Tech9 players. And Norbert gets a little bit too aggressive for his trouble. Kill found. Backstab from Alex. Closes in on Duke. And now it should turn the way of the Gentlemates from here, surely.
Yeah, what's crazy in that round is that if Mopoz loses the fight out to B main, they get funneled into an A split, which is then running into the trap. It's one kill that sets up that round for a complete cancel. Alex with that lurk timing was just perfect. And then out there on B, Norbert and his site teammate of Kalash just had no idea. Gentlemates have probably looked scarier with the weakened weapons than what they actually have when they've had the AWP up for Martinez and full AK and full util.
Trying a slight amount more damage. And that slight amount is enough of an amount to give them the round. Big steal for the Gentlemates count now. The true rifle buys is where they can look to follow up and when they need to follow up ultimately. Hunted down 4 men of the CT forces, so money very lopsided across their board. Again, Gentlemates need to capitalize upon that reset to the Ho2 cap.
Yeah, Ho2 will probably be looking at someone like Duke or even the Canal player of Kalash to just work a bit of an opening extension. Frontails is going to bring the AWP towards mid, which we've not seen previously. He's going to go and try and go for that pick towards the archway. The spam is really good from the T's, though.
On the receiving end, much of the mid-action from Ho2 this time. Forcing Frontails back. Duke Frisero is going to go ahead and join them on the A-side defensive, centralized from all three. A little bit of prodding as well towards Electric from both sides and all. Not a major amount of damage being done to the CTs on this department, but a bit more done towards WG on a comparison. Now they've got mid control for the Gentlemates. Smokes up towards camera. Doesn't force any movement from the A players. The B players start prodding out canals though. This could turn into a backstab if the round takes too long. Mizu, I think he saw a player, certainly heard the footsteps now. Flash forward, engage against both of them, do a lot of damage, but neither goes falling.
It looked like the perfect setup, and now these camera players might be able to come in with a flank.
Then they can. Frontails with one AWP responsive. Back towards Alex. The HE is coming in. Kalash will get Mopoz to drop. So it is a 3-on-2 to the favor of Ho2. Martinez needs to step up on the central bomb site defense. He can't do it. They're all so low, including Sasul, the lone survivor of the T side. AWP swings. Engage can't get found. Kalash credited with the final kill of the round. A minimum 6 for Ho2.
Well, Mizu's got to be very happy that everybody else has chipped in there, because I think he's got very unlucky. I think that timing is so on point. He knows that the pressure is coming in from A. He's seen that first player. He hears the footsteps. The flash is around the corner, and he's tracking the player that's basically jumping out of the way, and Davy G swings in. It's a very good swing from the T side. And it looked as if it was going to be a collapse, but instead, Clash comes up with 3. Front Tails is consistent on that AWP. And it's individual rounds every single time here for the Gentlemates.
Indeed it is. 1 taken, 2 or 3 respond to. The Spaniards having a very difficult time about this map. And the pick of Hotu. Characterizing a lot of our losing teams by the lack of performances, the lack of impact generated by the individuals, and you can come back to see a little bit of that here in the Gentlemates. Bopos is not one of those men. He's got the kill back towards the B bomb site, but it doesn't lead to anything more. Norbert with a trade responsive. Gentlemates actually cancelled off the back of that kill, thinking to go at the B site would be the better hit, but no, that's not the case.
They've actually stuffed up big time here, because that shifted a big rotation into the canals, and then Bopos has died. And the last thing that you want in any kind of round, especially when you're on a limited investment, when you're on a force buy with a lack of util, is hesitation. Because if you cancel and you hesitate, you then can't double pump. You don't have the util for it. I mean, this is mental. What's Mizu even doing? Now, we would have criticized him quite a lot if he lost that fight, but maybe that just tells you everything about Hotu right now. They want to be gimmicky. They want to overswing, and they're looking sharp, man. They're hitting everything right now.
That's the complete contrast. Like, yeah, it's silly. Yeah, it's a little bit gimmicky and maybe a little bit pocket stratty, whatever you usually want to, however you usually want to describe it. But it's working, and that's the most important thing, because the impact is there for the CT side. It's not there as much for the Gentlemates. So Saul's yet to frag in this one. Martinez down to 5 kills, a player that we've given a lot of praise for his semi-final performance, and in general, just across the Gentlemates camp, a player that's been very important to their levels. And there's guys like that not having any amount of impact for the Spaniards.
Well, Martinez is easily, out of all 16 teams, the best AWPer in the comp. But how do you get an AWP when you win pistol, lose the anti-force buy, win round 6, lose the next gun round, win round 8, then lose 9? If you're in that economy state, which Gentlemates have found yourself in, mate, you're going to get nowhere near a big green. you're going to be down on Tech 9s and Galils and AK armor with no util for the majority of these rounds.
And Hotu stand to claim a 9-3 CT side. I'll say that again, a 9-3 CT side. That's pretty unheard of on Anubis.
But is that not just the pressure of a grand final on LAN, right? I think we get a lot of different results from, let's say, T to CT win rates to overall performances. We're getting plays from Hotu, which I don't think we quite saw against 9. They were definitely confident against 9. But they weren't over-peaking. They weren't aggressing in man advantages, whereas the way that they've performed on their CT side, they're in a flow state. They've got a feel of the game, and they just want to keep dominating. They want to keep taking as many jewels as they can.
Both teams have good reason to win this trophy. One to silence the critics, the other to reinstate their dominance. Almost certainly right now the critics are being silenced, but the dominance is nowhere to be seen on the other side of the board. Gentlemates going to round 11, have to make a decision on the buy state, and it looks like they are going to decide upon the investment heavy. A bit of match panic before we continue along that particular route, though, so a chance to change their minds here. Guess we'll find out exactly what they've got to deal with here. Can they get, or will they want to prefer a 12th round full buy over an 11th round force buy? Mopos bought that AK again, so it looks to be the latter.
Alex feels as if he's the only one that's trying to make a difference right now. He's having these mid-walks, he's catching some good timings. He's worked some very important fights. Where's everybody else's impact? 7-3, Hotu will look at this and say, we've got comfortability. which is something that a lot of teams can't say when they face off against Gentlemates. There's a good reason why they're nearly top 20 on VRS. There's a good reason why they're pretty much placing third or better at every single tournament that they've played in the last 3 months. They're going to be a tough team to take down. So when they're struggling, when they're in a position where they're not getting many rounds, well, we need to keep that emphasis up for as long as possible, because the return will come. It definitely will appear at some point.
Kill for Duke. Dabby down. Second kill. Mopos falls. And of those 3 players that peaked in, very little damage was done. 21 points of health taken out. Duke. He forgets a goosh off on Alex on the transition away from mid into canals. 1 player on site. Norbert. Frag on the first. Adjusted to the second. Still lands a tag onto Saul. Bomb plant can come in. Going to a half buy at least for the T. So they've gone back to the basic weapon sets. An AK picked up by Alex. Now needs to apply to a defensive. Can they hold off on this round? It's very unlikely.
But Alex is trying to stall for as long as possible, and we're getting a big wrap coming through from Sasol, so Alex is being left high and dry.
Timing doesn't seem like it's with that T-side player as well. Smokes on electric might provide a little bit of extra time, a little bit of extra cover. No, he's going in all the way towards 10 here, so it doesn't even matter too much. Alex is going to get overwhelmed here. Duke Fischer comes up with the casualty, and the bomb not even planted for the last man of Sasol, so even if he can get a kill against 1 CT player, when we reveal to the second or the third exit frag, they'll take 1 and 2, not the third. Not quite.
It takes the AKs out, or at least the majority of them, so I'd say it's a pretty good eco overall. The issue is, when you're 3-8 down, you're not really thinking about economy, are you? If you're Alex, you're only thinking about round wins. You're only thinking about a way to, let's say, survive this second half, which could just be an onslaught.
At least the silver linings, as small as they are, you've guaranteed not to face CTAKs, which is the last thing you want for Gentlemates at this stage. And the advantage that Hotu can have be even more detrimental to your deficit. 5 for the good on the CT side, going in for that 9-3 half. So Saul forced out a TK against Mizu, takes him down 5 on 3. Again, within 25 seconds of the start, Hotu are at a major man advantage.
They're just getting crushed. And when you consider that Gentlemates have had 10 2 halves twice across this tournament, they're now about to go down 3-9. Like they're almost getting the battering ram of what they've been able to do to other teams. And this has been a very light performance coming through from the Spanish, and they'll look right now and saying, there's no hope. There's hope on our map, but there's no hope on Anubis.
I asked the question whether or not the Gentlemates would have been able to do any adjusting from the last Anubis head-to-head compared to this one, and the answer to that question is clearly not. It's gone negative in the other direction. This looks to be a 9-3 half, but last time it was for Gentlemates, this time it's for Hotu. Martinez leading Alex at 1 trade back on Norbert. Left the bomb site on the CT basis, so there could still be a bomb plant secured, but again, a 2v4. Need to find the man. Kalash will drop, so that's all important to them. Let's see if Duke Fischer, Frontals, and Mizu can be resisted.
Well, they need to get Alex into a fight somewhere. They've got a couple of flashes from Martinez to swing out towards the water. And Mizu's getting ready for a fight. He's pre-aiming a duel.
Alex, only a few pixels away from doing some utility. And Winston HE against AK, can't quite land the casualty. Not quite there for him. Martinez, 1 AWP found. Second man towards main. Cut back transition to Mizu. Doesn't quite find him. Triple secured. And Mizu will lock in number 9 for Hotu. A 9-3 half on CT side Anubis.
6 retakes, 6 successful retakes coming through from Hotu. I think that's been the largest question mark with it, is at times the rounds have looked pretty competitive. There's a lot of post-planting positions, a lot of situations where Gentlemates, just with a little bit of extra quality, probably would have even got themselves up to 60 rounds. But instead, they've had a very tough ask. I mean, I even look at that one thinking they probably shouldn't have even had a chance. I mean, that was a 4 versus 2. A little bit of overpeaking comes out towards Hotu, and in the end, it comes down to Mizu to clutch. Now, let's see if they can make a 13-3 right here. I mean, the Hotu have had, what, 13-11 and 13-4 versus Mana, and then 13-8, 13-9 versus the 9 side in the semi-final. And this would be quite a statement if they could close very quickly on Anubis in the final.
Been a bracket full of 2-0s. Mismatches across the board. And this one seeming like it should have stacked up to being a truly competitive affair, went absolute to blows online. And on LAN we expected much of the same, but right now for the Gentlemates it's just nowhere near that level. Julius for Martinez. Gonna walk up towards mid for Kalash, Norbert, Frontails, Mizu, 4 men making their moves. Mopos would have heard those footsteps, so now we can start to account for them. He's exposed in the open. You're going to try and get to some slightly better cover beyond the stairs. Sees Norbert's feet peeking out and just falls back on first contact, opting not to stick around there. It does change tact on the CT side here, so Saul's left alone towards the Heaven defensive to watch out Beach. 4 HP for the man, but now Alex can come in and support. Kalash goes down. Martinez mows through 2. Dropping that bomb. Mizu's trade alongside Duke Fisher working his way back in towards water from the A bomb site. 3 on 2. They are heavily tagged up amongst the Gentlemates players. Mizu could overwhelm Saul. Martinez will need Alex's support. Swing in. Mizu with both those kills. Saul, war points of health. Can't hold on. And despite the excellent work of those Julies, it's still not enough for the Gentlemates. 10-3 for Hotu.
And funny enough, Jay, there's actually more details that you can dive into that previous head-to-head. That one on Anubis that went all the way down to the wire and went into overtime, Gentlemates were 11-5 up and choked. They struggled in that second half to hold on to the lead and ended up giving it back towards Hotu. Now we're in the reverse. I don't think Hotu's going to have that sort of problem. I think as soon as they get it into closing distance, they're going to wrap this game up. And it showed you that on the pistol. That was let's say a bit of a funky round because they had a bit of everything, didn't they? They had control towards beach, they had lurkers in water, they had options to split B, split A, and for the most part, it's not looking like it's going well. They're losing quite a lot of fights, especially against the Julies. This is a 2v5. Yes, Sasul might be gooshed, but there should not be a way back in. Excellent shooting again coming out of Mizu, and he was a guy that was struggling quite a bit on that first map in the semi.
Not that he needed to do anything major. He had his 2 teammates to absolutely decimate. But in this one, he is the decimator alongside Kalash. And no one is providing a similar response from the Gentlemates camp. That's why this has gone down to a 7-round difference. Tactical also got called in by the Gentlemates. I'd imagine that there's some strong words for Delonge. Because this is not the showing that the mates should have been producing here. Opponent's map pick or not, this is an absolute decimation. Norbert, Mizu, 2 more picks. In from mid, MP7 and Galil. I should know it was a force buy for the Gentlemates camp, so they're not going to have enough cash to continue the full buys by the end of this half, not with the way things are going. Bomb site taken, 3-man advantage. Well, this map should be over from now on.
And for you and I, Jay, we got to cast Gentlemates the other day versus NIP, and I actually thought their Anubis looked quite good. They're going up against, what, a legitimate Tier 1.5 squad, a team of players that play up at the Tier 1 divisions quite frequently, at least for the last 3 or 4 months. And Gentlemates stuck in, they had some good protocols, everyone was playing off of one another well. What we've seen from then till now is, well, you almost wonder if we're looking at the same team. And they've looked uncomfortable. The players definitely haven't performed, and Hotu are going to have a lot of confidence moving into Nuke, that's for sure. I mean, even the pick rate, Nuke is the 2nd highest picked map in the pool for Hotu outside of Overpass. So they've picked it against some pretty good teams in Tier 2. So they're confident on their T side especially.
Got a win over Aurora.
Yeah, that's quite a large win. And that one on Nuke, they started on the City side and got a 3-9 half. Managed to bring it back on T side versus the top 5 team in the world.
Got to round 24 against Bed Boom, losing effort in that one, but still, like you say, still a very good map for the Hotu side. Gentlemates. I found wins over some of those squads, particularly the Bet Boom camp. Just seeing the way they're playing now, Very hard to have a lot of faith in that second map. T-Execution sees Frontales getting a TK this time. Mopos only good for the one pick against the man, and Kalash and Duke Fisher get the trades into a 3-on-3. There's a HP advantage for the Gentlemates and an all-important round now. Surely they have to go for a retake here.
Yeah, they definitely do. The problem is that MP7 is just fully trapped out towards Electric. He needs help from the rotators.
Molotov against him, forced into the open, gets a dink off on one more man, so the HP bars are low for the T side, but Saul still can't deal with them with the Mat 10. So much damage done. Martinez very nearly out of time. Don't see a kit dropped on site, caught flanked, good shot onto Mizu. But that's as far as it will go from here. Ho2 know the round is won, and so is the map point.
I actually hate that from Norbert. So, yes, it's a bonus, and they're going in for a B-pop. Bro just didn't invest anything except a pistol, util, and armor. So he just goes in trying to spam with the 5-7 and loses the fight straight away. He did that for one good reason, and that's to get the AWP up into the hands of Frontales. And 12-3. Gentlemates will have quite a large wake-up call ahead of them. And I will say that I have seen a lot of series from them in the past where they've been slapped and mentally reset very quickly going into their map. I think it's just difficult to do that on a grand final, especially when you're playing LAN.
Yeah, no doubt. Davy G extending up. AWP of Frontales is just watching for contacts, watching for CT elements to make their moves. Won't find anything as of right now. Will start to fall away with his own teammates as they lean closer into mid. Mask of Alex needs to go big on this one. He gets the first, falls out of the way. Martinez will watch. Killed off by Kalash, an instant headshot responsive. Two more men in mid. The AWP is watching for it. Mopos is down. And the man advantage is down for Gentlemates.
And they're waiting for more aggression to come from mid, and it's going to happen against Assault. It's an unlucky back being turned. Now, Mizu can start activating out here on B. He's been lurking towards this B main area for the entirety of the round, and he's had no pressure, not even a jiggle against him.
Bomb on the back of Frontales and Duke Fisher rotating in from Canals. It seems to be that B split. And Gentlemates have read it well. So Saul, AK engaging in the back lines. Alex needs to get this pick, and he gets him. All important. Now turns attention towards the side execution. Frontales and Mizu have returned against both the defenders. Every time the Gentlemates get something back in return, it's all stolen away by the opposition. Davy G. No kit. HE and Smoke. AWP posted. The MP7 waiting out the smoke to clear. Shot rings out from Frontales, gets caught back, but Mizu's there for an instant response from range. And what a wonderfully dominant map that was from Ho2. 13-3 on their pick of Anubis. No resistance, no contest whatsoever from the Gentlemates.
And considering they literally lost the pistol to start off this map, I think that's what's the largest surprise, is that you can get away with a 13-3. Normally, whoever loses pistol goes off to an 0-3 start. You maybe don't have the economy in order. You're on the back foot. They turned it around so quickly with that anti-force by win. And Mizu finishes with 124 ADR, 21 kills, 7 deaths. I mean, there's just not many deaths being taken from anyone. I think the highest kill counts was Martinez at 12. Otherwise, everybody for Gentlemates is at single digits at the end of map number 1.
Just for reference, Martinez at 12 and the middle fragger of the Ho2 side at 13, Duke Fisher. Like, that's a real difference, right? Top frag the middle of the board. It just, there hasn't been much impact generated from Gentlemates. And even for those 12 kills of Martinez, didn't make differences in the rounds right there. They didn't lead towards any conversions. This was a very difficult affair for the Gentlemates side. And that's a huge concern, I want to say, going into this next map in the series. Because, look, it is your own home territory, but it's also home territory for the Ho2 side. I mean, if you're going to go onto a map that you're picked against, but you still are decent at, to show that you still have some fight within you, you've got to make it close. You've got to make it more like the 16-12 we saw last time out. It wasn't close at all from Gentlemates, and that's a huge concern.
And even in the second half pistol, I mean, it's a 5v2 there for the Gentlemates, and they're still not closing it. So I think fundamentally we did definitely see some issues. Their Anubis was just not good enough today. And with Hotu going out to the city side of Nuke to begin map number 2, Norbert and co have got to look at this and say, right, let's just start banging them again. Let's start putting in a really good shift in that first half. Let's get ourselves an 8-4, a 9-3, something that puts a lot of pressure on Alex again. And let's try and rattle the favorites. Let's try and make this record of Gentlemates consistently going out in a semi-final or going out in a grand final of LAN. Let's keep that track record going. Let's not give them a title.
And look, it could well be a simple enough affair for them to make it happen because we just haven't seen enough from Gentlemates in this one. It's so surprising to see it as well, considering how both of these two teams had dominant affairs in their respective semi-finals. I wouldn't have expected it to be a dominant affair at all in this one, but that is the reality of the situation. Gentlemates have been on the receiving end of that dominance. They need to turn it around on their own map pick. It's Nuke coming up after this short break. It's do or die for the Spaniards of Gentlemates. Circumstances are not ideal for the Gentlemates, conceding on their opponent's map pick, but in dominating fashion, 13-3, Dweg. Not a lot of fight being shown up by the Spaniards here. You have to hope that the next map in their pick in the series is going to give some sort of decency here. It is Nuke. It is traditionally very good map up here for the Gentlemates. Equally, though, it's also pretty good for HOTU.
Yeah, HOTU definitely don't have the same repertoire when it comes to the teams that they've faced and, let's say, the level of competition on Nuke. However, they still pick this themselves. They're happy to play it on LAN. They're happy to play it against the local teams. Now, it's not going to be easy like map number 1. I think if you're expecting another blowout, you've come for the wrong series. However, for Gentlemates, there's a lot of pressure on Alex to just not only think about fundamentals, but just think about how we're going to shoot back. If we're just going out there and we're just getting out-dueled, then it's going to be very difficult on Nuke to compete against these lads.
And that's the key thing. Like, you can delve into the details of the map itself, and obviously, you're alluding there towards HOTU and the 6 times they played in the last 3 months, 4 of which have been against Kazakhstani, unknown, very lesser level teams by comparison to the Gentlemates side. I would debate you on the point about it not having the same level of caliber, because they also beat Aurora on the map. So a bit of, like, you know, like an up and down sort of like debate there in that sort of respect. But the bottom line really comes down to that frag line and the impact amounts were generated by the Gentlemates, because it just wasn't there at all for that Anubis. From start to finish, we saw very little out of them. And I wasn't expecting that in the slightest at all. Again, both of these two teams have been very, very good in their bracket. Both teams were stellar during their semi-final run. I guess that really goes to show how sometimes when you face little resistance, sometimes you might get a little bit complacent. I guess it's the way to frame it to a certain extent. Again, I don't know exactly why things were so dire for Gentlemates when they looked so good earlier on today.
And we saw for Gentlemates, when they took on NIP recently on Nuke, it was the 3rd map decider. They went up 8-4 on their city side, got into their T side, and just couldn't close. They allowed Snappy and Co to round by round claw in a comeback, and then eventually you just lose in regulation. So I think right here for the Gentlemates side, the writing is on the wall to try and send this towards a decider. But at the same time, they're going to have to take key moments, and I look at how some of the pistol rounds were going down, losing, or let's say winning the first pistol, but then losing the anti-force buy, then going into the very second half and having a 5v2 and not converting that pistol. And I just think, well, if you give back-to-back pistols again here towards the side of HOTU, you're going to struggle from just a scoreline perspective to hold.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And that really is sort of like the key thing to focus on, and the key thing to think about for the Gentlemates side is that you need to take those opportunities when they come. Didn't take them during the last map up, didn't find any level of stability. You mentioned during that map up as well how they just constantly like one good round and then they'd see 3 more come back from HOTU. That constant economical deficit didn't help Martinez at all. He didn't get onto the AWP all that much throughout the course of that one. I know that he was obviously the top fragger for his side, but the lack of impact generated because he was always on lesser weapons or an AK and never be able to bring out the Vinkering gun is a serious point of contention. It needs to get fixed up by Gentlemates. They need to start strong, remain strong, keep the economy strong, and just look a lot better on this second map. And it is their map pick. I'm hoping that they can do so. Given what we've seen so far over the course of the day, however, I have my doubts.
And it's funny, we were talking earlier about how Mizu's been a part of this team for over 4 years now. If you look at the history of the organization, they've only ever won 2 LANs, and these are the ones we're talking about in the last 3 months. So this rise to prominence from HOTU is only been recently. It's not been something that we've seen for years and years. However, they're starting to peak at the right time. They've got a lot of important competitions coming up now, and to be able to get another title, this time internationally, this time in Turkey, and this time against 2 high-end Tier 2 squads of 9 and Gentlemates back-to-back, it will feel that getting someone like Norbert over from VP, getting Kalash out from Amcal, getting Mo over, who was a very experienced player back in his day, that all of these little additions are working to the overall project to make it as close towards Tier 1 as they can.
Indeed, I have to agree, because like this is going to be the most legit result that they've had in terms of the LAN wins thus far. You can talk about the CIS LANs all you want. You can talk about the fact they've been losing out to BetBoom in those ones, but coming into this event, taking on this Gentlemates side and smashing them out of the gate, just dismantling them on home territory, and could well do the same thing for Nuke. Like that's a statement to make for HOTU. Like, at that point, you can't really debate against it. That would be a true top-end Tier 2 LAN event, internationally speaking, with a Tier 1.5 side in your opposition in the grand finals. You would have done it. You would have essentially just done the thing that I've wanted to see ultimately from HOTU, which is to compete in the mainstream Tier 2 landscape.
And we've just got to see a little bit of an uptick here from the Gentlemates because, again, you won 3 lands unlogged. You've now come into getting proper salaries. We were casting them the other day when they took an NIP on. Bro, they're boot camping, right? So you're already seeing the org invest that money. I mean, it's not cheap to go and send an entire team out to these open sign-up lands. You've got to pay for all the flights. You've got to sort out all the accommodation. If you're coming here and you're losing to a HOTU side that don't even really play European teams that often, then it's another disappointment. And you think, okay, well then at Roman Imperium next week or at IM Rio, we've got to do more. You've got to seize the moment right here. And, well, after map number 1, it has to come to a decider. You've got to make it 1-1 in the series.
Kind of makes you wonder what all that boot camping was really for there, if they're unable to make that sort of success translate over. Because you are right, they were boot camping during that Blast qualifier, and it wasn't obviously to be for them. I think they went out in last place in that particular event. So like similar sort of single-elim brackets what we're seeing here right now. Just struggling in that high-pressure environment, it feels like. And the high pressure most certainly is there. You're sat on stage, your grand final, trophies on the line, VRS on the line, prize pool on the line, all sorts of stuff on the line, and you just crumble underneath all that. Up until this point, they've had such a confident sort of run, and maybe you could say that the level of opposition was certainly key to that being as proficient as it was, but it's just like, I saw so much more in that Magic series from Gentlemates than I'm seeing right now against HOTU.
Yeah, it's very obvious. You go 13-6, 13-6, you drop, 12 rounds in an entire best of 3, and then you win 3 out there on map number 1. You're just getting pumped, you're getting owned, you're not holding up any kind of weight of competition. Now, when I look at Iberian Soul moving into Gentlemates, mate, they've played 77 maps on LAN and 36 online. It's a huge contrast. The organization is just funding them. Go overseas, get as many VRS points as possible, get ready for tier 1 competition. And right now, I don't think they've got ready for this grand final at all. They've been completely outclassed here by the CIS squad. And now with a map down in the series, you have to kind of look at some of the pedigree of the players moving forward, the coaching staff, the assistant coach, and think, well, what preparation happened between the Magic series and the one here against HOTU? They had quite a few hours to sit there and reflect and get an idea of the expectations of what a final means.
Well, evidently, clearly, not much preparation was done at all, because it's not looking good at the moment. Like, I don't know what you can do now. I mean, you are going into home territory again in this nuke side, so I want to see major improvements. I want to see them at least make it look competitive. If they go out here, at least make it look like it wasn't a 13-3 stomping on the first map up. That you've got something a little bit more to speak of here in this one. And I am holding out hope that that's going to be what we see out from this Gentlemates side. Again, I don't know what caused the complete collapse. I'm hoping that it does get resolved out in this one. And look, the strategy of going towards the lands for them, it has worked out in the overall. They've risen up the VRS massively over recent, over the last year or so. Like, this has obviously been a major campaign for them. They just really need to buckle in and get another land win on the board to try and stop them from slipping out of that top 30 position, because I think that they wouldn't, that wouldn't be well deserved on a team of the Gentlemates caliber.
And it wouldn't be the last time that they get knocked out of a LAN without even winning a map. You think back to when they were at Portugal, they got 0-2'd by NIP in the semi-finals. And then even the LAN before that, when they're out in China, they're losing to Rare Atom in a semi-final. And you just sort of look at that and think, well, really shouldn't be losing out to Rare Atom. And if you do go down to NIP, you should at least be taking a map in that semi. You should at least be contesting against one of those higher-end squads. So definitely not the best to start to the best of 3 series. I still do think that Nuke is not a shoo-in, but it's a good reason why it's the highest picked map in the pool. Doesn't matter if your opposition play it a lot. Doesn't matter if they keep getting wins against the local teams. You are still picking it against the majority of squads. I mean, I look at that bracket that they had in IM Rio to qualify to a Tier 1 LAN. They got sent into the lower bracket quite early because of HOTU, but yet every other best of 3 that they played 6 best of 3s in total, excluding the one against HOTU. Nuke was picked 6 out of 6. So you know that it's confident going in. It's just whether you can show up on the LAN environment now.
And now a case of just now showing up here, right? You've got yourself involved in this best of 3. You've gotten started and you've got to shake those jitters off from that first map up. And you can at least mentally compartmentalize the fact that it was your opponent's map pick and now you're going into stronger territory. So I hope the mental doesn't get towards this Gentlemates camp here. I hope there's also been strong words been said during the break. Again, I mentioned earlier that in that last tactical timeout during the second half that the launch probably had some very staunch words to say towards the boys because it just wasn't good enough. And so maybe during this last moment, between these two maps, there's been a few more harsher words being said, an opportunity to return some sort of level of cohesion and confidence to this side now, because again, this is their map pick, this is home territory for them. Let's dive into the details about that map pick here, because we are sort of looking out for who those star players are going to end up being. We didn't see any performances at all from any of the Gentlemates players in that last map. So who are the guys you want to watch out for on Nuke?
Well, you know that Alex is an in-game leader that likes to put himself in a good position, a lot of good positions, right? So he's going to be playing outside on the city side, and he's actually quite an aggressive player. Likes to get into Africa, swing back from behind T-Red, take a lot of duels in Garage and towards credit card. So he's going to be someone that's dueling quite a lot. And then Martino's in the Heaven rotate. I think the AWP needs to be scary on the CT side. Now, on the T side, Mopoz is going to be working a lot of door control. He's a really disciplined lurker. So let's say if there's a lot of lower plays, ramp takes into B, secret outside smokes and down into B, you'll be watching out for Mopoz to cut a lot of rotations, be deep in door, deep in lobby, just always be in positions to basically cut those CTs coming back into lobby down from ramp or going down from the vent. So I think Mopoz is someone that's going to be very key on T side, and then Martinez and Alex going to be very vital on the CT basis.
Yeah, most definitely. And with the CT side start on the Ho2 camp, you want to sort of get involved in that T side very early on with the 9 camp of things. Now, obviously, we saw quite a fair amount out of Mizu in the first map up from the Ho2 side. Is he going to be an impact player going into Nuke as well?
He only averages a 1.16 rating. Frontails is the highest rated, and then Norbert's a little bit further behind him. I think Norbert's going to be scary on a CT side because he's an anchor player and he's hitting really hard. Not only did we see that on map number 1, but we saw it in the series against 9. His crosshair placement looks really good. His multi-fragging ability is looking probably the best that it's been in a very long time. So I think he's going to be dangerous on that CT side. So yeah, I would say just watch out for Norbert in some of those more supportive anchoring positions on the first half.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a little bit of a fool's errand to look at the first map from him and say that that was his ceiling. He was doing mental things during that semi-final matchup. And in general, is the player that can be extremely flashy when he really, really wants to be. Yeah. I think anchor is a role that restricts you from being flashy, but Norbert still finds a way to make it happen regardless. So if they need to put him in a star position, a star role, and then they can very easily do that, I think, for the Ho2 side. He's got the experience, he's got the tenure, he's got the firepower, he's got the star potential, I think, to be able to do that if it's necessary at all. But yeah, like in terms of CT side and Nuke, that's going to be one of the key things to watch out for the Ho2 side. I can agree to your assessment there.
And I think as well for Norbert and for Mo, it's been a bit of a humbling experience, but also the hunger to try and get back towards tier 1, right? Because let's say Mo started as a player very early on in his career, basically getting to tier 1 straight away. He was on Hellraisers, he was on Gambit, and then towards the end of his career, when he played on K23, he even played with Doja on Forward Gaming for a little bit, and they were basically in the pits of tier 2. He then retired as a player, moved into coaching, so he had the reverse. He had basically the decline moving into tier 2, whereas Norbert had a similar sort of notion, right? You get kicked off of VP after winning a major, and you're like, well where am I going? Like, no one really wants me. You're not going to a Cloud9. You're not going to a Spirit. You're not even going to, let's say, a Bet Boom, and you'd go all the way to Ho2. And, I mean, in theory now, you look at it and say it was a really good move. It was a great decision to come here. But at the time, I mean, that's dropping probably 100 places in the VRS from where you were. So I think both of these players know what it takes to compete at the tier 1 level, and they know what it takes to grind in tier 2 and to try and get back to that level, or at least close around it.
And again, would have the knowledge of how to win out in a situation like this, on stage, at a grand final, in a LAN, and now with the trophy standing on the line. Again, this is what the importance is all about here for these two sides. And so, therefore, you look at that sort of composure, you look at that experience, and you start to wonder who's got that better sort of like a basis behind them. You would certainly say that Norbert, on the basis of default, because of the fact that he's got that whole major sort of background compared to the likes of the Gentlemates who haven't quite been able to win out a major of their own right. They've gone top 4 as a core in terms of the tier 1 environments of IEM Colognes in years past, but never truly like able to like maintain a trophy of that kind of standard, whereas at least Norbert has made that happen in previous history. It's more recent history that favours Gentlemates in terms of the LAN performances in tier 2 environments.
Well, when you look at the majority of these Spanish players, right, they've won a lot of titles pretty much locally, whether they're playing in the Iberian scene or even some of the more grassroots lands. Over their careers, there's been quite a few. What surprises me is that Martinez, who has caught a lot of people's eyes on 9Z, caught a lot of people's attention since joining back up here on Iberian Soul and Gentlemates, he's only won 3 lands across his entire career. Now, one of them was with Movistar Riders, an ESL Challenger Melbourne event a few years ago. Another one was the Fire League Global Finals in 2024 with 9Z. And then the last one was under Iberian Soul when he just joined at the very first Roman Imperium Cup. And that's been it. I mean, for someone with, what, over 200 HLTV LAN maps, for how good he has been for his organizations, you'd almost expect for him to be more successful, to have more trophies in the cabinet.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly would expect that in terms of tenure. I guess maybe sometimes it just happens and sometimes it doesn't. Again, you mentioned the storied history of this Movistar Riders, Koi, Iberian Soul, now Gentlemates sort of team that have gone throughout their history. Again, they've had their ups and their downs across that period of time. So, look, sometimes it happens for players, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you've got this whole, like, in and out situation. I mean, you mentioned how some of the players of Gentlemates have been, you know, in and out of various sort of positions in other teams and other offers, particularly when Iberian Soul were a thing. It was like you had an all-list project, so of course you're going to take some other offers in other directions, and you're going to get salary, and you're going to get opportunities to make your moves up in the scene, and Iberian Soul might not necessarily present that in terms of the long-term game. So maybe those extenuating circumstances are making the ultimate cause and effect towards that whole sort of story arc and that whole sort of lack of the LAN titles for him.
And maybe this is a moment now going into 2026 when you are a high-end Tier 2 team. You're probably looking at the majority of these lands coming up here in Turkey, out in Portugal next week to say, right, well, I've got to start getting some trophies at some point. I've got to start being able to show that I can win in Tier 2 because we've had Mopos and Alex to have won quite a lot. I know that they've been in and out of the lineup more so than others, but it's even funny when you look back at the previous iterations. Some Pius used to be here. Even Defs. A lot of people forget about Defs. He was a part of Movistar Riders for years, and he was involved in a lot of their deeper runs in Tier 1. Never even heard of him now. And that is kind of what happens with a lot of these local teams, is that eventually the vets go out and the younger guys come in. And I think Davy G was that guy when he joined a few years ago. Sasul was also that player when he came in about 3 odd years ago now. And then Martinez, 25, he's now been given a second chance to come back towards the Movistar Riders.
And now an opportunity to accelerate. But Nuke is live. Ho2 leading the series, though. And you talk about the hunger and potential behind the Gentlemates camp. Maybe the CIS squad might have hunger and potential of their own right. They would love to get a 2-0 and an international LAN trophy under their belt. It's the instant pistol start for Gentlemates down into the B bomb site. They look to dive. Norbert and his USP holds the back lanes, looking for the bomb carrier. Gooshed down. Does take contact and a kill onto Mopos, so he gets away with one decent frag, and Duke Fisher can take the amount advantage more definitively for the Ho2 camp. Kalash is going to try and deny that bomb plant. He might well try and do so, but Davy G is going to mark off from the double doors. 2 kills to his name. Duke Fisher on 1 point of HP. Can't land the headshots he's looking for. Rests it all on front tails to make the majority of this retake.
Davy G might get more into this round, and it's Alex and Martinez to swing together. Now, it might look questionable that even with the man advantage, they're running down quickly, and the first player is swinging out because the double doors is open and looking behind the backside. What you didn't quite see was that there was a secondary player that was holding his cross. The problem is they just don't get the kills in cleanly, and it allows Davy G to fire away with that Glock, get himself in with a very easy couple. And Ho2 will be disappointed because rotates are en masse. Norbert did quite well on the backside. Duke Fisher also struck out from decontamination, but not getting the pistol round win.
Advantage for the Gentlemates here, and like I said, want to start strong and carry on strong. Need to see confidence from this side. Need to see a bolstered T half of things. I'm not asking for an advantage per se, but I just keep it impressive, keep it competitive against the Ho2 side, who will be force buying into round 2.
Mr. Saul's not saying anything on the outside. It's a pretty heavy stack towards inner at the moment. And here's Mopos with those lurks, just waiting to see, because we're so heavy on the outside, are we going to get some CT aggression? Are they going to press into hut? They're going to maybe come out from the lobby entrance towards ramp. Now, you've already got a couple of players that have dropped in from the vent, so they can start regrouping towards Secret and into B.
Very little contact established across both sides. The teams have been allowed pretty easy access down into the lower corridors. Mopos rounds the corner, takes his kill. Kalash dropped out effectively. Now back into the vents. Goes the T side members. An upper take seems to be the call. Actually, no, it's not down the vents, excuse me. It's actually into all the corridors. So yeah, seems to still be the B play. Smart call because there are 4 players on upper. Mizu going to find one of those casualties. So it's all there to cut out the outside rotations and through vents. Bomb plant secure without any resistance.
And Gentlemates will just feel that on this anti-force buy, we want to try and see if we can just weaken the last couple of players, make sure they're not bringing too much forward into the next round. Norbert on the outside has got a good timing against a secret player, but it's still not an easy fight with long range of the pistols, who will lose it to Sasol.
And Norbert down. As is Alex down the same, so the exit frag's not doing a terrible job here. Forced to find Duke Fissure before they get caught in the bomb blast. Knows he's going to take down Davy G. Martinez could be the next victim. He's going to take one casualty. Mizu responds towards it. Sasol doesn't get extended upon. That's an AK saved over for Mizu and an excellent amount of damage done towards the Gentlemates.
It shouldn't be a force buy here from Hotu, but they could still cripple the economy in the next round. And they are doing something that Alex would probably be calling here. This is very risky. And this is maybe a game plan that they've considered about coming into Nuke, trying to keep high pressure on, never make it easy for any rounds. Now, you lose this, you go down 0-4, you lose a lot of threat to the start here at Nuke.
Channel mates. Playing on top of the roof and in the lobby. Look to an upper side take, at least as of right now, is what it looks like. You got the bomb on outside, which could still provide some utility towards the defaults.
There's probably got to be a double pump, and in that first wave of util, just get Davy G to search, just get him to work outside and then wrap in for the split on A.
Set Molotovs up. Duke Fissure catching Mopos on the extension towards Squeak Door. That's a start. Bomb on the back of Martinez could go dropping right here. Duke Fissure forced into an engagement. He can't quite land much against him. Duke is Kalash actually takes the majority of the damage. T start making their moves. Quickly wrap around. Frontail scout. Flashed off. Norbert's for Marks gets his 2 kills in. Martinez with a couple on the return, but now he's low and Mizu's there to meet him at point blank. Outside access coming in from the likes of Davy G might force a different angle, a different responsive Duke Fissure. Is he going to catch his man? Martinez is so low. Did he see him? I don't think he did. It's a headshot and catches him as the Duke is checking the pre-aim. The Galil Davy bails out against Kalash. And a recovery from the Gentlemates when it felt like it could have still turned the direction of the CT side. It could still do so here. Mizu, AK in the 1v2.
It's a tough clutch though. No kit in play, no util, and you know that Davy G is just going to be playing time on this.
Can't quite engage against him. Was it the silent drop at least? They might be checking the rafters all the way. This could be a very nice piece of misdirection. Martinez, both lined up. Headshot taken on the first. Second man, lesser known. Bomb tapped once. Here's those footsteps. Davy G knows he's won the round from here. Not enough time for the man. Trying to engage. Close to the bomb blast. Kill gets found against Davy. Mizu drops. And he keeps an AK for the next one. 3-0. Heavy damage sustained by the Gentlemates. But they are running away with the scoreboard at least.
Oh, that's really poor from Hotu. That's an excellent hold from Norbert at ramp. He gets, what, 2 kills with the FAMAS, and the last player is Martinez and 16 points of health. Now, there's just too much movement going on there. Rather than sitting back, they're worried about Martinez maybe flanking Heaven and not knowing where Davy G is. Yeah, not ideal. I mean, that player aggressively in towards the hut should just never be losing a fight to a player on 16 points of health.
Gentlemates. Place them against the half-bought pistols of Hotu this time. Mopos stand on U2 into the upper bomb site. Duke Fissure. No headshots taken. Does have a very good tag on Davy at least. But the resistance of Util should be more than enough to keep them at bay. In fact, it forces a downright cancel from Gentlemates up into the upper side where there's still 4 players to defend.
Duke has got the read here. He's got the backstab. He just needs his players on A to stay alive.
Catches that cowl on towards Alex. Mopos trading. The Duke grabbing an AK and now turning his attention towards that bomb site once again, knowing that there could still be a threat from the hell presence generated by the Gentlemates. But they're going back up to Heaven, so A seems to be the final end. As it does for the time being, Mopos trying to make some noise. The Soul's caught Kalash in the interim, so an extension back towards ramp, still not wielding anything of the CT side.
And they're just searching. This bomb will end towards B. Now they still need to deal with a lower player. This could get quite scary with Duke with the AK.
Frontal's here to provide distraction. Duke's cut down in an instant. The Mac 10 of Mopos. So that next pick, seeing Mizu, last man now known about. The Mac 10's giving chase. Better to die to a Galil, not to give the extra cash over to the T side. Because now their economy is going to be pretty nicely bolstered. 4 rifles staying in. And rifle rebuys available now for Ho2.
Well, they're looking quite composed, which is a good sign here for Gentlemates. They saw that in round number 3. Even 4, I think, was getting quite tested. You've got quite a bit of defense down there towards Decon and from single door and a rifle up. So a slow start from Ho2. I think they've definitely had chances. They've not quite been able to take them and seize the moment, which means Gentlemates can get a comfortable 4-0, get the economy in order. So far, so good going into map 2 of their pick.
Frontal's Azor was defending outside against the T-side contacts. Going to walk their way towards Secret once again. It's this damage onto Sasol is going to be the most staunch part of the opening round. And Mizu down into the corridors to defend against this presence. They've gone down the corridors quite frequently here, Gentlemates. So Ho2 prepared for this. Martinez with the bomb in his back. First contact, dinged down against him, but not killed off. The first kill goes the way of the mates.
Mizu knows that he should be winning that fight as soon as he gets the dink off. Davy G has just got so much space, and this is all that what they're doing on T-side. They're just searching, aren't they? And they're getting deep map control, they're playing out time, and they're forcing over rotations.
Davy, oh, just missed the angle on Norbert, but Alex was there to bail him out. Low HP for the man, 3 points. 3 low HP players across all of the Gentlemates side, so there's a number of trades that could be set and ready for Ho2 if they can catch them at the right moments. Davy going to make some noise up there towards the ladder, just trying to draw attention. Kalash will reveal himself. Kill gets found against the T side, drops in. Player in lockers. Alex locks onto his man. 4v2 now. Bombs on B site will be planted. And Duke Frazier and Frontal's best bet is to save.
I think it's quite obvious what Ho2 need to do on the outside. They've either got to try and take space towards the back of T-Red or Africa, or they need to start the AWP in secret. They can't have Frontails as just being the heaven rotate right now, when all they're doing is just going outside and into secret. And just constant lower pressure. And that was very cheeky for the Gentlemates. There's just lurkers everywhere, isn't there? You've got Davy G that's around heaven. You've got Alex that's in the lockers. And then you've got Mopos in lobby. And you just think, well, where's even the bomb meant to be going? I mean, if there's everyone trying to cut rotations, they've just got so much space. And it could be the CT's even losing a couple of players deep here in spawn.
Going for it. Frontals will land on Mopos. Alex will opt to protect his economy state. The HEs don't land towards the CT side, so damage doesn't compound. It's 0 and 5 for Ho2 start. Excellent stuff in the Gentlemates. And, well, I mean, what a response this would be for Ho2 to go out 13-3 and then to go on your T side of your own map pick and just do this kind of thing. We had a lot of fears that this might end up being a quick 2-0 in the grand finals. But Ho2 have yet to post anything on CT side. Tactical pause with a bit of a heavy force buy investment coming in for them as well. Maybe this could be the round.
Yeah, Ho2 know that we need to start working opening picks, and we need to just stop the access outside.
Yeah.
Too much space. So that's what they need to adjust. And for Gentlemates, you're going to eventually get a quicker play towards A, or even a rat pop. I think that's sometimes A can start toying with your opposition, is when they just start plugging where the weakness is, that's when you start exploiting other areas.
This would be the perfect round to try and do so here. The jump face to spot that AWP player is going to get the information back. Counter smokes against the default smokes are set in. And they just let that one player outside just to check for all that information. They know of a tactical pause that came in from Ho2 that they might change tact in some sort of respect. And not given the same amount of space to breathe on the outside. You haven't got players down at secret that will start to extend. Duke will get caught with damage anyway, so blind beyond the squeaky door. It's 33 HP. The HP from Alex went a little bit too late, although still pretty close. 1 point of health remaining on man.
It might not be the AWP starting lower, but they have finally got a player, not just the rotator, because in the past, Mizu is the door player, and he's been rotating down from the vent, and he's just been jump spotting. He's just been jiggling out from decontamination. So finally, they've got Norbert lower. The problem is he hasn't seen anything. There's a minute on the clock. He wants to go further. He wants to see exactly what's going on the outside. He just comes up for just a brief little pick, and he's just instantly dead. That's the Africa lurk on the outside, not only getting the pick, but now just walking with mass players.
4 on the outside total, and they're ready for an upper site take here. You can see the setup from the Heaven and Hut individuals. Duke Fisher free smoke coming into his position, so he blocked away, but low HP as Mopos. Mopos deals with him pretty effectively as a result. 5 on 3 now. Gentlemates continue to walk down a secret. B site once again will be that final play. Mopos might get caught as the lurker, as the casualty. The AWP is closing in on him, but no one really to deny the bomb plant. No real retake rotate from the CT side. Rafters Kalash can strike down 1 to Saul's upper lurk, comes in for 2 on the return. Just to rub salt in the wound to make it 6-0 for Gentlemates.
This has been a very good performance coming out of the T side. And Gentlemates are still going to have a tough time in the series. I thought Overpass was going to be the map pick in for Ho2 in this grand final, and they've got it as a decider. So if you're using that as chain logic, then we're going to see some comfortability on maps 1 and 3. But if they can just make a statement on Nuke, if they can get themselves a similarly one-sided scoreline, then it will lopside the series to maybe what expectations could have been. I look at Nuke, and we have had some competitive rounds, but then we've also had others that just haven't even been close. And maybe it is just the opening kill, maybe it is just how Nuke plays out with how many rotations are being caught right now. But yeah, they are struggling, and it's so slow as well. We've had very few rounds of pace here for Gentlemates.
Creeping the default scale and kill, and so far it's working for them, so there's no need to change it per se. We were saying earlier we should be seeing something fast at some point from the Gentlemates camp, a quicker upper pop. But not in this round even now. It's just all Martinez to get aggressive in this one towards this hot positions. Orb shot will ring out, and get a leg shot I believe onto Frontale. Something happened there towards the CT Orper. No damage done towards Martinez, who will now support his teammates into the ramp take. From Arsene for Norbert, doesn't know who to adjust towards. Focused down Mopos until he became no longer an option. Couldn't adjust towards the captain. Mizu does get Davi G on the returning frag towards the secret entrance, so an AK recovered to a 4-on-4. An M4 that Clash can also upgrade to if he finds the position of the body. The bomb, meanwhile, looking to go down. Orb shot from Martinez, lands on the Duke, who can't deny him. Mizu with a secondary kill. Can he get anything more out of this, though? Needs that backup now.
But they've got to try and get this pick against the single door player. Out from Decon is going to be the danger man.
Front house can't do it. Hayby disadvantage. Alex lands him. Martinez watching the double door entryway. Smoke still generates a gap, so there's no real escape for Mizu right here. Flash get challenged and does lose on Alex, but Mizu's found by Martinez and his AWP. Trying to deal with Kalash, trying to take that out of his hands. He might get caught in the bomb blast regardless. No, Martinez lands. And should be able to escape. Yeah, the bomb doesn't go up in time. 7-0, Gentlemates. Hell of a response here.
It definitely is. We're seeing individually a lot more out of Martinez. He might have been able to put up some decent numbers on map 1, but it wasn't anything to thread in the map to be able to win gun rounds. The way that he played against Magic, it made Height didn't even feel like he was on the server as the responding AWPer. But right here, he's winning a lot of fights, especially in the post plants. Mizu going to try and go aggressive out towards the door. Norbert also getting picked off from the ramp, and it's, what, a 5v3 within the first 15 seconds. Yeah. It's over already on the eco.
Just ripped apart, wrecked in an instant. Kalash and Frontales. At least be a little bit more sound in the fact that this is only a half invest. Getting a couple kills with them, but nothing that will make a difference. The 8k from Frontales will not stay in to Saul. Receives him up in heaven. This is a much, much better showing from the Gentlemates here, feeling their rhythm. O2. Complete collapse on CT side of Nuke.
They're definitely trying to adapt, but they haven't been able to find an answer. And it doesn't matter how many tacticals that you make. When you're getting out-called, it's very difficult on a map like Nuke. And Martinez has got a good spawn, so he's going to go for a main pick with that AWP. Mizu trying to play anti-flash, but no one starting towards that area means that the AWP can't get anything.
Davi dives in on the Duke. Mizu, Famas trying to hold out. Norbert on the outside finding Sasul, so a decent kill out of him. He's had a bit of an underperformance in this series, unfortunately. 4 and 8 in this map. And of course, not much to speak of in the first one. He does find a secondary kill on Davi, though, so that's a man advantage taken by the Ho2 camp. And now Gentlemans might need to slow down and rethink the approach.
And finally, for the first time in what feels like forever, they've got the AWP defending secret. Mizu gets himself a good timing against Mopoz, and all the lurkers are just being caught. Now, there's not going to be much left in the round here from Martinez and Alex. They could still make it expensive, though.
Kill on to Norbert, finally gets that trade. Second man up in heaven. Doesn't get spotted out. Martinez starts to walk through the smoke at Squeaky. Alex. He's going to work his angle over at Mini, the player at heaven. Back will be turned. Close vent. Will it get checked here? Indeed it will. Alex, an all-important frag. Kalash takes the trade back, and Martinez responds, but goes right down into the B-bomb site. Sees that AWP who lands a leg shot against him. Martinez taps it. Going to force Frontales into a fight, and he bites the bait. Hook, line, and sinker. 9-0. Ho2 got this close, but still not enough.
Well, that's really well played in the 2v4. It's very disciplined from Alex on the outside. He gets that kill from Garage and then doesn't make any noise. So you don't know, is he going secret? Is he going lockers? Is he going main? We don't have that information. And then the clearance out towards close vent. You think if it's lazy, right? If he rounds that corner, doesn't clear it, the round's just over, and then it's just trade after trade. And then Martinez gets the read of trying to go lower, ends up realizing, nope, that's not the play. I need to go back up at A. And then how calm is that in a 1v1 to tap the bomb and just instantly get ready for the fight? Not even think about sticking that plant.
Result, gentlemates. The Ho2 side don't stand a chance now. And well, you said edging them to map 3 would be the next big goal for the Gentlemates side. I think they're doing a lot more than just edging it there. They are absolutely wrecking the opposition. Home territory, this most certainly is, no matter how well Ho2 can do against Aurora. The number of the teams are clearly more impactful for the side of the Gentlemates, and the confidence they've got right now. Norbert down, Kalash down. Mopoz makes it a tidy triple. Frontales can't catch one player back onto Saul, but Martinez, his responsive is just a Stella, the Duke. No clutch available, not with a FAMAS in hand, not versus 4. And not when you're staring down the barrel of 0 and 10 on the board.
It's definitely a wild grand final. You can't expect this to come at all. Doesn't matter that it's a grand final, doesn't matter that it's on LAN. We've seen some extremely high ceilings from both of these teams on their perspective, right? As soon as they pick into Ancient, or into Anubis, I should say, for map number 1, it's comfortable for Ho2. We get the nuke pick coming in for Gentlemates, and they've got everything. Everyone is working fights. They've also got themselves not taking many deaths. Mopoz is constantly getting picks out in lobby. And Ho2 could go down to a very similar scoreline. And I know that we've had a lot of 2-0s throughout the bracket. To have a 13-3 and a 10-0 in a grand final it is wild, completely.
Reminds me of the old online era, like cups that you just get. Obviously, those tournaments were the staple because that's all you had in the tier 2 space. All you had in any level of competition. But on LAN, unexpectedly so. Norbert strikes first. Davi G goes down as he pops through that smoke in a mini. Duke Fisher been tagged up heavily. Both players been tagged up heavily. So there are 2 trades available for Gentlemates. But for now, they stand 2 men down. The Duke just pixels away from burning to that Molotov. He doesn't go down.
They've got complete freedom on the outside. And a little bit of an overpeak just for some info. And then there it is. There's the collapse. They draw the CTs in. They might even get another pick.
Not quite into Mizu. Trades not found by Mopoz. So once again, This top man of the last map up becomes a difference maker in this one. 1v3 Martinez. AWP in hand. Can he isolate these fights? Norbert would be the most isolated of the three. Peeking into the A-bomb site. Up to an AK. Makes the most amount of sense. Headshots are required. The bomb is on his back. Head turned away. And the sight looks on to the upper. Instead, Mizu's still staying on the ground floor. Triple for him that finally secures the first round of this game for Hotu. Been a very long time coming. The gentlemates. I mean, worst case scenario, still looking at a 10-2 T-side half. I'd still be very happy with that.
And you look at them even winning their first round. I mean, you've got Davy G that jumps off of main and then just goes straight through the smoke. I mean, if there's anyone on the other side, you're a goner. You're hoping that the door player has got his back turned. You're hoping that the A anchor is sleeping, but that's not the case. A little bit more aggressive from Davy G to try and take this space. And for the first time, we're actually seeing a peek towards the back of T-Red.
Very little of the outside control in general for Hotu in the first few rounds. They weren't even bothering just giving all that space up. Mopos has found Norbert anyway. Frontals don't even give it a chance to have any impact. Ends the half at 5 kills. Norbert ends the half at 6. Two top fraggers of Hotu are still in play for this round, but can they make a difference? Mizu certainly might. He's pushed in towards lobby. A backstab can ensue. He finds a Saul. All important casualty. Still got to play back at Trophy. 2 contest against. He still reads him and finds Mopos the same. Mizu stepping up to the plate. He's tired of playing around. And Duke Fissura trying to bait these T-side players into Kalash. He will pick up one before the AWP responds. Duke Fissura ends up with a double of his own. And Hotu finally gets some decency in at the tail end of the half. Still a 10-2 advantage for the gentlemates. They've dominated their way through the T-side of Nuke.
Indeed they have. There's been some impressive things to say about both teams on both maps, and I think now going into the second half, there's a few survival rounds perhaps, but there's nothing of a comeback. There's no threat that's going to get generated here from Hotu. There's just too many rounds that have disappeared away from them. Nice little end there from Mizu. That will help out a bit of the confidence in the young man, just to try and say, okay, we're finally shooting back. We're finally giving ourselves a couple of rounds. Now Martinez is going to get a Julie. We're going to get Davy G on for another one. And gentlemates just know, let's clean it up right here, right now. Let's win pistol, win the anti-force buy, then win the next anti-force buy. Let's make it 13-2.
It really is that simple for gentlemates. Hotu fast into the upper bomb site. Flashbangs catching nobody blind on the CT side. Davy, Mopos, Martinez. Instant headshots with the Julies and the P2Ks. Duke Fissura caught dead to rights at 2 points of health and all alone. Martinez with a triple. And that's a pistol locked in, signed, sealed, delivered, and secured by the gentlemates.
And it's insane to consider that Mizu went 21-6 on map 1 and Martinez is 20-4. Those are the kind of individual showings that maybe you'd expect in a Swiss stage or an online bracket or a group stage. You don't expect it in a LAN Grand Final to have super levels of carry individually. Oh boy. Hotu going for the force buy because, well, you've got nothing else. You're certainly not going to be playing for overtime.
HG's already. SMG from Mopos. Doesn't quite get the secondary kill. Plenty of rifles around the CT buy-ups to deal with them. Doesn't quite get away with Martinez's double. Alex comes up back in and makes it a triple sequence in the end. 3 kills for the man. 7 HP to survive. Last round surely should be map point for the gentlemates guaranteed. And the force buy just gets a little bit better for the Hotu side, but they need to make it successful.
And now we've got to wonder, when are we going to get a competitive series in this bracket? I know you and I, we casted GG Hal versus Eternal Fire in the round of 16, and that went 3 maps. That might be the only game that's been tight. There's just been blowouts for so many of these best of 3s on this tournament.
I mean, a little bit late to ask when are we going to see a competitive series in the grand finals of the tournament.
Well, is it going to be the 3rd map? I'm not even sure.
I mean, it might have to be at this stage. It certainly will have to be if we're going to see it at all. 5-on-3 established. Gentlemates in full control once again of the man advantage. One of the Galils have been dropped out. Frontals with the other one. The M4 from Davy. He struggles a little bit past the obs window. The smoke's in towards the double doors. Still open it. Hearing Mizu tap it. Second attempts will not be allowed as he strikes at the perfect moment. Norbert low HP. First contact to the rotators. Frontals can get one of them, but that's as far as it will go for him. Galil picked up 100 HP. Undetected, 2 could line up. No, they swing in, and Alex spots his man to take him down. It's dominant for map 1 for O2, dominant for map 2 for the Gentlemates. It's a full 3-map affair, our second 3-map series in the bracket here in IstanbuLAN, and is in the grand finals appropriately.
And it's been a very unique series to have just 5 rounds being lost for the respected sides on map 1 and map 2 combined. They've not held weight. They've really not been able to contest Anubis or Nuke. Now, Overpass is a tricky one, okay, because Gentlemates don't play a lot of it, and Ho2 pick a lot of it in best of 3. So if we're going to draw comparisons there to maybe how Anubis went down, that we're not really getting many officials for Gentlemates, it's a map that they're not going to feel comfortable on, then perhaps that's a good sign from Ho2. But when you get a series in this fashion, there are a lot of question marks, and I don't think there's answers that are legitimate that you can actually look at and be satisfied with.
No, and I guess in that sort of sense, you are taking a look at the way things have approached here for the Gentlemates side. And I also, by the way, as a sidebar, I do love seeing them on the cameras, because we noticed the looks on the faces of the Gentlemates cam. They still didn't look all that thrilled with how that map went down. I guess probably because they're still a little bit holdover from how the first map went on, so it's just like, right, slight redemption. Now we do the same thing on Overpass. Of course, it's a big concern for Overpass, considering how good of a map it is for the Ho2 side. We've only seen a couple of maps played from Gentlemates in recent history, so it won't be the easiest affair, but you are carrying momentum into the final map of the series.
Yeah, you are. And look, maybe it comes down to individual showing. I think when Mizu drops 21-6 and then Martinez goes 22-5, it might be... I mean, Overpass isn't typically a map that someone can carry on just because it's so default heavy. But it might be. I think that when you get a series like this where some individuals can just take over, perhaps that's what calls this series. Perhaps that's what wins it for either one of these squads on the decider.
I mean, look, you are right to take a look at the patterns and assess that in that particular regard. I don't think Overpass, as you mentioned, is going to lean in towards that all too much, just based on the fact that of what we've seen from the basis of how the map is played, the style you mentioned, default heavy, so it might not come down to one individual. Maybe an entry frag might be able just to pop off and just absolutely decimate the opposition and do something like that when it comes to executions, for example, but I don't think it will rest entirely on the shoulders of one person per se, even if it has done so far in this series. So look, there's only one way to find out how things are going to pan out, whether or not they can get the tactics together, whether the team can perform, or whether it will come down to one star, and whether the 2 maps of Gentlemates can match up to the 10 maps played of Ho2 on Overpass. We're going to head towards a short break and set up for our final map of IstanbuLAN. Do not go anywhere. When we return, it's time to lift the trophy. Well, welcome back to IstanbuLAN. For the last time, we welcome you back to IstanbuLAN because it's time to end our tournament to conclude everything here. The only question that remains to be answered is who is going to be our champions, as Gentlemaids and Ho2 have fought a bit of a weird series, I have to say, Dwayne. Very one-sided affairs on both Maps 1 and Map 2. 13-3 for Ho2 in their first series, in the first map, their pick of Anubis. 13-2 for Gentlemaids on that nuke. Now we go to Overpass, where, look, I think maybe all bets are off to a certain extent. I want to say that there's going to be some level of predictability about it because of the nature of Ho2 having a little bit more presence in the map pool. You mentioned Overpass could have been a pick for them, a default map in the series. Instead, it ends at the third one. So I kind of want to lean towards their favorite now that we've seen them get to this particular position in the series. But again, it's been a very weird one. It's been driven by individuals thus far.
Yeah, we saw some Overpass picks and wins at Pro League back in the September-October period for Ho2. I mean, they beat Furia on this map. They 13-8 them. They also 13-8'd the likes of the Mongols. They picked it against Vitality. They picked it against Spirit. They picked it against Bait. It is a map that they're quite happy to play. And I think knowing that the Gentlemates just don't really get a lot of play rate on it, eventually they're going to have to introduce it into the pool because their perma is Dust 2. So you will get situations where teams will pick Overpass against you, even if you decide to ban it the majority of the time in the second wave of the veto. So it's going to be a tough challenge. The series is definitely quite unique. However, I think from just a veto perspective alone and the play rates that Ho2 have had recently to even pick it against Mana yesterday, you'll feel that in this tournament bracket, Overpass is ripe for the taking and that it should be a 2-1 win for you.
And just using that Mana series as a benchmark to where Ho2 could be at this one, you've already had a one-sided victory on the first map of the series. That was a 13-4 against Mana as well in that quarterfinal game. So you've got so much potential, I think, behind the Ho2 side. And given the fact it's been so individually based for both of these two sides to get these first two maps over the board, and just to quote some numbers for everyone at home that might not be quite aware. First map, Mizu top performer at 2.37 HLTV rating, and Martinez top performer of Nuke at 2.63 HLTV rating. So it's been very individually based, but as you said before the break, Overpass not a map that can lean itself into individuals all that frequently.
Yeah, so just to recap those numbers, that is the second highest rating performance ever from Martinez on LAN. So the only other one that he had was when he dropped 30-6 versus Rhino Youngsters about 6 months ago. And then as for Mizu, it is the highest that he's ever had. The one after that was a 13-2 versus Depot. And then funny enough, the 13-0 that they got in the round of 16 was the only other one that that has basically had the ratings as high as that. So it tells you that both players are peaking in the grand final. Okay, they're both putting in really good individual shifts. And now moving out towards Overpass, Mizu is the highest rated player in the last 3 months, and that's 10 officials played. So maybe he is someone that we need to keep an eye out for on the decider.
Well, maybe well be. I mean, look, again, if you're talking about individual performers being the difference makers, and those will be the guys we watch out for the most in terms of what we've seen in the series so far. But it really could come down to anybody right here. We've seen Norbert take over games in the course of this bracket, and in the semi-finals especially. He was an absolute monster to be able to deal with here. And for the Gentlemate side, Alex has been able to perform as an IGL at certain periods at the same sort of moment. You've got a lot of potential candidates that could actually step up to be the ultimate performers. Again, I'm thinking more about the nature in which Overpass is structured. You mentioned it before the break, very default heavy, very much down to how the teams play out those opening picks, how the CTs defend with utility bases. Might not bode all that well for Gentlemates. Again, with the lack of practice, I'm not sure how well they're going to be as well protocoled and how well they'll be locked in as much as compared to the likes of Ho2. Again, that difference of the maps is 2 maps played in the last 3 months of Gentlemates, 10 maps for the Ho2 camp. And as you mentioned as well, going back even further than that, higher levels of gameplay at Pro Leagues, for instance. So there's a lot of things that point in the direction of Ho2 right now going into Overpass.
While you're thinking about that, Jay, I'm thinking about some of our co-streamers. We've had a lot of different language streamers get involved in this tournament. I've just had my attention drawn towards Kantoka, Jay, who is streaming the Ho2 Grand Final for the Ho2 boys and the fan base. He's streaming outside in negative 30 degrees Celsius. He's actually outside right now. He's loving it. He's chatting to the chat. Apparently, it is the coldest place on Earth right now, and that's where he's streaming the game from. Imagine that.
I need to have a look at this. Give me a second. I'm gonna gonna pull this stream up. I want to see what you're talking about.
It's quite impressive. Yeah, he's streaming it for all of the Far East viewers, all of the Ho2 guys, because that's obviously originally where the organization comes from. It's where the players are. So fair play to that guy. But yeah, as for the decider, look, I'm hoping we just get a competitive affair. I've got to be real. When I see a 13-2 and a 13-3, it doesn't excite me for a final map because I think, oh, it's just going to be another blowout. But I can't believe that for 3 maps in a row. There's a part of me that has to believe that at some point, whether it's a first half or second half, we just get some competitiveness. We actually get a run for the money for both of these teams in such an important final.
Yeah, I do want to see something that's a bit more competitive. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted because I'm just looking. He's sat in front of a lob cabin right now. It's just covered in snow on that stream, on that co-stream. So a little bit mental in that regard. But yeah, no, I'm also in agreement with you. The only series we've seen get a little bit competitive was that Eternal Fire GG House series at the round of 16. I think a lot of these other matches have deserved to be a bit closer, a bit more different, a bit more sort of enhanced, I think, over the course of this bracket.
Yep.
So I want to see something competitive. We've seen 2 map-ups that have been blowouts in either direction. So in my eyes, I see that as saying, right, you've had your strengths on both of your stronger maps. In theory, this final map should be where you bring the strengths out for both sides and where you bring your ultimate game plan, your ultimate A game, and perform to give us a bit of a show. Because that's on paper what it should look like. I don't know if reality is going to reflect that, but I am hoping for that, if nothing else. I want to see a good matchup. I want to see a good map. I want to see someone earn their way into a trophy here in IstanbuLAN.
And I think for Ho2, it's going to help going into Overpass that you've at least been able to pick it against some of these European teams. Now, when they qualified to IEM Rio, they picked it against the CIS boys and the Turkish lads of Sangul, and then they picked it in that upper bracket final versus BetBoom. I mean, that tells you that it must be one of your best maps in the pool, that in the game that literally qualifies you to a Tier 1 event, you're going straight in towards Overpass. Now, they had some good T-sides in the first half of both of those maps, which is always a positive sign for a team that picks into that. I just think for the Gentlemates and for the side here of Ho2, maybe good starts are going to be very vital. I think we've definitely seen on both maps 1 and on map 2, early momentum is led pretty crazy round streaks, right? Heavy rounds in a row. Or if it's not the largest amount of round streaks, it's an odd round here or there, but it's the economy getting shattered. And I think we saw that for the majority of the first half for Nubis. We saw that for the majority of the CT side of Nuke, especially for Ho2 being down on MP9s, being on FAMASas, Front Tails not having that AWP. So economy's definitely been an issue throughout maps number 1 and maps number 2. They've got to just try and make sure we get a bit more consistency and a little bit more fight back when we get to this decider now.
I would certainly argue that it might work better in the Gentlemates' favour if they can maintain that pistol start, because the fact of the matter is they were getting those occasional rounds during that first map up of Anubis. It wasn't nearly enough. Obviously, the economy never balanced out, but it was a 10-0 start on that Nuke, which is where we sort of looked at the most sort of dominant sort of period from the Gentlemates side in this series thus far. And that, to me, is where I sort of see where some of these differences could be made in terms of momentum swing and towards their team's favour. I maybe might want to see some... I know Alex is obviously an aggressive caller when it comes to the force buys, but considering how much we've seen out of Martinez, maybe you might want to temper that expectation to force buy a little bit more to try and prioritise getting the AWP out for him, because if he is going to be a takeover player once again, then you might have to enable him to have his takeover weapon.
And you wonder how many more one-sided halves we're going to get from Gentlemates, because they had a 10-2 on Nuke when they picked it against the Bushido Wildcats, who even play on HLTV quite frequently. They play in a lot of the CCT tournaments. We then had another 10-2 against Magic on Inferno, and to now have a 10-0 that happened out there on Nuke, you do expect, starting the CT side here of a potential overpass, starting on the T side even with how their T side of Nuke went, what do we potentially have? Do we have another 9-3, a 10-2 in their book? And if they do, well, then that's surely going to be enough to be able to win this final out for them.
It's time to get into the final map of our proceedings. The final game in the best of 3. Overpass to decide who will be the champions of IstanbuLAN. The Gentlemates will take to the stage, take to the CT side, and take to Ho2 with momentum behind them, but a lot more experience in this map to the Russian side. As we get started, it's pistol round live. The Geordie setting on Davi G, and Ho2 into their final T side of the tournament.
Well, they don't even have a lurker. This is going to be a monster pop. They're going to try and go into B quickly. And Davi G, well, he's got to get 2 from the barrels with the Jollies.
Well, 4 players total to deal with here on the CT defensive. Davi hiding back, with those flashbangs. His teammates are going to get caught, but he's eventually going to get smoked off himself, and also caught by a flashbang the same. Mopos leans in, good shot. Frontails down, second player, Norbert charges in, and Alex and Mopos can deal with them regardless. Davig not required just yet, but he's providing his support, showing his teeth, revealing his presence as Sasul will drop towards one extension. Mizu with an all-important headshot, that key fragger, that key star of the first map of the series. Can he make a difference? I'm not so much on 33 HP. Duke Fisher may have to step up to the plate, but neither man has Kevlar here on the T side, and they are just being suppressed. The Gentlemates have that bomb in their sights, have those players in their sights. Kill from Duke Fisher, comes up against 1, 2, running out of ammo for the third man. Martinez can take him down from the short access, and that will be a second pistol win in the opening round for the Gentlemates.
And you can appreciate the protocol there from the Gentlemates. So Davig doesn't even need to fight because he's got the protection of the smoke, doesn't he? Those players down there at pit smoke him off. They play around it. And then Mopos just kind of looks at it and says, well, sod this. We need to do something. You might be protected by the smoke, but we need to start brawling. We need to start dealing with these players. And as soon as he swings up for the first kill, it rattles Hotu into we need to start pressing. We need to start getting into that pit position, getting down towards the water. And then that's when the fights just start overpowering them. It's a very good start on the pistol, and it's an instant force buy coming through from Hotu.
Advantage for the Gentlemates in the round as Davig. It's a bit of an awkward fight against Duke Fisher, but still wins it out. 17 points of HP for the man. I'll lean into that B bomb site for the T side. Force buying in the Deagle. Revealed the bomb on the back of a Mac 10 player. That's Frontails. He works around to join his teammates and regroup, but reposition this out of the utility. It's still going to be that monster pop again.
Unfortunately, there's no monster playout, so there's no easy entry here for the T's.
Match is over. Players on the back lines. SMG, a little bit of range between them, but Davig's got a bit more range with that FAMAS involved. Music getting 2 picks back, only 2. Frontails Deagle, put down by Martinez. The staple weapons will stay in play for the CT side. Eco pistols now available for Hotu's Gentlemates. Well, they've got the start that they looked for. Now want to carry forward another 10-round streak, preferably for them.
And Gentlemates just know, round by round, just disallow them as many plants as possible. And just have a look at this. We've got not a huge amount of loss bonus, but still a hero AK. Now, I'm not usually a big fan of this because if Mizu goes down, basically no one else can pick up that rifle outside of Norbert. I much prefer seeing the heroes when there's more, let's say, armor in play. But it also tells you the strength that some of these guys have, the confidence that the in-game leader of Duke Fisher has in his teammate of Mizu to say, right, just start striking, just start getting us kills. And that's exactly what he gets out towards Connector.
Spam back down by Alex at 24 points of health, though. There's only one other player with Kevlar. And right to swap those weapons about. The SMG is lost to the CT side, so it won't be a massive pickup in a secondary rifle. Davi also holds contact with Mopos extending into short, so they'll have the knowledge that the part of the map has been lost to them. Now, I might leave Duke a little bit more concerned about making his wraparounds away from this monster position. Flashes forward. Won't get the CTs to engage. Just let that player rotate away and look towards Connector. Davig with the kill. Norbert also put down. Third man of Kalash. There's a little bit of resistance goes in, and the extensions from the Duke Fisher apart could actually maintain some sort of presence on the bomb site. Indeed, Davig gets caught by the Deagle. Smarter players coming in from Hotu. Advantage for them. Incendiaries towards site should force that bomb. No, it actually goes out towards the short axis. I should say the M4 spray from Alex is extremely awkward. And this is now on. A steal available right now for the Hotu camp. Martinez the only man to shut it down.
It just got no hope in this one at all. Duke Fisher is going to try and play time, and then they all peek together. That looked awful there from Alex.
Yeah.
And even the short player from Sasul, who's trying to get back, he's got somehow 3 bullets in the M4, and he's so wary about wide swinging, getting back into the bomb site. It's a great walkout from Duke Fisher from Monster with the dig. But that AK actually only got 1 kill. That's the craziest part, right? Is that hero, yeah, might have got the opener. It was the pistols that were doing the work.
A shock to the system of the Gentlemates. The economy immediately gets imbalanced. The AWP can come in from Martinez and M4 for Sasul, but it's now 3 pistols for their part of things. Full-on force buy. As the AWP is boosted to look into first contact. They're on the B-bomb site. The M4 is back over towards the long lurk. Hearing those footsteps in Connector, that might call some attention away, might call a rotation back. Certainly, as they clear themselves out, they're going to telegraph what's going on in the Hotu camp. How does Sasul deal with them? Not towards long. There's nobody out there.
Sasul's just jiggling back and forth between long and the bathrooms. Now, this buy is not ideal, so it puts a lot of emphasis on Martinez to strike with a pick or Sasul to do something with the M4. Now, you've got Norbert late lurking short water, minute on the clock. He's going to have a duel against Mopoz, and that might bring this gamble rotation from A over towards B.
And it leaves Davy standing alone, 5-7. Versus the mass numbers of T-side players. The search for Martinez is extended out towards mid, and with nothing else being seen, they'll start to draw the calls back. They're going to go for the gamble stack into the B bomb site. It's a little bit late to the task. Davy receive them. Molotov's in. Ooh, bullets flying right past the man. No damage being done. He holds. And so do Hotu. That HE will chip away the HP bars. But here they come now to the execution. All inbound from Monster. The 5-7's watching out the short access. Duke Fisher going to get caught back for 2 kills. Norbert with 1. The AWP fell so quickly into Saul. He's sussed out for 1 pick, no more than that. And Hotu dismantled the force spy with ease.
But all you can say is that is excellent composure. There's a lot of players and teams that would have struggled with 20 seconds on the clock and a resmoke to go down towards Monster. You'd be frazzled. You'd be thinking about popping through there, trying to get a HE, a flash, just anything to get through Monster. Mate, they've not made any noise. And I think that's what sends Gentlemates in thinking, well, is it actually a B lean? I'm not quite sure. That's why they're searching towards the short sandbags. And then as soon as they do, there's just players absolutely everywhere. Now, that was a very heavy stack on B. That looked disastrous, and they've come away with the round win.
Indeed, they have. And should turn into a round advantage right here. 3-2 on the Hotu board. Nothing they can really do to resist it with the USPs in hand here. Maybe a headshot or 2, a lucky kill. And avoid the MAC-10 preferably. Just trying to avoid giving up too much money towards this T-side. Run down the M4. Mopos does get 1 pick out of it. But Mizu and Frontal respond back with the man advantage. The MAC-10 wants to dip out of the way not to lose too much. An M4 recovered. But shouldn't mean too much towards the CT side right here. Not towards the T side either, for that matter. Bombs on site will get planted. Nothing that the Gentlemates can do to resist.
And I now start thinking to myself, could it just be one clutch, one eco that wins this entire grand final? Because what a shift of momentum this has been. This was meant to be the perfect start for Gentlemates. This was meant to be the clean 3-0. You've got Martinez and the AWP quite early. The economy's swimming with success. To now a Hotu side that's putting quite a bit up in these last few.
Unexpectedly so as well. Martinez gonna hug that corner with Saul right beyond it. Can they get a combination of frags? Not quite, no. Advantage now for Hotu. Tactical timeout immediately called in by Gentlemates because, well, it's squeaky bum time, as we say. And you don't want to slip off your seat. Can't afford the AWP once again. The rebuy should still be on the table for the CT forces. And see that excellent start and how it quickly got dismantled by Hotu in that 3rd round. Huge hero setup, as you mentioned, has had mass impact for the Hotu camp. Let's find out how far it will carry them forward. M4 to everyone on Gentlemates.
And Gentlemates know they've been in very good touch across these last few tournaments. 9 out of the past 11 best of 3s have been won on HLTV. They've only lost out to Hotu and NIP. So surely they can't lose to Hotu again. They need to be able to put up a dominant CT side. Now, because of the economy, you're not going to have the AWP out from Martinez straight away. And Mizu's just going to run this for a bonus for as long as possible. Now, Mopoz, with the spam out towards Monster and the HE, goes down to 45, and he can't even get himself in a contact just yet.
Nades on Mopoz, strike first for Norbert, credited with the kill. And Duke also got his assist. And the T-side players making their moves into this mid control. You've got Mizu's Mac-10 and Connector to join the main T-side force out from mid. And the two CTs to meet them are Martinez and Sasol. M4's on both. Martinez is going to start swinging forward completely dry. So going to find out here. Util sees the shoulder, forcing the AWP out. Kill found for Sasol. Only one of them goes. And the last man of the bomb site, Alex, needs to pick his moments correctly. He's going to start extending into the AWP's hands and losing his life for it. Davi alone to save once again. No chance of a retake here.
And CS is one of those games where context is always very key, right? It depends on the timing, it depends on a peak, on how certain situations can go down. But if you're Alex, I reckon you're absolutely furious. You've got you, Sasol, and Martinez on A, and you've got one kill between the three of you. Yes, it was awkward because they're all setting up U2 and they swing wide, but you need to be doing better individually there, don't you? You need to all be getting at least one to slow them down, to maybe force a cancel out. I mean, there's nothing that your B anchor could have done of Davi G. He's absolutely got no reason to blame him in that round. He's the one player as the extremity. It doesn't help that they lost Mopos just quite early into that round as well. 4 in a row. And for the General Mates, they're now going to be down to a Davi G M4 with armor, but everybody else is fairly light.
Here a half buy in it. Max loss bonus for the next round. Should get some decent cash together for a buy up. A 5-round streak for the Hotu side. Is there anything available for this boosting M4? Can they find any casualties, anything they can steal away? Not if it's a saw. Nade explodes right in front of him. Check those corners. Kalash will lead his teammate up through con safely. See the one man in divider and force him back.
And Kalash knows we've got to not run into a trap here. Can't run into heavy stack, heavy players. Duke and Kalash flash around the corner. Very good spacing, but even still, it's the second player that's a bit further back at Davi G that puts up the majority of the work.
Good couple of kills that actually might lead to rifles in the late round. We'll see whether or not Norbert wants to throw those weapons away. CTs do not respond by pressing into long and trying to control it. They actually rotate the pistol players right back into the B site. They have no idea where the rest of the T's are playing from. No information given over by Hotu. Jump face from the M4 will start to call it in though. The short access taken by one player. Backup's going to start rotating. 30 seconds. The stack can get here in time. This could actually still work out for them. It's going to be a little bit late to the party. All Davi turns away from the long access. Saw his man. Pistol player. Pulls out his position. Davi gets one kill in the back line to 5-7. Catches the AWP of Frontels who overcooks that flick. Mizu doesn't know who to aim towards. And anything you can steal, we can steal back. General Mates. A third posted up with unlikelihood secured.
Just getting a bit sloppy. I mean, Frontels knows he's just missed a sitter out there in the bathrooms. And I reckon even that one kill would have made it a lot easier for the bomb site player because the CTs would have been wary about the front of the banana and towards the bathroom's position rather than just focusing purely towards dice. That's a good steal from Davi G. He's got a lot of good impact out of that M4. It was worth the investment. And now we've had two teams both winning an eco, and we're only 7 rounds played into Overpass.
We're going to get our competitiveness to a certain extent. Not fully back and forth, but at least in terms of the streaks, we'll go back and forth. And should go 4-4. With a boost coming in towards the default box. Could this provide an opportunity? No, they're not communicating it, coordinating it very well here for Gentlemates. Dismantle it in the end to go back to standard defensive. It's not like they would have seen anything towards the angles in which that M4 would have been able to look into. Not at the moment, so they would have got the boost together. And emphasis turns back into longs. Saul. Wary of access towards mid. The same boost up, not seen.
Good jiggle. That's a very good bait against Martinez. And while they're pressurizing the bathrooms, these long players have taken quite a bit of space.
Smokes and Molotovs coming into that position. Alex and Martinez will watch for the backlines. Saul going to defend from mid. What can he get out of this? The smoke on Divider will cut off angles. And seeing one takes him down. Attention is drawn directly towards the man. Panic from the T-side line, only to deal with it by Mizu's hand. Duke Fijero seeing players that dumps to the AWP, and Martinez gets his strike back. Mizu extending towards the front line. Was he heard? Yes, he was. And Martinez no-scopes him out of the server. 15 seconds. Bombs lost to them. Norbert trying to make a play. Only good for the one pick, though. And Frontails down to Martinez, who holds a tidy triple in the backlines of the bomb site. Excellent stuff from him. And General Mates, well, they're evened up.
Indeed they are. And it's funny, I look at that AWP sequence out there deep towards the truck. It's a no-scope, but it's also a moment of a pure miracle is about to appear. I'm thinking there might even be 3 kills on the T side because you've got a player that's hoping that there's a lot of distraction. If that AWP doesn't connect, everyone is just... they're basically face-to-face with one another. Oh, so much potential in that play. But Martinez gets away with 3, and it's starting to get quite scrappy between these two teams now.
Sometimes you need to get your hands dirty, like Davy G does with 2 kills straight up on short. Duke and Kalash have fallen. And Martinez strikes out a monster. Norbert down next. So many flashbangs catching the T-side players off guard. Mizu and Frontails, they've got no more breathing room. They should be out of this round. I think they're already starting to fall back to the save call. 1:10 to survive. Excellent stuff again from Gentle Mates. Excellent stuff again from Davy G.
Just that insertion towards the short water. We haven't seen it. We haven't even seen General Mates go for the boost. I know you were talking about it in that last round where they tried to get it up on default, but even the standard boost, they're not doing it. They're not getting eyes towards that area. Even though the Ts were wary with the AWP pre-aimed in, the play from the sandbags was just such an awakening. Davy G gets away with 2, backs off. And I think that's what you can always appreciate when you watch this Gentlemate side, is that even though Davy gets 2, he doesn't get egotistical about it. He doesn't maintain the map control. He doesn't try and look for the 3rd. They know how key it is to play man-up situations and just always fall back, have good crossfires. And I think that's what's helped them progress up the ranks in Tier 2, playing disciplined Counter-Strike.
Extend towards short. Oh, Orb of Frontails missing. Got players creeping in from the park as well, so this actually could see these 2 T-side players get hunted down after time. Smokes from the way will cover them vision off. Mopaz waiting to extend, waiting to see them make their way up the stairs. No, they don't break through. They don't catch their contacts. They don't get those casualties. And now Hotu call in the tactical pause.
Have a little chat to Mo and just figure out what we want to try and do here. Money's not great, but there'll be another buy on the table. Now, we haven't seen too much of Connector. We haven't really seen too many lurks out on B in the late round. Every time they've tried to go towards A, whether it be from long or from bathrooms, it's been quite awkward. And now I'm looking at Martinez, just starting to get a bit of flair, isn't he? He's bringing that AWP around a bit. He's hitting some quicker shots. He's going to be dangerous for these next couple, at least to end the half. And you also need to know that AKs are in play. So when that's the case, you don't really want to be taking those shorter range duels like a monster walk or a short walk, because for Mopos and Davy G, that's where they're going to rip, and that's where they're going to get a lot of impact.
General Mates. Head for the V hit. Counter incendiaries will block them before those flashes can go over Monster. But that attention is drawn those CTs away from the A bomb site, so they're going to try and stack in right here. More HEs sent, search out from short. We've almost seen that one player. HEs land towards this Monster entrance from Duke Fijero, who will be the entry player. Norbert completely blinded by Alex's flashbang, giving Davy G an easy kill. Mopos not quite as easy against the Duke, but Mizu can't get a trade against the man. Low HP for that AK. And a 5-on-2 for the Gentlemates. Kills coming in from Kalash and Frontails. We're going to try and give us a bit of a show right here. The Molotovs sent out towards water. Boost up to get that AWP in position. They see that AK. He reveals himself. They cancel the boost. They're so wary of where the CTs can come in from other positions. How they can get flanked out of this one. They're so exposed. But right now, Gentlemates hold strong and sturdy.
Well, the T's know we've got to wait out this util. We've got to try and fight against one of these players in the open. They keep scaling, but they're not getting any closer to a fight right now.
No access for Kalash, caught down by Davy G. And the AWP Martinez just unrevealed. The scope's heard. Good shot from Frontales. Makes it somewhat expensive for the CT side. Takes one of those AKs out more specifically. But the round still goes the way of Gentlemates. Minimum 6 taken on the CT side. And there's no money in reserve for the Ho2 side to continue buying.
And there's nothing worse than taking a tactical, going in for a B lane and running into 4 players. It's an easy read there for the Gentlemates. And even Mopos, I'm surprised that he gets away with 2. I mean, he's in the off angle, isn't he? He's out there from default. Normally from there you get 1 and then get traded straight away, and he just somehow manages to multi-frag. It's going to be an unorthodox force buy because they're on the max round loss bonus. They're not quite buying down all the way, but they need at least a bomb plant, and they need to threaten winning this round.
Fast out, wasting no time. Ho2 straight into the bomb site. Davy G gonna wait for utility support from Mopos, and Molotovs might try and drive them back. Sasol in the backstab comes in against 1, 2, and 3. They make it look easy. That's because it is. Kalash, Mac 10 trying to get something out in this one. Max loss bonus will kick in to give him another decent enough buy. It's still gonna be slightly limited going into the last round of the half.
And that's why you needed the plant. I think when you go for that investment and you don't get a bomb plant, you probably go down 8-4 now, because you're going to get your AK players without util, and you're going to get your Galil players in with the limited weaponry.
Gentlemates in the driver's seat in this first half. CT-sidedness of overpass comes up to full fruition. This is precisely what we need to see out of them to carry on the momentum. Mopos lands the juke. Kickstarts things in the right picture. An advantage that Martinez hopes to extend with all about towards mid. Doesn't land it in the bathroom. Second face does, though. Kalash goes down. Norbert's seen. The Molotovs are going to drive him forward into the hands. The waiting arms, the deathly arms of Martinez. M4 in the back of Sasol, waiting for more. Swing up for the first. Alex gets the second. And it's a stunning end for the Gentlemates. 8-4 at the turn of the half. Ho2 now going to transition to the last half of this grand final. Their CT defensive. How strong will it hold?
Well, we know for the Gentlemates, they're waiting for that all-important LAN trophy. Now, when they had that second place, which was their most recent best performance out on LAN, they lost to Saw in a grand final when the third map decider was Train, okay? It came right down to the wire. It was a 13-11 all rounds in regulation, and it went towards Muteris and Story. Now, I'm looking at an 8-4 on the CT side of Overpass, and I'm thinking I get a very different vibe from that game. You look at the majority of rounds that were being won, Gentlemates were on the back foot. They were clawing their way to try and eventually get it over the line. Whereas right now, they've made quite a statement. They have allowed Ho2 to win, what, an eco and a few gun rounds, and that's kind of it. That streak that they had of 6 in a row towards the end, mate, there was not a single bomb plant. There wasn't even a retake getting set up. They were just dominating them on the bomb sides.
Indeed. The Gentlemates now have to change tact into their T side, which has let them down in the past. On this map, got a 7-5 advantage over 9, only to lose it out in a 13-10 result. Only 3 rounds taken on their T side. Will the same apply here against Ho2? The dominating affair from Mana will not be seen against the mates. And Ho2 are ready to receive. The slow pace of T-side defaults are standardized from the Gentlemates camp. We saw this on Nuke. Counter smokes there. Try and tend them back away from Monster in towards the short access and the site take. Duke Fissurer, another smoke comes down to block access. Flashbangs go over. They check for one of them. Julie sets in from Norbert. Mizu goes falling. Norbert's overwhelmed, as is the Duke. 4v2, site taken. And a retake without a kit for Frontales or Kalash. They'll lean in spot players, but they can't get these kills here.
Oh, it's really disciplined in the post, but no one's over peaking, and eventually when they do, they all swing together. Now, what is so comical in that round, Jay, is that was not intended for the Gentlemates at all. They smoke offshore, okay, because they want a Monster pop, and what that means is that any of the CTs that are trying to evade Monster, they're going to dip behind the smoke, aren't they? That's going to clear up the bomb site. It's going to clear up the majority of space to take water. Now, because Norbert has re-smoked Monster, and they're spamming him, they know that he's there in the pipe, they have to adapt. They've got to change. They can't go through Monster, so they go through their own short smoke. Ah, that's lovely to see. I always love it when plans don't quite go right, and it's up to the in-game leader to make that adaptation.
Absolute credit to him as a result of that. Alex adaptation answers the responses of Ho2 and now puts them in very dire straits. Force buy from the CT side could lead to an 11-4 advantage for Gentlemates. Well, it may have been a more competitive final map, but in the scoreline it might still read a 13-4 if things don't pick up for Ho2. They need to get something out of this. 5-7 of Norbert, there's a kill, not the second. Alex responds.
Abby G might cut the rotation. I can't believe Duke has won that. Long range with an MP9. The pre-aim was really good. He read that position, and now Mopos is getting hit by the counter flashes.
Seen out towards long that there's nobody out there, so they've got all the information. There's going to be that big hit. Noise made by the Gentlemates player inside that smoke as well. Are they going to read it? Bomb sent towards one. Mopos extending out to water, sees that one individual. Tap burst in. Frontales is caught, as is Mizu, but Mizu gets a kill. Advantage for the CTs. No kids, but backstab's closing in real quick from the Duke. No one has their head on the swivel. Martinez is going to get caught. All down to Alex now. He's overwhelmed by Kalash. And there's the steal that Ho2 needed to keep themselves in this match.
Now, we've seen this exact scoreline before quite a few times from the 4-9 of winning pistol, but then losing the anti-force by. There's hope, okay? Now, there's not a huge amount of survival room because it's a lot of rounds to pick up, but that's what you want to do in the second half. You've had a tough time. You feel as if you've been pretty much outclassed, and then right here, you get just a bit of brilliance. Duke, oh, it's such a good kill. And it's how much time wasting these two do on the bomb site, right, to set up that flank. Because Duke knows if they're not pre-aiming me at Monster, I've won this round. I'm going to clean up for us.
Second tactical of the map up for the Gentlemates. Because they have just hit a roadblock. How do you get around it? Of course, expected out of this T side. Mal bomb plant bonus is going to aid them in that regard. Few Tech 9s at Eagle, AK-47 on Alex. Duke Fissurer. Incendiary and smoke combinations. HG's towards that connector smoke as well. Mopper's going to stay hidden. Alex spams him down, protects his teammate, and opens the round.
And there's not going to be many in-game leaders, Jay, that will say, yeah, I want a hero AK on an anti-force by round in a grand final would LAN. You'd normally want to try and get it in somebody else's hands, but that's the kind of caller that he is. And it's a great opening kill. Now, Mopos is waiting for the boost to come out on the other side of Graffiti. And at the moment, A looks very weak because Frontales is searching here in the bathrooms. If the timing's not right for him, they might clear all of this A bomb site space and get the bomb down for free.
And the smokes and flashes up, and Dumpsters are going to get caught off. Mopos will be able to cut rotations, but here's those rotates from the other CT players, so we can call it in. Like, there's a lot of players coming your way. Martinez will watch the backstab. Long was left unchecked, so Frontales gets that one kill in. Back turn towards one Tech 9 player. Can he get up close towards him? Not quite. They're stood off in standoff, and he gets that kill in as Mopos rotates the support. 3-on-3. Look at Davy G in the extension, but he gets caught looking the wrong way. Mizu takes him. Alex with a kill. Sees him just beyond that smoke. Double up secured. Triple in the round. down. And the last man standing is Kalash. AK also in his hands, but 2 rifles to deal with now. Alex sees his shadow, dips back behind Dice. He's barely taking any damage right here, and he makes it a quadra. That's why he asked for the hero weapon, because he can find impact that could win the title for the Gentlemates.
Norbert may be a major winner, but Alex has the most maps played on LAN out of the entire server. Oh, mate, this shot on the bank play and the crosshair placement is so on the money. And then the last one again to Kalash. Oh, what a feeling. Hero 8K gets 4. And for Hotu, well, that might be it. That could very well be all your hopes and dreams done. Oh, what a track record. 15 out of 19 LAN best of 3s in the last 3 months. They've been pumping squads. They've been getting to grand finals. And now finally, when they're here in Turkey against a top team like the Gentlemates, it felt like there could have even been a 2-0 with how the performance went down on Anubis, with what their track record looks like on Nuke. They got humbled. They've been sent into Overpass. And when just there was a glimmer of hope, Jay, they get the anti-force buy round, resetting them again.
Huge opportunities open up for the Spaniards. 5 to the good, 3 to the win. Sasul caught off, but he's protected by Martinez, who will lose his teammate in the end, but get 2 kills for the trade responsives. So once again, it's all Gentlemates in control. And the MAC-10 of Mopos, just to add the cherry on top of that sequence. The MAC-10 getting a kill and a half. Mizu low, Kalash nowhere near the bomb site that's being hit right now. Smoke at Heaven will block that angle of rotate. And the bomb will look to commit in. Mizu is in and off angle, though. Can they account for the sandbags? No, might not have to. Molotov does get sent in. That will drive him into the open. Forced to utilize that smoke. They'll hear him. They'll know what's going on. Bomb plant will be secured. And he's on 16 points of health. Kalash on 100. And still coming in for the rotations. You need him now.
Well, this is where really Mizu should be saying, mate, just save that M4. Just don't even go for this. There's nothing in this round for me. It's so low HP for Mizu. Get the MP9, get the M4, and get the hell out of there. Just start thinking about the next round.
Surprised I didn't dip in that underpass to grab that AK that was dropped by, I believe it was Sasul in the opening. $11 for the Gentlemates. As they edge closer and closer to the win. Two more rounds to get there. Hotu, what do we do now? Do we buy up again? Do we play for overtime? God help you if you do. No, there's an investment. It's not a good one, though. 2 M4s for Mars, SMG, and 5-7. That is it.
And maybe you start gamble stacking in this round. Not immediately, but after first contact, after some time has gone. Nade stack out towards the boosted position. Now, Kalash knew in the last round they took Con quite aggressively, so that's why he was trying to spam it. Have a look at Duke. He is out here solo pressing T-Con with an MP9.
Martinez could drop the bomb with this, and indeed, Duke Fischer gets that kill. AK picked up, secondary player. Backline's held, engages. Alex puts him right back down. And that should reset the circumstances. 4 on 4. Bomb site slightly thinned out. A will be left only towards Frontal's responsibility. And Mopos didn't quite catch the angle of Norbert. We've got a smoke to utilize, puts that down immediately as soon as any information is given up. The drop of the weapon. And Monster is blocked.
Dabby G is just trying to clear as much of this space as possible, just in case there is a cubby corner being held. There's a CT holding close by. I wonder if it's a contact out Monster rather than execute. That re-smoke's good timed, though, and that's going to shave more time off of the clock. They'll probably start drilling more players towards short water instead of Monster here.
2-2 split, it looks like. Spam bullets. Can they read on Norbert? He's got an incendiary for when this smoke fades, and Mizu's on the bomb site. Backups rotating in. Kalash now on the scene. Frontal will start to get here soon enough. Molotov sent incendiaries. Won't fully block them. Instead, Norma's going to go in for the kill. Kalash gets involved towards Connector. Kill onto Saul. Trade back from Mizu. 13 seconds. Alex has the bomb. 2 players to find. Knows of one. Heard that second. Molly towards Shaw. Engage against Mizu's perfect. And he's going to get the bomb down for it. Frontails wraps in fast. Does Alex hear him? Does he read him? Smoke to the side to give himself some cover, but also give himself no vision. Get back towards water. Tap once. Might telegraph what his move was. Half HP for the man. Frontails moves close to Alex. Needs the headshot. He's seen. He's down to low HP. Bomb tapped and held by Frontails. Alex can jump face him. Needs to face right now, but he's got him off the bomb. His presence is enough, but not quite enough. Frontails keeps the round held together for Hotu. Keeps a 6th on the board and keeps them away from series points.
Oh, Brev, that was about to be clutch of the tournament. That was such an unreal 1v3 setup. The way that he's played that he knows that there's a short player. He knows that he can get the molly in there, trying to isolate the bomb site player wherever he is. It's a lack of information. Oh, he's done everything right to get him off of that bomb as well. He just didn't quite get that finishing blow. What a way that would have been up to get series point. Hotu survive. Good job from Frontails when the pressure's seriously on there.
Just held together by the man. And now we're down to half by status. Seiko with a hero weapon on Alex, who did wonders with it last time, so why not? First contact towards long for Saul and Duke. Mid-aggression coming in. Tech 9 fights, but neither player gets away with damage or a kill.
It's just very defensive here from the CTs. Frontails is hoping with that piece of util that he can just draw a couple of players from Banana out into the open.
Oh, gets caught by Alex once again. The opening kill taken by the AK. And they look to try and make their way into the bomb site, but Norbert and Duke get the returning frag. Smokes down from the CTs as well will block vision. And Gentlemates decide to cancel.
There's nothing left in this round, unfortunately. It looks promising when you had the opening pick from Alex, but nobody else has got armor, and they're going to make noise coming back down when they get in towards short on the contact. So even though Mizu is defensive, rotates are going to come quite quickly out from heaven.
Norbert's already on the way. M4 playing Overwatch. Alex will find some open space, but seen by Norbert, taken down. Now you've definitely got no chance. I say that, Martinez lands a Stellar Deagle shot, and Saul takes the Tech 9 kill back. AK in his sights, but no utility. Hades going to come against him. That's going to hurt, and expose slightly towards Kalash. At least they get a bomb plant bonus, which will aid the economy state of this T side. The 7th CT round is taken by Hotu, who are just a few rounds away from equalizing. 11-7, 4 to the good.
And this is where Alex just needs to get the troops realigned on how they want to contribute some of these defaults, what exactly the target is, but also just the calmness of the situation. And when you've played nearly 80 maps on LAN as an organization and you are yet to win a title, you get to situations like this at 11-7 and you just say, we have to close, don't you? You just have to come here and get the last couple of rounds over the line. Alex has been getting so many opening picks. He's been so dangerous in this second half for them.
Yeah. Rifles on everybody for the T side. 1 AK for Kalash on the CT basis. Can he be the danger man for the Hotu side? Only 9 kills for this one. Not quite bottom frag, but also not way near the top. Sees him. Taps. Doesn't get anything. Slight tag on Davy G. But tis but a scratch.
And Kalash and Duke are just sitting here saying, right, 3B, minute on the clock, let's just jump spot now. One can play truck, one can play APC, we'll jump spot the front of the bathrooms, jump spot out towards long, and then if there's any pressure, we can rotate Frontails back up. Now, Mopoz is not activating out towards B. He is staying connector, so this is going to be an A split.
Boost up. Clash comes away with the kill just about, but Martinez's spam can take the returning trade, aware that there must have been a second player out there. Another re-smoke. HE's down as well. Frontails and the Duke are now on the scene. Third man also on the way in, so they're going to commit or hog to this one. Flashbangs go over. T-side players begin their entry paths. AKs versus M4s. Alex finds one. Mizu with a returning trade. Duke Fisher needs to drop that bomb carrier. That's exactly what he does. The players are right up close and personal. He gets a second kill. So Saul goes in for the bomb and can just about plant it. Behind Dice, here's Norbert coming. Norbert extends the AK, needs a headshot! And that's exactly what Saul gets! That is the clutch that sends the Gentlemates to map, match, and tournament points!
Oh, and against Norbert as well, the only legitimate Tier 1 player in the entire server. Everybody else would love to be a Tier 1 player, would love to know what it's like to win titles at arenas, at LANs. That's something that Norbert's been able to do in the past. And right there, Saul gets him, reads the rotation, hears him coming up from the stairs, knows that he's going to swing wide from the dumpster, and nails the shot. We have seen some moments of brilliance in the clutches from Gentlemates. In a circumstance, if we're going to be honest, Jay, not many clutches across this series. When I look at Anubis and I think about Nuke, a lot of the rounds that were dominating were mass players staying alive, right? We weren't getting that many 1vx's, whereas on Overpass, it's definitely shaped up in that kind of way. Alex nearly won the 1v3 out there on Monster towards B. We've now seen the 1v1 coming through from Saul, or the 1v2 if you count that dice pick that he gets when he swings left. And for Ho2, well, all the rounds that they've won have been retakes, and they've not had many players staying alive. So look at the buy state. Duke is on an M4. Mizu's got himself a FAMAS. Everybody else, man, it's pistols. This is the worst buy that you could ask for.
We need some heroic from the Duke, or from Mizu. Mizu's already proven his numbers state. The Duke has had some great moments in this map. One of the two need to deliver something huge here and now. T-press in towards long for the majority of players. Saul. Mopoz moving in towards mid. One player to receive on that A-bomb site. Flashbangs will be seen and heard. It won't drag CT's back. That smoke does, though. Third man on the way.
And Frontails knows that they've been liking A quite a lot in these last few rounds. Now, Duke is clearing up a lot of space towards underpass. Is this being watched?
No, it's not. Saul goes down. Alex keeps calm and carries on. Oh, gap and that smoke to generate there. I don't think he's going to stick around for it, and Kalash is not going to extend either. Oh, Alex caught switching to weapon. The flashbang protects him, but not against Frontails when it clears up. The Deagle headshot lands, and the Duke gets another. Frontails providing support. Mizu with a kill. Oh, it's all coming undone for Gentlemates here. Triple secured by Martinez, but Kalash is too close. And that should have been the end. But Ho2 cling on for dear life.
Now, we get ourselves in a very unique circumstance here, Jay. 3 players are double eco, which would indicate a force buy. However, when you are on LAN Series point, there are some teams that would look at that and actually treat a double eco. Look at round 21 and round 22 as let's Glock it out. We are not going to get that from the Gentlemates. Now, Overpass is a very difficult map to work with limited force buys on T-side because you need so much util to take map control. So this limits options. This has to probably be a B-lane, and it has to be something up close and personal. Either a monster pop or a split from monster and short is probably the most likely with this buy.
Gentlemates pack and group together in towards mid. Bathrooms are uncontested, so they can take quite a lot of map space away.
And this is the problem with Mopoz not lurking outside Monster. Norbert's push Monster. They know that it's going to be an A lane.
Third man joins the fray, fourth man's on the way. M4 Frontails burns a little bit. Kalash gets some damage, but Frontails gets his 2 kills. 1 kill back from Saul, and Davy G gets another. Duke Fijura now known about. Tech 9 flash around the corner. Duke's blinded, but still doesn't go down. Mizu provides the support. The Duke gets his double together, so nothing secured in that force, but not even a bomb plant. Gentlemates now have to take a full Glock round, have to take the full eco to buy into the next. Any round would be enough. It might have to come down to the rifle round.
And if we're going to be realistic, there's actually only one good chance to close here for Gentlemates, and that is round 23, because round 24 depicts whether you get a bomb plant. The loss bonus isn't there. If you don't close in 23, it's probably going to overtime. And this is going to be in the back of the minds of not only Alex, but also Duke Fisher as the in-game leader on HO2.
Marpos catches a dink on Norbert, but doesn't get the kill. UMP, easy enough. And once again, the search out from short. And in from Connector has dropped the bomb. Duke. 20th kill of the game. And Martinez, Kalash doesn't even get caught with the Glock to the side of the head. Kalash onto Sasor next. Mizu moves in against the last two. Right around the corner they are. And both will drop. Big string of rounds for HO2. Gentlemates saving to a buy, which comes in now. And it will need to be a shutdown. HO2 only conceded to the half by Hero Steals once, which it will be a force into round 24. Gentlemates, this is their best chance to win the trophy here in IstanbuLAN.
And what a comeback effort this has been from HO2, from 5-11 down. There's not many teams in a best of 3 on a final map decider that can keep fighting and keep surviving for as long as possible. Now we're seeing aggression everywhere. Mizu wants to overextend, but he doesn't quite widen up the angle all the way. I think that was a risk too far, but Norman still gets the spam anyway.
That's mental from him. I don't know if there was information called out or something, but it's a start that's so valuable to this team. And they can just calm it down. Rotate away from aggressive stances. Hold the center of the bomb site. Put a third player back to that A play once again. They've gone A so many times here, Gentlemates. They were defaulting around that position. Now they're going to start to look towards short. Alex's flashbang in will give his teammates assistance. They take that part of the map. And they do bait in a little bit of utility as a result of that.
Well, without a lurk towards A, I don't think they can fake this. I think they have to completely commit. Now, they're hoping to catch a barrels player. The problem is, look at the defense on B. Norbert is so defensive.
He's been so active in previous rounds and holding ahead of Monster. 3 players total on defense. 1 heaven, 1 site, 1 jungle. On the smoke towards the site itself, the bomb. Try and commit from Martinez. M4 of Norbert spraying to reveal his rough angling. Flashbangs over, bombs on site, plant down default. Man advantage for HO2. They need a trade back here, desperately so. And Davi gets the one that he's looking for. Duke Vizura caught back on the rotations. 1 player caught on reload is tagged up a little bit from the CT side. And the Khalil back here for Alex. Only good for damage. Kalash gets a return. Martinez going to wait and bait and hold against the 3 players making their way in. Kalash down first and foremost. Davi G strikes on the Norbert. 2v2. AWP creeping up. Missed shot. Front tails. Takes a shot back of his own and misses a flick back that gives Martinez a kill. Mizu the trade to 1v1, and Davi G, here's the tap of the bomb. Mizu's got a kit, but he's hunting the man down. There's no time for this. Davi, he's won it on a basis of his passiveness alone. There's no time for Mizu, and the Gentlemates have done it. 13-10, a bit of an effort, a bit of a battle bag, but they have taken this series, a disaster start on the first, into a stellar nuke, and a comfortable enough overpass the same. 2-1 in the series. They are your champions of IstanbuLAN.
And Gentlemates picked up this Iberian Soul roster on the 25th of August last year. And today, on the 14th of February, they win their very first LAN title. It's taken some time, okay? It's taken a little while. They got the early momentum of picking up the roster, trying to get them towards the heights of Tier 2. But this is really what you've come for, to be able to show on LAN that we can be one of the very best in Europe.
We talked so much about how both of these 2 teams were dying for this trophy, how both of these these two sides were desperate to win a decent Tier 2 LAN on the international stage. For the Gentlemates, it was all about repeating legacy, about showing that they still have it, that they always had it, that they never lost it from those old halcyon days of Movistar Riders. This core reformed and all alive. It's a beautiful sight for them to see, and an excellent series in the end from the boys. It took a little bit of a task at a certain point, but they have it. Champions here in Istanbul, champions on stage, defeating the international Russian side of Ho2. Istanbul champions, it is all aboard for the Gentlemates.
And what a way to bounce back in a best-of-3 series, Jay. I don't think many teams can sit there and say, we got 13-3'd on map 1 and came back to win. That should have just been the pace setter. That should have been Ho2 making the statement that silences all. But what a response on Nuke. I mean, 13-2 on your map pick, and then you go up to the decider and you're 11-5 up. They had this in the writing, and it came to Alex and the boys to get the game over the line, to close it out in a really close fashion.
Indeed, you know, and it really did come down to the wire at certain points. I mean, you're right. When we started the series off, we saw the absolutely overwhelming force of the Ho2 camp there. And we saw how we basically had our entire perspective shifts, right? I was going towards Gentlemates and you were going towards Ho2 in the 2-1 series. We were both saying, right, it's Ho2 2-0 now, but just the responsive that came in on that Nuke, the responsive that came in to carry that momentum over on Overpass, it was just excellent stuff. It came down to hero moments. You're right, Dweg. It really did come down to some clutches here and there from the Gentlemates that pushed it over the finish line in the end. And by the time this whole thing concluded, they become champions for another LAN event for the core. The fast time for the Gentlemates, though, it is a beautiful sight for them. And look, a well-fought series overall.
And nice to see that Iberian CS is kind of back. I think when there was Movistar Riders at the top end of Tier 2, it excited a lot of the Spanish fans, the Portuguese fans, and then you had Soar to get excited about as well. But now, well, Soar's just been broken apart. Some of them have gone towards BC Game. The others have tried to go for international projects. So it's like, well, which team's going to fill that void? Which team are we going to get excited about in the local divisions? And now we've got a fully Spanish team that is within the top 20 on VRS. They're going to IEM Rio in a couple of weeks. They're going to a Portuguese LAN next week. I'd love to even see if Gentlemates get a rematch against Ho2 in either one of those two competitions.
It's very possible we could see them face to face again, and it would be a nice, interesting sort of development if Ho2 can sort of turn that series back around. On the online environment, they did have the win in LAN, however, it was all about that Gentlemates experience, and so that's the ultimate conclusion to take away from this one. Unfortunately for Ho2, it does put a bit of a mark back against their camp. Look, they got a good win against 9, but 9 didn't show up. You're taking on a true tier 1.5 side of the Gentlemates camp in an international LAN grand final with all these critiques, with all these potential like nitpicks and asterisks you can put next to their VRS rank, and you couldn't quite get the job done. This was the ultimate series to try and silence guys like me, and they very nearly shut me up quite significantly, but in the end, they couldn't quite get the job done. Could they, Dweg?
No, they couldn't, but I think that's still very promising for a team that, again, only people will recognise Norbert and Mo. The starting 5 is unheard of to a lot of people, mainly because no one's played at a good level before. No one's had that taste of even at a high-end Tier 2. So I think for Ho2, there's a lot to take away in this series. I think the way that they got completely outclassed on Nuke shows that fundamentally they couldn't quite adapt towards that T side. I think out on Overpass, there was a lot of what-if rounds if we're going to be real with ourselves. You have Sasul winning that clutch against Norbert when he rotates up from Dumpster. If that round maybe goes the other way, do we maybe see Overpass? It's a difficult one because you never really want to be thinking about the what-ifs. I think what's the most disappointing aspect is that they were 5-11 down. I think if we just got a bit more, if they squeezed a few more rounds in that first half, you've got buffer, don't you? You know, even if there are a few clutches that go the way of the Spanish lads, there's still room to make their way back in the series. I just think it's very tough on LAN, going late into the evening, trying to come back from 5-11 down. It's a scoreline in MR12 that's basically a death wish.
Indeed it is. I mean, look, they put in a hell of an effort to try and bring it back from that match point as well. I mean, that seriously did start to test at certain points towards the tail end. I genuinely believed that things might happen. So listen, we've got an interview with one of the lads down over on IstanbuLAN. So let's head it over to the Turkish broadcast so they can have a chat with one of the boys.
My second question is, Anubis, you started quite slow, and you are looking like you are not yourselves. What happened on Anubis?
The thing is that we had a plan, and we tried to follow the plan until the end, and the plan, I mean, I think they played good. We didn't play our best. So when you play like against these kind of teams, if you are not doing the things correctly, they are punish you, and that's what happened. To be honest, we couldn't like try to like bounce back in the game because we didn't have the chance. But yeah, like prop to them.
Okay. Anubis'te çok yavaş başladıklarında bunun sebebinin ne olduğunu sordum Alex'e ve bir oyun planımız vardı. Bunu uygulamaya çalıştık başından sonuna kadar. Ama yani böyle bir rakibe karşı maçın içerisine giremezseniz tekrar geri dönmek gerçekten çok zor oluyor. Yani krediyi onlara vermek lazım dedi. After Anubis, it was a whole different story. And you, especially Martinez, it was great showing from him on Nuke. On the mental side, Anubis didn't like affected you. Is that correct?
I mean, it is correct. It's like it affects a bit, but we are working hard on the reset, mental reset, and I think we did it really good considering the score. And yeah, like regarding Martinez, I think when the team is playing good CS, I think he's like capable of what he did on the Nuke. But I think everyone played great, like the whole series. So yeah, I think that like for example on Nuke the plan was perfect.
Yeah. Nuke'da geri döndünüz ve aslında yani mental olarak da Anubis'ten çok etkilenmediğinizi gösterdiniz. Gerçekten öyle miydi diye sordum ve evet yani mental reset üzerine çalıştık dedi ve yani Martinez de yani hem oyun planı çalıştı hem de Martinez özelinde de yani çok iyi bir mental reset durumu söz konusuydu. Çok etkilendiğimizi söyleyemeyeceğim dedi. And you were the fan favorites today. You had a big support from the crowd. Were you expecting that, and how was the crowd?
I mean, the crowd was amazing, to be honest. Like, I want to send much love to them from the whole team, not only for me. Yeah, in Overpass, we could feel it. And they were, like, supporting us. They were, like, hyping us. So it's great to have, like, the crowd by your side, like, in every single game. So, yeah, I think it was, like, as I said before, so much fun to play here.
Okay. Çok güzel bir kalabalık vardı gerçekten. Harika bir kalabalık vardı. Bizi desteklediler. Özellikle Avrupa'da desteklerini çokça hissettik. Yani tabii ben de kalabalığın ve onların yanında olduğunu sordum izleyenlerin. Bunun onları çok mutlu ettiğini ve motive ettiğini, hype'ladığını olabildiğince söyledi. Now you are the champion and fan favorite. Anything you wanna tell to them?
Yeah, for sure. Like, thank you guys for the support we have, like, got in the arena. You were amazing, and I think without you, like in some moments, we couldn't do it as we did it. So thank you to all of you, guys.
Okay, thank you so much, and congrats again.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye bye. Evet, son olarak
Must feel good, most certainly, for the boys on the Gentlemaids side. Proficiency overall and ending things off in IstanbuLAN with a great win for them. And now knowing that they've got these other events coming up, they've got the Imperium Cup next weekend, they've got Rio in a couple of months' time, and probably a few more LANs scattered in between them. A journey towards the major may seem like a very plausible sort of prospect for the boys of Gentlemaids right now.
Well, Movistar Riders have done it in the past. The core's been able to achieve it, so I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility at all. Now, this win puts them 18th on VRS in the world, Jay. So that puts them above squads like Gamer Legion, like Legacy, BetBoom, NIP, Monty, who just won a LAN yesterday, BC Game, M80, MIBR, teams that we at least see in the Tier 1 environment. So knowing that you're now within the top 20, if you can keep that, right, if you can go to Roman Imperial next week, then that's when I think you could maybe try and go a bit further. You probably look at back-to-back LAN titles, if we're going to be honest with ourselves. I think now that you've won a LAN here, the expectation's probably very similar to at least get a grand final in that one. And then when you get to Rio, say, okay, well, let's try and get out of the play-in. Let's at least try and see if we can upset the odd Tier 1 squad at that tournament.
And there's a good chance that you might end up seeing these boys at the Tier 1 environment just because of the invite system. They've still got to wait a few more, like, Tier 1 LANs before we get to see them in that sort of capacity. So look, for them, for their individual basis, I'm very excited to see what's coming up out of them out of the next couple of months or so, and certainly expecting to see good things out of them in Roman Imperium next weekend. Look, it's a big win for them. I think that's all that can be said at this particular stage. It's a huge, huge win for Gentlemaids. Once again, 2-1 in the series over Ho2. Champions of IstanbuLAN. And that's going to do it from us here over this course of the weekend, where it's not Championship Sunday per se, but certainly has been a good set of days of action. A lot of one-sided little affairs, which has proven certainly what the gap can look like between Tier 2 and Tier 3, I want to say.
And it's got to be a great feeling for Martinez too. I mentioned it earlier, 3 LAN titles in your entire career, and this is what should be quite an experienced AWPer, right? A guy that's played in Tier 1, a guy that's played overseas. You would have expected his trophy cabinet to be larger than what it actually is. So now that you've got a taste of getting, let's say, progression with Gentlemates, finally getting that first win of the year, I think you have to look at the next few month period, at least going towards the summer break, and say, mate, let's get a few more LANs. Even if it's at the Tier 2 environment, even if it's the open sign-up, it doesn't really matter where it is. We're in a position now that we can be the top of our divisions. We can be the top end of the Tier 2 European scene. Well, let's prove it. Let's go and get some more titles.
Well, let's see if there are some more titles on the horizon for the Gentlemates side. For now, they've got one in the bang. They've got themselves a little bit of silverware in Istanbul. And that's going to do it from us here on the English stream. Thank you so much for joining us over the course of the last few days. On behalf of myself, the Eternal J, my co-commentator Dweg, and Michael, and T-Time that also were broadcasting over the course of the weekend. For all the production staff and admins behind the scenes as well, we want to thank you so much for watching and for listening. We'll see you back here at some point for another event in the near future. But until that point does come, it's good night and goodbye.